11. In the Hands of the Gods. Erishitil gasped in sympathetic pain. She watched the strange girl die, slain in her own place on the altar of Tzaltek. Suppressing a moan, she rolled back into the concealment of her leafy shelter. She had followed Mixtal and his prisoners toward the pyramid, to the very scene of her escape. Now sunset found her at the edge of the clearing surrounding the pyramid, with a clear view of the priests and the altar at the edge of the structure's upper platform. She sneaked another look and saw the girl's body removed from the altar, thrown unceremoniously beside it. Mixtal placed the heart, now still and lifeless, into the mouth of Tzaltek on the statue beside the altar. Erish heard a rustle beside her and was not surprised when Chitikas slithered around the trunk of a low bush. The serpent glided to her side, remaining concealed from the pyramid. "You caused her to die," she accused. The downy snake gazed at her, his yellow eyes unblinking. "Why did you do that?" "The man," whispered Chitikas in his soft voice. "You must go to him. Save him." "I told you no." Erish shook her head angrily, wondering again why she had followed the priests and prisoners to the pyramid when all she wanted was escape. "How could I help him when he is in the hands of the Bloody One?" "Pluma. Feather magic," suggested Chitikas, with the barest flicker of his tongue. "He is held by the priest. You can break the spell." "No!" She turned away from the snake, and her eye involuntarily sought the spotted snakeskin thong that restrained Haloran's arms. She touched the feathered ring at her neck, remembering, when Mixtal tried to capture her in the temple courtyard, how its burst of magic had sent that same snakeskin bond tumbling to her feet. Twilight began to settle in the clearing. Erish saw Mixtal regarding the silver-chested man. The priest started toward the stranger and then stopped, indecisive. A jaguar knight stepped in before the priest, and she saw the pair gesture angrily at each other. "Why are you doing this?" Erish turned toward Chitikas again, accusing him with her voice. "Why did you save me? Why did you cost that girl her life?" "You should understand," replied the serpent, his own tone vaguely accusing. "You have been sheltered and protected by the benign power of the Plumed One for all of your life. It is time you began repaying the debt." "Sheltered? Protected?" Erish's voice came out a low hiss. "I was captured as a small girl, sold into slavery. I was attacked by my owner's son, sold again, kidnapped, and very nearly sacrificed. What kind of shelter and protection are you talking about?" "You are alive, are you not?" "How do I owe that life to Kotal? Explain that if you can." She tempered her anger slightly, wondering what Chitikas was trying to tell her. "I saw you once before, protected you then. Perhaps you will recall?" The snake flickered his tail slightly across her vision, a familiar gesture. Suddenly she made the connection. "My last day in Palul. I was tending my father's snares. On the far side of the ridge, I saw something, and I followed it. That was you." Chitikas nodded smugly, then ducked as she tried to strike the snake in the face. "You lured me away from the trail, right into the arms of the jaguar knight," I might still be free. Might have grown up in my own home if it hadn't been for you. Her muscles tensed as she prepared to flee. Something in his eyes, a faint appeal perhaps, held her in place. Lured you, I did, admitted the serpent, without a trace of remorse. But you would not have grown up there. Indeed, you would not have been alive for many more days. What do you mean? For some reason, Erich did not doubt the truth of Chitika's words. You are a child of destiny, Erich, though you may be the last to know it. The priests of Tzaltek and their masters, the Ancient Ones, fear you. They planned to claim you from your father's home for sacrifice, and it was only your disappearance that saved you. Erich sagged backward, staring at the serpent in shock. Chitikas nodded. Your 10 years in Kultaka were relatively safe until the Ancient Ones learned of your presence there. Once again, they tried to kill you, but you proved stronger than they anticipated. If that attempt had succeeded, we would have been helpless to save you. But it failed, and the attempt, the talon magic of the sending, warned your owner of the threat to your life. He decided that you would be safest among a people who exalted Kotal over Tzaltek, and thus he arranged for you to come to Pait. Erich shook her head slowly, not so much in disbelief as in wonder. Huakal acting to save her by selling her to Kachin? Yet she knew in her heart that this was the truth. Why am I so important? Why do the Ancient Ones fear me? Chitikas waved his head impatiently. I do not know. But Erich wasn't listening. Another question had been nagging at her mind, and now she put it into words. Why do you want to thwart the will of Tzaltek? Who are you? The feathered serpent bowed his head humbly. I am Chitikas, and I serve the plumed god, the one true god of Maztica. I have aided you because in thwarting the will of Tzaltek, he of the bloody hand, I further the will of Kotal. Kotal! Kotal! The harsh words came from a tree above them, and Erich looked upward into the glittering eyes of the bright macaw that had accompanied Chitikas before. The bird's voice was loud, and Erich suddenly felt very vulnerable in her scant concealment near the pyramid. Kotal, the true god, squawked the bird. Tzaltek, the pretender, the buffoon! Erich cringed, noticing the priests and warriors atop the pyramid looking in their direction. Several warriors stepped off the platform, starting down the steep stairway on the structure's side. Perhaps I can deter them, whispered the serpent conspiratorially. But remember, you must rescue the man. Erich didn't take the time to object, though to her, the issue remained far from settled. Chitikas disappeared suddenly, too quickly for physical movement. With a startled gasp, Erich reached out and felt the creature's downy tail slipping away, even though she could see nothing. The snake had become invisible. She wanted to flee, but she feared that the noise of flight would only give her position away. Instead, she watched the warriors descend the temple. The priests, the Jaguar Knight, and many other warriors, together with the prisoner, remained atop the pyramid. "False god! Zaltek is the god of gutter snakes and filth," squawked the bird, not very helpfully. Suddenly, one of the warriors tripped on an unseen object. He tumbled down the side of the steep pyramid, cracking his skull on a step far below the top. His limp form continued to bounce and tumble to the bottom, where it lay still. The other warriors reacted immediately, leaping and tumbling down the steep sides of the pyramid. They reached the lifeless body of their comrade, and then looked around suspiciously. They showed no inclination to move away from the pyramid. The stranger remained carefully guarded by several strong warriors, still at the top. A minute passed, and Chitikas did not return. Darkness had settled further, though the sky still glowed with the fading sunset. Swiftly and silently, Erich turned and melted into the jungle, intending to be very far away by morning. Pushing quickly through the fronds, she turned back toward the trail. She parted the huge leaves and stepped through. Before she could scream or react, two powerful arms reached forward and seized her. Halloran stood numbly, looking from the savage warriors to the fanatical priests. He could not bear to look at Martine's lifeless, bloodless body. Nor could he stand the sight of the bestial statue with its gaping mouth. The last memory of the sacrifice had been the priests throwing the cool, still heart into the savage maw. Despite his averted eyes, the image of that snarling face, vaguely human but combining elements of serpent and lion as well, remained embedded in his brain. It symbolized to him ultimate barbarism, the callous murder of innocence to feed the insatiable appetite of a monstrous god. Martine! Why couldn't they have taken me instead? All of his annoyance with the woman had vanished at the moment of their capture. Now he groaned under a sense of all-encompassing failure and sorrow. His hatred burned with white-hot fury, but he could not break away from the snakeskin rope that bound him. He hated these savage warriors. He hated this hot, primitive land. And mostly, he hated the ash-streaked, scarred priest who had performed this abominable rite. Halloran fixed his cold eyes on that priest, and the man flinched and finally turned away. The priest had argued at some length with the warrior in the spotted skin, and Hal sensed that his own fate had been the topic. Apparently the warrior had prevailed, for the priest made no move toward him. In fact, the legionnaire almost hoped that he would be selected for sacrifice. In the guilt of his massive failure, he did not feel that he deserved to live after Martine had been so brutally killed. For some moments, he considered hurling himself off the edge of the steep-sided pyramid, the ultimate self-punishment for the ultimate failure. But somewhere, deep within himself, Halloran's warrior's heart burned with the need for vengeance. Without life, there could be no vengeance, and so he would have to live. At least, he would have to live long enough to kill. "Muster the legion!" cried Bisho Dominicus. "Disaster threatens!" "Quiet, man," urged Cordell, as gently as possible. "We don't know for certain yet just what's wrong. The two men, with Darian and Cardan, stood with a panting swordsman beside the legion's camp on the wooded shoreline. There was no sign of Halloran or the Bishop's daughter?
"No, sir," gasped the man.
He had just descended the tall stairway from the bluff top, racing to report to the Captain General.
"We found 4 men, all dead, along with quite a few of the natives."
"Helm's curse is on his head, on his soul!" cried the Bishop, waving his fist in the direction where Halloran had last been seen. "She may be all right. It doesn't do any good to start turning against our own, especially when we don't know what's happened." Cordell struggled to stay cool.
"You don't, perhaps," groaned the cleric, nearly sobbing, "but I do. Terror has struck. My daughter suffers at the hands of evil. I know this. I can feel it."
"Perhaps we should get back aboard the ships," urged the assessor of Am. Cardan had grown increasingly nervous as the Bishop's distress became more obvious. Now Cordell looked at him with ill-concealed scorn. "If there is a danger, it is certain to be a threat the Legion can face. If you wish, you may re-embark now. My men are staying ashore." "Yes, perhaps that would be wise," the assessor agreed, nodding, completely missing the barbed tone of the commander's voice. "I shall oversee matters on the ships." The pudgy accountant turned toward shore, eagerly seeking a longboat to haul him out to the Falcon. "I'll send more parties up the bluff," said Cordell. By now, scouts had discovered 3 broad stairways climbing the escarpment. Only the central one, the one passing between the 2 monstrous faces, showed signs of regular use.
"May Helm grant that we are not too late," groaned the Bishop.
Spirali moved when darkness once again cloaked the world. But the Ancient One traveled in ways unknown to the rest of Maztica. His journey began in the high cave, on the peak above Nexal. He spoke a single word, and then he was in Ulatos, chief city of the Pait. The Ancient One arrived in the courtyard of Tzaltek's temple, though none could see him in the darkness. Spirali's black cloak, soft, dark boots, and cloaking hood all made him a part of the night. A single young apprentice stood beside the temple gates. Spirali sensed at once that the place was otherwise empty. The Ancient One stalked toward the apprentice, though the youth did not see him until he spoke.
"I seek Mixtal, High Priest of Ulatos."
The youth's jaw dropped, and he stepped backward in terror. He could see a dim, dark shape before him, and he heard a voice of unquestionable strength. The apprentice stammered awkwardly, struggling to speak.
"The coast. They went this morning. They saw the strangers come."
The fellow ran out of words, and only then did he notice that the dark stranger had already disappeared. "Hey, Captain, maybe this one can tell us something." Graybert, the ranger, still leading, turned back to Dagrind with a struggling form clasped in his brawny arms. The dwarf saw a young woman, a black-haired, copper-skinned beauty, who kicked and scratched in a vain effort to escape the ranger's grasp. The man winced once as the girl landed a sharp kick, but he simply clasped her more tightly as one of the crossbowmen seized and held her feet. Dagrind grunted, studying the girl, or woman, he was not sure which. Her smooth-skinned face and slender form bespoke late adolescence, but something in the girl's glaring eyes, in the firm set of her mouth, made the dwarf suspect her to be an adult. In return, Erishatil studied these strange men who had taken her, new captors now after her one brief day of freedom. All of these strangers had hair growing out of their faces. Their skin was a sickly pale color. She especially recoiled from some of their unnatural eyes, watery blue orbs that seemed more properly the eyes of fish than men. Some of the men were very short, she noticed, though this did not make them seem any less fearsome. If anything, the bushy facial fur and gnarled limbs of these smaller strangers made them even more ferocious-looking than their human-sized comrades. She remembered tales of the hairy men of the desert, who supposedly dwelt in the arid reaches south of Kultaka and Nexal. Legends said those folk were short, broad of shoulder, and bowed of leg. Such a description matched the shorter warriors among the strangers as well.
"Well, I don't think she's the one who did the killing and capturing," speculated Dagrind, "but I don't think it would be smart to let her go until we find out a little more about what's going on."
The dwarf nodded to a couple of the crossbowmen.
"Tie her up and bring her along. And be quick about it. We're moving on."
Erish couldn't understand the harsh, barking speech of the strangers, but their intentions became clear enough as the hempen rope curled around her wrists. Her struggles in the arms of these burly humans were as a child wriggling in the grasp of its mother. Soon she was bound as tightly as before, though the strangers did not gag or blindfold her. In the meantime, the swordsman at the point of the column had pushed forward several steps, and now crept slowly backward.
"Captain, look at this!"
he called, with a new sense of urgency. Erish knew he had seen the pyramid, and its scene of gory sacrifice. From the Chronicle of Khotan. Serving, as always, the resplendent glory in the memory of the golden god. I watch the young Lord Poshtli as he leaves the city by the south causeway. He departs Nexal alone, but this in no way diminishes the grandeur of his mission. Poshtli carries a pair of spears, an obsidian-edged maca, his bow, a quiver of arrows, and a water skin. He will shun the lands of Kultaka and Petzelak. Instead, he will strike out over the house of Tezca, the great desert that marks the true world's southern extent. He still wears the mantle and helm of the Eagle Knight, but he will not make his quest by wing. Instead, he laces his high sandals tight and marches toward lands as barren as any nightmarish pestilence of the gods. His goal is the truth and nothing less, a quest that might keep a man searching for a very long time. But Poshtli has dreamed of the Sunstone. Such a dream must provide a flicker of hope, for it shows the presence, however faint, and the will of the plumed one. And, too, this vision was given to him by the Coatl, the feathered snake, who is the voice of Kotal himself. So I will choose to believe that, perhaps, Poshtli may find his truth in the great silver wheel of the Sunstone. 12. Retribution. Halloran watched the spearmen descend from the pyramid, attracted by the chattering of the bird near the base of the structure. The creature suddenly flew off into the jungle, and the leading warrior, the one who wore the spotted hide, gestured toward his comrades above. Two of them roughly urged Halloran down the stairs. The legionnaire staggered desperately, but managed to retain his footing. Soon he reached the bottom, and here all of the warriors and most of the priests gathered together. Hal sensed confusion and indecision. He looked around, and when he could not spot the high priest, he assumed that the savage cleric remained atop the pyramid. An abrupt cry of pain exploded from a warrior who suddenly collapsed on the ground. Several more cried out or gasped in sharp agony. In moments, a half-dozen spearmen writhed or lay still on the ground beside the pyramid. To the natives, it appeared that these men had suffered some sudden, invisible, and hence supernatural disaster. Halloran, however, saw the short, silvery shafts of crossbow bolts jutting from the flesh of the wounded men. Immediately the captain ducked, breaking the hold of his captors. Dropping to the ground, he twisted desperately away and rolled to the side. Another volley of steel death flashed from the brush, claiming more victims among the panicky spearmen. The bolts were small, but not invisible, and by now some of the natives understood the nature of the attack. These few raised their javelins, casting blindly at the brush, or holding their weapons at the ready while they sought targets. "For Helm!" The ragged cry burst from the brush, the most beautiful noise Halloran had ever heard. He identified Dagran's voice bellowing above the rest. "In Helm's name!" Hal cried, twisting to a sitting position and then lurching to his knees. He cursed the supernatural bond confining his arms, even as he stumbled to his feet. A wiry native sprang at him with upraised club, but Halloran felled him with a powerful kick. A ragged line of legionnaires burst from the brush, charging the base of the pyramid. Hal saw that there weren't more than 25 men in the detachment. He desperately hoped that would be enough. He heard a snarl behind him, and whirled to see the leopard-skin-clad warrior advancing toward him. The man's face contorted into a mask of hatred as he pulled Hal's sword from his spotted leather belt. The warrior raised it in both hands and lunged, with a battle cry more bestial than human. Halloran whirled away, but his attacker followed his evasion. The point of the sword drove toward Hal's face, until suddenly the warrior staggered backward. His snarl turned to a look of dull confusion as he stared at the silver shaft protruding from his chest. Blood, slick and black in the early evening darkness, gurgled from his lips, and the sword fell from his lifeless fingers, even as his body thudded to the ground. The legionnaires advanced in a rush, maintaining their disciplined formation. "For Helm!" they shouted again, heavy boots pounding the earth. The crossbowmen carried their bows slung across their backs now, wielding their short swords, while the swordsmen brandished their long swords and held their bucklers at the ready. The small shields protected both the left side of the man who carried it and the right side of the legionnaire to his left, so close was the troops' formation. Halloran dropped to the ground and rolled toward his sword, forgotten by the other natives in the confusion of the attack. His heart swelled with pride at the intrepid advance of the legionnaires, outnumbered 2 or 3 to 1. Unsteadily, several of the natives stood to meet the charge with their stone-tipped spears. In moments, the line of swordsmen reached the base of the pyramid. Flint and obsidian makas shattered against steel shields and breastplates, while razor-edged swords sliced easily through cotton armor and shields of Hishna magic hide or Pluma magic fabric. Halloran saw a young warrior swing his wooden club, its flecked-toothed blade of obsidian flashing toward the face of a legionnaire. The swordsman raised his buckler, and the club cracked aside as the slim steel longsword plunged straight through the warrior's body. The native collapsed across Hal in a shower of blood. The young cavalryman wriggled aside, and then the line of legionnaires swept past. The other warriors, to a man, turned and fled for the imagined safety of the surrounding forest. Gultek trotted easily along the trail, once again leading the column of warriors. His keen eyes had no difficulty following the twistings and windings of the jungle path, even in the nearly total darkness. The Jaguar Knight knew that columns of warriors like this one were converging toward the coast along many such trails. By the middle of the night, there would be 10,000 spearmen, and hundreds of Jaguar and Eagle Knights waiting atop the bluff. Following the most direct route to the pyramid, this trail made for good time, unlike the early morning course that had taken them along the circuitous coastal path. The knight sensed the nearness of the sea in the faint smell of the air and the moist coolness against his face. But more than this, he knew their location instinctively. In mere minutes, the column would reach the pyramid. Then the Jaguar Knight heard a faint sound, unnatural in the jungle night. More sounds followed, and he halted, raising a taloned hand. The entire company stopped instantly and silently behind him. The sounds grew, a thrashing that told him that men were forcing their way through the underbrush. He heard muffled curses in Paiute, and soon sensed the nearness of many sweating, frightened men. A figure pounded toward them along the path, breathing heavily. The man did not know of Gultek's presence until the knight stepped from the shadows and seized him by the throat. He recognized the orange headdress of a nearby village. This warrior must have been one of the first on the scene. "What is the meaning of this?" demanded Gultek, his voice a rumbling growl. "Why do you flee like a young girl?" The man's eyes widened in even greater terror. He croaked something indistinguishable, and Gultek slightly relaxed his hold upon the man's windpipe. "The strangers!" gurgled the fleeing warrior. "Sorcery! They attacked us! They killed many! It was death to remain!" Gultek's body tensed with the news, but he was only mildly surprised. So these strangers were here for war. Well, the warriors of the Paiute would see they got what they sought. "Where are they now?" "The pyramid, by the twin visages." The man virtually squealed the answer. Casting the terrified villager aside, Gultek started forward at a renewed trot. In a minute, he would deploy his men through the jungle surrounding the pyramid. But first, he would see what these strangers were about. "Halt!" barked Dagrand. The line of swordsmen stopped instantly as the last of the natives disappeared into the jungle. With a quick look, he saw that none of his men had suffered any serious wounds. At least a dozen natives had fallen to their crossbow bolts, perhaps an equal number to their swords, but Dagrand wasted no time on self-congratulations. "Over here," gasped Hal, squirming out from beneath the slain warrior's body. Several legionnaires helped him to his feet. "I never thought I'd be so glad to see your whiskers." He grinned as the dwarf clumped over to him. Hal's hands and arms were still pinned to his side, or he would have embraced the old campaigner.
Huh. I never thought you'd be fool enough to get caught in a simple ambush.
Dagran's anger, Hal discerned, masked his relief at finding Halloran alive. Nevertheless, the rebuke stuck home, especially as the dwarf continued.
I found the bodies of 4 good men back there.
They killed Martine, too. Hal looked up, all his rage and revulsion flooding back. He wondered if the high priest, the murderous fanatic, remained atop the pyramid. Unconsciously, he strained at his bonds, eager for vengeance.
"We've got big trouble," grunted the dwarf. "Let's get back to the beach."
The dwarf pulled out his dagger and started to saw at Halloran's binding.
"What is this stuff, by helm? My blade can't mark it."
"It's magic," groaned Hal, "but I thought you'd be able to cut it. These people have priests or sorcerers, I'm not sure which. One of them, the same one who killed Martine, used this to wrap me up." Halloran fixed his gaze on his companion's face, the horror of the scene on the pyramid choking his voice.
"Dagran. He tore her heart out. They murdered her in cold blood."
The dwarf nodded seriously, his brow knitted with concern. Unknown to Hal, Dagran fretted more about Hal's fate at the hands of the Bisho than over Martine's untimely death. Halloran looked around, though it was fully dark now, as if he hoped to spy the priest who had bound him. Instead, he saw 2 crossbowmen moving toward them with a squirming, brown-skinned prisoner between them.
"What's this?" he asked. "We found her in the jungle," explained Dagran, as the trio reached the rest of the legionnaires. "I couldn't let her go. I thought she'd warn the others about us. No sense in keeping her now, I guess."
The girl held her head high, her black hair tossing like a stormy sea around her slender, lovely face. Her eyes gleamed with anger, a burning fire that Hal found disturbing. But her rage only seemed to enhance her beauty. Erich looked at the strangers with a mixture of fear and fascination. They were unquestionably savage and powerful warriors, for all around them were bodies of fallen Paiute warriors and priests. She looked quickly, but could not find Mixtal's corpse among them. The high priest, she assumed, had escaped with the rest of the warriors. The 2 soldiers who had held her while their comrades attacked now half carried her to the company at the base of the pyramid. Erich saw the tall one, Mixtal's prisoner with the sandy beard, and she was glad that he had not perished under the high priest's knife. She remembered the attention Chitikas had directed toward this stranger. She felt a strange sense of relief to see him among his fellows, as if she desired his rescue, but had not wanted to perform it. He was, however, still bound with the Hishna snakeskin. Suddenly the 2 men who held her arms released her. The short one with the furry face gestured at her, indicating the jungle, and in that instant she realized that they were releasing her. She quickly stepped back from the 2 strangers, while her mind whirled with possibilities and fears. She didn't trust these mysterious people. She had seen grim evidence of their fighting prowess. Yet she dared not flee here only to fall into the hands of Mixtal, who must still be near. Ghoul-Tech's rage almost compelled him to burst from the undergrowth and slay the invaders single-handed. Only the utmost exertion of self-discipline allowed the warnings of his brain to prevail, compelling caution. His keen night vision showed him the bodies of a score or more Paites, presumably slain at the hands of the 24 strangers now gathered at the pyramid. These invaders were clearly warriors of great prowess. Therefore, he would not attack until he gathered his warriors around them. The men filed quickly and silently through the jungle. 10 ranks of 100-men slipped along the periphery of the forest, led by stealthy jaguar knights on each flank. Ghoul-Tech remained in the middle of the force, waiting only long enough to allow the spearmen and knights to gather behind him. Soon, 1,000 warriors stood ready to attack. "It's dulling the blade," complained Dagrind after another attempt to saw through Hal's bonds. One of the legionnaires handed Hal his sword, but the snakeskin binding his arms to his sides prevented him from raising the weapon above his waist. The dwarf cast a glance at the jungle, and then to the trail leading down the bluff, to the beach and the rest of the legion. "Let's get out of here. Maybe that elf wizard," he paused to spit, then continued, "can do something about this rope." Halloran reluctantly had to agree, though he felt terribly vulnerable standing there with his hands and arms held tightly at his sides. He felt the eyes of the girl on him again. He tried not to stare, but he found himself looking back. Her wide brown eyes did not move away, as had those of the other native women he had encountered. He detected a hint of fear within them, but also a prideful challenge that seemed to mock him. And then the night air exploded with a shrill chorus of screeches, whistles, and shouts. The sound crushed in from all sides, and the legionnaires saw movement in the darkness. "Form square!" bellowed Dagrind. The captain was appalled at the volume of the noise, but his movements were crisp and precise. He tucked his dagger in his belt, slung his battle-axe from his wrist, and raised his powerful crossbow. The legionnaires stood shoulder to shoulder, long swords and crossbows alternating. Following Dagrind's command, they created a 4-sided wall of steel, facing outward on all sides. Now they could see the attacking shapes closing in from the darkness. "Fire!" At the instant of Dagrind's command, the 10 bowmen released their missiles and seized their swords. There would be no second shot this night. "Helm, curse this thing!" Halloran roared his frustration, shaking his head like an angry lion. Despite his bonds, he tried to shoulder his way into the line. He saw the girl move suddenly, stepping toward him, and he looked at her in astonishment. She stopped to look up at him with those wide eyes, which even in the darkness seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul. Then she reached for him, and he saw that she held something in her hand, something that looked like a small cluster of feathers. Something gleamed like a shining stone in the midst of the plumage. The shocking clash of steel against stone rocked the clearing. Hundreds of Paite warriors met Dagrind's 24, and the legionnaires stood firm. The screams of the wounded joined the din, with some of the legionnaires falling as well as many natives. The girl touched the feathered object to Halloran's side. His heart leaped as he felt the bonds give away, falling in a loose coil about his feet. He instinctively reached down and grabbed the ensorcelled thing that had restrained him. Hal was amazed to see that now it was a mere snakeskin, colorful and scaly, but no more than 6 or 8 feet long. He would have sworn that it was much longer when it held him. Nevertheless, he stuffed it into his belt. In an instant, it seemed, the first attack fell away. Halloran stood at a corner of the square, watching the warriors waiting restlessly several paces before him. They were packed tightly to the limits of his vision, an uncountable number. He was vaguely aware of the girl standing behind him. For a moment, he thought of encouraging her to leave the square, to return to her own people. Another volley of shrieks rose, this time to the side and above them. The bulk of the pyramid had vanished in the darkness, but he remembered the height and size of the object. He imagined the natives making use of that height. Halloran instantly pictured the javelins arcing through the sky, and he stepped backward to seize the girl and hold her underneath the protection of his armored arm and shoulder. The missiles scattered around them, and then the spearmen surged once more to the attack. Hal raised Helmstooth and stepped into a vacant space in the square. The captain faced a kaleidoscope of attacking spearmen and club-wielders. His sword quickly grew slick with blood, his arm weary of battle. And yet he knew that the attack had just begun. Kachin joined the rush toward the strangers, more out of curiosity than aggression. Indeed, he carried no weapon, but the priest of Kotal wanted to see these invaders up close. Like the warriors, he had been disturbed by the reports that the soldiers attacked a group of Paiute at the pyramid. One panicked warrior had gasped a tale of a sacrifice interrupted by surprise attack. This intrigued Kachin. A sunset sacrifice in this remote location was mysterious. He hoped against a cold, forbidding fear that the ceremony did not explain the disappearance of Erishitil. Yet he felt almost certain that it did. Kachin saw the strangers standing in their tight line as the mass of warriors struck them from all sides. He saw flashing silver and waving feather banners. The air resounded with shrieks and crashes and whistles and shouts, and then a momentary still settled in as the Paiute fell back, just far enough to avoid the deadly steel. The priest saw many bodies scattered around the invaders, but a few gaps had opened in their previously tight formation. Through one of these gaps, Kachin saw a flash of black hair, and then he gasped. Erishitil! She was being held by the strangers. More and more of Gultek's column emerged from the jungle, massing around the little square. Many spearmen climbed along the sides of the pyramid, not as far as the top, but gaining positions high above the legionnaires. Hiya! A volley of screeches burst from the warriors on the pyramid, and 100 spears took to the air. The missiles, launched from the height of the pyramid, dropped among the tightly packed soldiers below. Several found their marks in the shoulders or backs of the legionnaires. The warriors on the ground surged forward, striking the square with savage force. This time the little formation began to give way. Several legionnaires fell, and each fallen trooper left a hole in the line. Kachin got a glimpse of Erish again. She had been grabbed by one of the strangers, a very tall man, before the javelin volley fell. It had almost looked to the priest as if the man had shielded her body with his own, but Kachin could not be sure. Now he saw her struggling in the man's overbearing grasp. The priest pushed his way to the forefront of the battle, ducking low among the swinging, surging warriors. He saw a gap in the Legionnaires' line. Indeed, it was now more gap than line, and dove through. Kachin rolled across the earth, springing to his feet before the startled Erich. Her eyes flashed with recognition as he pulled her from the grip of the tall stranger. Dagrind sensed the square collapsing and knew he was going to die, that his entire detachment would perish here in the shadow of this helm-cursed monument. The dwarf's battle-axe chomped the arm from a spearman. He spun on his foot, swinging the weapon at arm's length to disembowel another, even as his shield deflected the spear thrust of a third. He saw another legionnaire fall, blood spurting from his torn throat. Several of his men were borne to the earth under the sheer weight of the attacking numbers. "Look out!" he shouted, seeing a native lunging toward Halloran. The attacker didn't look like a warrior. He wore a white robe and carried no visible weapon. Yet the dwarf saw him hurl himself at Halloran with abandon. Dagrind sprang to the side of his old friend as Hal cut down one of the fearsome spotted warriors who were visible among the attackers. And then things changed, quite suddenly. Chitikas hovered in an easy circle above the battlefield, invisible to all the participants. The serpent greatly enjoyed the savagery of the fight, but his attention concerned primarily the man and woman in the center of the Legionnaires' square. He saw the woman step to the man's side, and a reptilian smirk twisted the feathered snake's still invisible feathers. Then Chitikas arched his scaly eyebrows as he saw a man, a priest it seemed, rush toward the girl. At the same time, a dwarf joined the man. But the press of the attacking Paiute grew overwhelming. It was obvious that soon the man would be dead. Shaking his head, annoyed at the need for unseemly haste, Chitikas acted. Hal saw the pudgy white-robed man emerge from the mass and spring toward him. He turned to meet him before realizing that the man was coming after the girl, not him. He saw Dagrind's stocky form at his side. The dwarf's axe cut a deep gouge in the leg of an attacking warrior, and the native went down like a felled tree. A bright light suddenly washed over the clearing, and the combatants all froze in momentary indecision. Hal blinked against the brightness and saw a whirling circle, the source of the light, descending from the sky toward the battle, toward him. He knew instantly that powerful magic threatened them. Grimly he raised his blade, facing the potent and supernatural attack. He dimly noticed the natives backing away, bowing their heads in fear or reverence, bending toward the earth in supplication. He saw the girl beside him, looking upward also, her face washed in the cool light. The whirling circle dropped quickly as the Legionnaires stood transfixed. Vaguely, Halloran saw that the ring was made from the body of a huge flying snake. Its vast, brilliantly colored wings blurred from the speed of their motion, but were nonetheless visible. The glow emanated from the snake's body itself. Though not equal in brightness to daylight, it flared brighter than any source of nighttime illumination known to Maztica. The broad ring, several paces across, settled around Halloran and Erich. The snake shifted and swirled its coils, embracing the pair. It could not avoid entangling Dagrind and Kachin at the same time. Then the light disappeared, and with it, The four vanished within its grasp. Mixtal gaped at the surreal scene below. He peered over the edge of the pyramid's top, from where he had watched the events below as night had fallen. The priest's mind seemed to settle into a damp puddle somewhere in the pit of his stomach, overwhelmed by the events of this still early evening. First, the Jaguar Knight's objections thwarted the sacrifice of the enemy soldier. Then the girl had returned from the dead, still held by the strangers. He knew he had sacrificed her once, for the cold body still lay beside the altar. Battles of increasing size and ferocity had whirled around him. Then the Coatl had appeared. The mystical creature of ancient history and legend, here, now. And finally, the sudden disappearance of the serpent and the four caught in its coils stunned Mixtal's brain into complete surrender. Collapsing on the stone surface, he wept. Mixtal did not see the dark figure on the pyramid with him. He did not see the slender form, swathed completely in a black robe, bent over the body beside the altar, the body of the young woman, Martine. But the priest heard the soft rustle of silk. He lifted his head to behold the Ancient One striding toward him, feet moving silently over the paving stones. Dimly, Mixtal saw a pair of wide, pale eyes gleaming at him from the depths of a black cowl.
"So, cleric, you have made your sacrifice."
The voice came softly to Mixtal's ears.
"I did," he said, nodding. "You saw."
Spirali looked back at the pale corpse before turning scornfully back to the priest.
"You have failed," he spat. "Failed, Zaltek."
Spirali reached a black hand forward, seizing the cleric by the throat, squeezing. But the attack ran deeper than a mere physical clasp. Mixtal's eyes widened in a gape of unparalleled horror. His tongue protruded. His cheeks sucked futilely for air. And as he suffocated, he felt his soul drawn from him by the unspeakable might of the Ancient One. Mixtal knew as he died that his death would bring annihilation, a complete consumption by a vengeful force of unspeakable evil. Spirali threw the husk of the man, a dried, stiff remnant, to the stones. The Ancient One looked at the now mummified face, sneering at its terror-stricken features.
"Failed Zaltek, perhaps," he whispered. "But more importantly, far more importantly, you have failed the Ancient Ones."
From the Chronicle of Khotan. May these tales be preserved to shine in the light of the plumed serpent's glory. Naltekona, greatest and most omnipotent ruler of the true world, mighty Naltekona, revered counselor of the Nexala and holder of the seat of flowers, who governs the lives and deaths of men with a wave of his hand, supreme Naltekona, blessed with the wisdom of his ancestors. Naltekona has decided. After months of fasting, after long consultations with his wisest clerics and magicians, he has decided. After the dozens of sacrifices consecrated to the younger gods, captive warriors slain, that the revered counselor may gain the insight he needs, Naltekona has decided. He has heard the counsel of his war chiefs, who have urged him to muster his army and meet these invaders on the shore with a full display of the might of Naxal. He has listened to gibbering sorcerers and soothsayers, who tell him the strangers are the incarnate forms of the feathered father, Kotal, returned to Maztica at last. He has heard the fears, conveyed through eagle flight, of the Paiute warriors, who even now stand and face these strangers, perhaps in battle, perhaps in council. All this has Naltecona heard. That his decision can be made with the wisest counsel, the greatest knowledge possible. All this he has heard, and he has decided. He has decided to do nothing. The mighty Nexala, masters of Maztica, will sit and wait. 13. The Shrine of Kotal. Cordell looked up quickly, disturbed by the undisciplined shouts suddenly drifting in from the beach pickets. He knew his guards, posted along the fringe of the jungle at the base of the bluff, would not yield themselves to such an outburst without cause. "Dominicus, Darian," he called his chief lieutenants to his side, and the trio trotted rapidly through the grassy sand. Darkness hid the nearby bluff and its gigantic stone faces, but Cordell knew the voices came from the base of the precipice, near the main trail toward the pyramid at the top. The Bisho rushed ahead of Cordell, his face drawn and haggard. "Almighty Helm, I depend on your mercy," chanted the cleric. The Captain General, too, feared the news from the scouts, though for more pragmatic reasons than the Bisho. Had he lost the use of Halloran as a captain? It was a possibility that needed to be faced. A single word caught his ear as he approached. "Attacked!" Cordell reached the picket to find two swordsmen supporting a third. The latter gasped for breath. His skin was torn in many places, and blood covered his body. Cordell recognized him as Graybert, a reliable veteran. "Martine!" roared the Bisho before Cordell could speak. "What happened to my daughter? Tell me, man." "Where's Dagrind?" demanded Cordell, ignoring the Bisho's glower. The bleeding man stiffened at his commander's voice, doing his best to stand like a legionnaire as he reported. "Dagrind and Halloran are gone, sir. It was sorcery. A bright circle, a ring that floated in the air, settled down around them. Then they disappeared, together with a couple of the savages." The man dropped his eyes, avoiding the Bisho's gaze. "I'm afraid, sir. That is, I heard Halloran say that the savages killed Martine. On top of that pyramid, I think." The Bisho bellowed his grief until his voice faded to a strangled gasp. He slumped to his knees, turning his face to the heavens. Shaking his fists at the sky, he roared his rage so savagely that the men around him stepped back several paces. "The curses of Helm fall upon your heads! May your ignorance be obliterated by the strike of his almighty hand!" For a moment the cleric paused, and then he rose to his feet, his wild gaze meeting Cordell's. "You must send the Legion against them. We will wipe them from the face of the earth." The Captain General's eyes flashed darkly, but the Bisho was too blind to see the warning there. "The Legion performs at my command," Cordell said softly. But you should know that we always destroy our enemies. I will not let this attack go unavenged." By this time, perhaps 10 legionnaires had stumbled down the stairway from the top of the bluff. Many of the troops on the beach had also gathered as Graebert finished his report. The Bichot moaned as Graebert told of Hal and Martine's capture, and Dagran's pursuit. "Then hundreds of 'em attacked, sir, coming out of the jungle with spears and clubs. We were completely surrounded. Dagran got us into square, but too many men had fallen." "And how did you escape, you and these other men?" The question came from a black-robed figure beside Cordell. Darian had remained unnoticed until now. Graebert stiffened at the question, but he did not meet the wizard's eyes. "When that ring appeared, the one that snatched Dagran and Halloran, the savages fell on their faces, like they were frightened or maybe awestruck. And we ran for the bluff. Those of us lucky enough to still be alive." Cordell looked at the elf woman at his side, and she nodded in understanding. "I will return soon," Darian said softly. No one saw her gesture or heard the words to any spell, but all of those gathered saw her disappear from sight, instantly invisible. They knew she went to observe the Legion's newest enemies. Halloran felt the ground drop away, and then a ring of swirling color surrounded him. His hands flailed madly, seeking a handhold as he fell. He felt the squirming body of the young woman beside him. A tugging at his waist told him that Dagran, too, held on. Dimly, he realized that he wasn't really falling. He felt weightless, but there was no rush of wind, no sense of motion. He tried to look around, but all he saw was the ring of color, expanding into an all-encompassing kaleidoscope. And then solid ground once again materialized under his feet. The colors faded to a milky glow, and he saw that he had somehow arrived inside a stone building. The native girl had clung to his arm during the mystifying journey, but now she pushed away from him and stared, panic-stricken, around the chamber. They occupied a circular room, perhaps 10 paces across, with walls made of carved stone blocks. An opening on one side displayed a series of stone stairs leading upward into darkness. Above and beyond the opening, the faint twinkling of starlight illuminated the night sky. "Helm's curses on this sorcery!" Dagran had fallen upon landing, and now sputtered angrily as he climbed to his feet. His hands clenched his bloody axe menacingly. Hal saw the fourth person, the older man in the white robe who had tried to seize the girl. He alone seemed calm. Indeed, Hal watched in amazement as he knelt and bowed toward an image at one side of the room, opposite the doorway. The man's long gray hair, tied in a single knot, fell to the floor as he bowed. "Kotal!" gasped the girl, stepping away from the image. Erishkigal, too, recognized the image of the god, with its fanged jaws and encircling mane of feathers. She saw with sudden and startling clarity the truth of what Chitikas had spoken of earlier, that the faith of Kotal had lurked in the background of her entire life. Both her father and the Kultaka noble Huakal had worshipped the Feather One, albeit quietly and privately. Kachin, cleric of Kotal, had purchased her for an exorbitant price in the name of that temple. She was the object of great attention from Chitikas, a feathered snake made almost in the image of the plumed serpent form of the god. She looked with new eyes at the benign cleric, saw him regarding her with an expression of cherubic innocence. His face, lined with wrinkles as it was, beamed with a quiet smile for Erishatil alone. Many questions suddenly rose within her. Why did the gods place such value on her life, or her death? What had compelled the followers of Kotal to manipulate her across the breadth of the true world? To make her a slave, or a priestess? And now, Chitikas had brought her to this shrine, the sacred place dedicated to Kotal, at the close of this tumultuous day. She looked at the fanged, grinning stone image of the plumed god, and then at the serpentine form of Chitikas, covered as he was in downy feathers, and she wondered. Halloran faced the garish stone image carved into the wall of the round chamber. He saw the face of a serpent, with gaping jaws and a wide mane surrounding the head. The mane, Hal saw after a moment, depicted a wide collar of feathers. Suddenly, he looked upward, wondering at the pale glow. He saw the long snake's body whirling through the air, beating its brilliant wings easily. The snake's body itself was the source of the illumination. His sword hand started upward with a will of its own, until he forced himself to lower the blade. He felt certain that nothing good could come of attacking this glowing serpent, at least not yet. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What do you want?" As soon as he challenged the thing, it slowly settled to the floor, resting on its long tail, while most of the body floated gracefully before him. "Better to ask you, stranger. What do you want?" The voice hissed in his mind, though the creature had made no sound. Awestruck, Halloran stepped backward, realizing that the beast's powers dwarfed his own mortal abilities. The girl spoke, her voice smooth and quick. He could not understand her words, but suddenly the meaning entered his mind. "Chitikas, why have you brought us here? Who are these men?" The serpent, Hal realized, not only communicated its own thoughts to him, but also translated and passed along the words of the native girl. "I don't like this," growled Dagrand, his voice a coarse whisper. "Let's get out of here." "We must stay here and listen." The white-robed man rose to his feet and turned towards Dagrand and Halloran. He, too, spoke his own language for telepathic translation. "The Coatl is the sign of ultimate good, disciple of Kotal himself. I, Kachin, priest of Kotal, beseech you to listen." The cleric nodded at the carved visage, and Hal understood that the serpentine face, with its mane of feathers, depicted this god, Kotal. "Priest," spat the legionnaire. "A priest such as the one who tore the heart from a defenseless woman? What kind of priest is that? What kind of god is that?" Halloran trembled with rage, as the memory of that event came back to him in all its horror. Kachin sighed. "No, not such a priest, though you have seen this face of the gods of Maztica." "What possessed that monster? Why was she killed?" Halloran demanded. "The tale is unpleasant, and, complicated. That cleric is a patriarch of Tzaltek, god of war, and night, and death, and other incidental things, but mainly war. Kachin spoke quickly, his words becoming thoughts in Hal's mind with equal speed. Across the land of Maztica are many who worship Tzaltek, and all of them seek hearts to feed their god. The priests take these hearts, usually at sunrise or sunset, in great numbers. "That's barbaric," snarled Halloran, appalled. "What kind of god would demand such a thing? And what kind of people would obey?" "Do not make judgments too sweeping," urged Kachin. "Though the creed of Tzaltek spreads far across the land, here in Pait are many who hearken to the call of Kotal." Erish spoke suddenly, surprising both Kachin and Hal. "Kotal is the source of Pluma, the feather magic that broke your bonds," she told Hal. "A god who thrives on life and beauty, not blood." The girl turned and explained many things to the cleric. The serpent did not translate her words, but Hal understood the basic message. She had fled from the priest who killed Martine and had been captured by Dagran's men. "All right," Hal growled, interrupting her. "We'll stay here and listen as you suggest, but I want some explanations." "I don't like this," grumbled Dagran softly, but he remained beside his comrade. "Remember, stranger," hissed the serpent, "I could have left you to die at the pyramid. There was no escape for you there." Halloran winced at the power, and the underlying sense of menace, and the message thrumming into his brain. For a moment, he wondered if the snake intended to attack him. At the same time, Halloran realized that the creature spoke the truth. The battle at the pyramid had been lost. He thought of the legionnaires of Dagran's detachment, all of them probably dead now. How many times this day must he stand helpless as companions died? "I have told you that I am Kachin," said the rotund priest, suddenly nodding. His words were translated even as the snake held its unblinking gaze upon Halloran. "And this is Erishitil." Hal nodded curtly, still staring at the snake. Abruptly, a wave of power knocked him backward. Something had struck his mind, a blow that was not physical, but nonetheless stunning. "Speak," commanded the serpent. "Do you strangers have no manners? Speak your names." Hal bit back a sharp reply and nodded stiffly. "I am Captain Halloran. My companion is Captain Dagrand." "And I am Chitikas Coatl, devoted servant of Kotal, and the one who has just saved your lives." The serpent undulated through the room. Slowly the golden glow emanating from its body faded until the chamber disappeared into darkness. "You humans complain about the most ridiculous things. You don't understand things that should be obvious to an infant." The voice was a menacing growl in their minds. "The true world stands at the brink of disaster. Evil threatens life upon all sides, from all directions, and you bicker proudly about your might and your fierceness. It is in your power to do things, to act against this blanketing scourge. You, Captain Halloran, face a quandary. You are not an evil man, yet great evils shall be asked of you. Only you, Erishitil, once of Palul, have touched the spirit of our esteemed father." The creature directed its gaze to Erishitil. and all four humans could feel the focus of its attention change, even in the inky darkness of the chamber. And even you have been reluctant, not showing gratitude proper for one who owes so much. So I will leave all of you to think upon my words. Only when the true blossom of understanding shrouds you can the will of the feathered one become life. But still, for the spirit you have shown me, however briefly. The serpent again hissed softly to Erich. I will give you a gift of learning. They all felt a brief pulse of power, something that seemed to twist the air in the cavern, and then vanish. Sorcery, grunted Dagrind. It is sorcery in truth, short man, said Erich. The three males gaped at her in awe, for the words were carefully pronounced in stilted common speech, the language of Waterdeep and the realms. How is it you speak the words of the strangers? Gasped Kachin. This is the gift of Chitikas, Coatl, replied Erich in amazement. She spoke in Paiute, then turned and repeated the words in common. Where twisty go anyhow? Grunted Dagrind, the first to notice that the snake seemed to be gone. You should show Chitikas more respect, Erich chided Dagrind gently, then turned to look at Halloran with that frank curiosity that he found so unsettling. Halloran returned her stare, half in challenge and half in confusion. Even in the darkness, her luminous eyes were visible, studying him with bold intelligence and a hint of reproach. He wanted to rage at this savage woman and her companion, wanted to curse them for their obscene god. But even so, he remembered her act of kindness, when she'd used her feathered necklace to free him from his bonds. Why did you free me? Hal asked slowly. He pulled the snakeskin from his belt and held it toward her. This held fast against our sharpest steel. I don't know what steel is, but the... Erich paused and searched for a word in her new language. The Hishna, the magic of scale and claw and fang, stands in opposition to Pluma, the magic of feathers and air. I freed you because my necklace of Pluma gives me power over Hishna. Erich pondered for a moment, puzzled. I do not truly know why I chose to use this power to come to your aid. You are certainly the most frightening men I have ever seen. And in truth, you smell as though you have not bathed in many days. Chitikas told me to help you, but I did not want to. It was only when the Paiute attacked that I desired you to have a chance to at least fight for your life. Thank you, said Halloran, as puzzled as Erich by her decision. Dagrind had walked over to the doorway and looked at the sky. Now he turned back, with a more practical concern. Does anyone know where we are? Spirali sat cross-legged upon the altar. The heart that had been torn from Martine lay beside him, cold and still. The Ancient One slowly worked his magic, seeking through the night the power that would tell him where his enemy had gone. The appearance of the Coatl had surprised and angered Spirali. Not one of the creatures had been detected in over 2 centuries, and Spirali's dark-dwelling leaders had pronounced them extinct. They would be displeased by Spirali's report. But they would be very pleased with Spirali if he could announce that the beast was dead, presumably extinct again. So now he sought the deep emanations of power that would tell him where the coatl had gone. And even if the serpent escaped him, the Ancient One might learn where the girl had gone as well. Spirali stiffened almost imperceptibly. There. In another instant, he disappeared. His journey through the spaceless and timeless void that had been the coatl's pathway was instantaneous. Spirali arrived among a grove of flowers in a jungle clearing. He sensed that dawn was near, and this increased his urgency. A dark stone doorway marked a vine-shrouded temple before him. Spirali closed his eyes, but the concentrated emanations of the coatl were no longer present. Nevertheless, he heard voices coming from the temple. One of them he recognized as Erishkigal's. The bluff teems with warriors, at least 1,000, with more emerging from the jungle every minute. Darian explained her observations to Cordell and the Bisho. They didn't question how she gained the information, both knowing that the elf woman could become invisible, levitate or fly, assume the shape of an animal or monster, and employ other magical abilities as she needed. Her methods could not be questioned, and her results were invaluable. But we must attack these pagan savages now. Bisho Dominicus railed at the sky, shaking his fist at the enemy unseen in the darkness above. I'm ready to lead an attack, growled Alvaro eagerly. We'll spit the devils on our swords. The gap-toothed redhead had willingly echoed the cleric's cry for battle, and now they pressed an all-out attack. Be silent! Cordell's tight voice instantly quelled their ranting. The commander continued, his voice low and tense. Think of our tactical position. We stand at the foot of a bluff. By helm, they could use rocks as weapons. Fury and frustration strained Cordell's voice. They hold the high ground. This bluff seems to mark only this headland, interjected Darian. To the west, the land drops off quickly. Cordell raised his eyebrows. You have been busy tonight, my dear. The elf shrugged, her pale eyes veiled. I sought some sign of Dagrind or Halloran. Unfortunately, I saw nothing to indicate where they might have been taken by this glowing ring. Very well. They were good legionnaires, but we have to assume they are gone. Hiding, snorted the Bisho. The young man avoids facing me, shirking the responsibility for his criminal carelessness. Cordell sighed softly, but did not reply to the Bisho's threat. There will be time enough for that, should we ever see Hal again, he thought. We shall sail along the coast, find a shore and land, as the vigilant eye of Helm is my witness. Cordell looked into the Bisho's moist eyes. The Captain General's determination was a black fire burning in his heart as he vowed, and there, in the open, the Legion will await the savages. I assure you, my friend, that your daughter will be avenged. This is the Forgotten Shrine, explained Kachin for Erishkigal's translation. We are east of the maize fields, within sight of the flowered temple of Ulatos.
Erish explained for the benefit of the strangers. Ulatos is the great city of the Pait, not far from your landing point. Your ships lie a march of perhaps 2 hours to the east.
The translations of distance and time came easily to her. She realized that in both cases, the language of the strangers was far more precise than her own. Obviously, they were a people who liked to measure things. Why did that priest kill Martine? Why did he choose her for his sacrifice? The memory of the gory ritual burned in Halloran's mind like a nightmare that would not go away.
The priest was mad, explained Erish. He thought the woman was me.
Maddened by Chitikas, she added to herself. You mean this war was started by a bewitched cleric? Howled Dagrind. I might have known. But Halloran was thinking about her answer. Why does he want to kill you?
I don't know.
The sight of her eyes left him absolutely convinced that she told the truth. Come, Erish, urged Kachin in Pait. Let us haste into Ulatos. We should leave the presence of these strangers.
But what about the danger in Ulatos?
Erish vividly remembered her abduction from the temple. I will see to your safety, personally. The sanctity of the silent counselor's grounds shall not again be violated. Erish turned back to the 2 legionnaires.
You will find yourself on the shore as we emerge from this shrine. Your friends lie to the east. Kachin and I return to our city, to the west.
She started toward the door, then stopped, and looked back at Halloran.
May your journey pass in peace.
Halloran looked at the woman again. She seemed so much older than Martine, or himself for that matter. He suspected that she had not yet seen 20 years. Yet she carried herself with a maturity and grace that fascinated him almost to the point of awe. Yet Martine's terror-stricken face appeared in his memory again. He had failed his responsibility to her. She had been killed because a mad priest took her to be this woman in front of him. Perhaps that should make him angry at Erish. But instead, it only made him more curious. I hope that we meet again, he said, bowing. Halloran preceded the others up the stairway leading out of the shrine. The twilight of approaching dawn filtered dim light through the foliage around them, and he saw a wide beach through the trees. Erish followed him out of the shrine, then paused to look at him one last time. Kachin followed her, stopping in the doorway. Suddenly, the cleric's eyes widened. He sprang forward, pushing Erish roughly to the side. The black arrow intended for her heart lodged instead in the cleric's ribcage. Kachin gasped in deep pain and dropped to the ground. Dagrind raised his crossbow, quickly sighting on the dark blur he thought he saw among the foliage. The black shape rolled to the side, evading his missile, but revealing its presence by the movement. Halloran charged the man-like figure, his silver longsword seeking flesh before him. Even though dawn's light had come as a rosy hue in the east, he could see nothing of his opponent but whirling shadow. Then he caught the dull glint of cold steel. Helmstooth clashed against another metal sword. The enemy's blade was black, but rang like true steel. Again and again the weapons met, silver and black. Sometimes sparks flared from the violence of the contact. The fighters dodged and ducked among the trees, hacking into trunks and through branches in their desperate attacks and parries. Hal guessed his opponent to be of human size, perhaps a little smaller, but possessed of a supple, wiry strength. He noticed that the swordsman was cloaked entirely in black, including his gloves, boots, and a silken mask. More importantly, the Dark One's skill with the blade matched the best swordsman he had ever seen. With savage, silent violence, the dark figure rushed Hal, slicing his face and narrowly missing his bowels. Then the legionnaire kicked the wiry form away and stabbed once, twice, again, each time missing by a mere inch. Halloran attacked and parried with all the skill in his arm and his brain. The dark figure seemed to flow away from his shining blade, deftly swirling beyond the point, and then the razor-edged return thrust whistled past Halloran as he used all of his speed to avoid sudden death. Dagrand cocked his crossbow and aimed, but he could not get a clear shot into the melee. Even as red dawn blossomed to pink, as flowers and insects became visible among the fronds, the mysterious attacker remained shrouded in shadowy darkness. His garments, if such they were, seemed to float around him like a cloud of smoke, obscuring his limbs but in no way impairing his movement. The fighter pressed Halloran back again, the blows coming more swiftly than ever. The legionnaire parried and retreated. Slowly, he felt himself losing the fight. His arm felt like a leaden weight, and his brain began to struggle against fatigue. Still the dark stranger attacked, with no sign of strain or exhaustion. Dawn's pale illumination began to brighten the clearing around them, and Halloran fought for his life. Then suddenly, the black form darted away from him, rolling into the foliage. Like smoke, his shape seemed to dissipate. Hal lunged forward recklessly, his long sword lancing out toward his opponent's suspected location. But his strike met only succulent greenery. He hacked at the fronds, but there was nothing there. As the first rays of the sun flickered across the treetops above them, Halloran and his companions realized that the attacker was gone. On the ground, Kachin coughed, the pink froth of his life blood trickling through his lips. Dawn showed the great wings spreading across the water. Gultek, atop the pyramid with Coxall, the revered counselor of Ulatos, and Lok, chief of the Eagle Warriors, watched the white shapes unfold like the blossoms of a day-flower opening to the sun. The Jaguar Knight felt a terrible unease as he watched. Oddly, he missed the presence of Kachin. That cleric, among all the men he knew, seemed capable of offering wisdom and sound guidance in this hour of dire danger. And Gultek did not underestimate the danger posed by these strangers. Nearly 200 of his warriors had been slain in short minutes of combat, a horrifying death toll even to the veteran campaigner. At the same time, only 10 of the strangers had been killed. Gultek felt certain that the other strangers at the pyramid would have perished, except for the appearance of the Coatl. But at what cost to his own troops? A sense of menace grew in his mind, and suddenly he spoke to Coxall and Lok. "We must send the warriors back to the city, quickly." "The city?" Coxall looked at him suspiciously. "But the strangers are here now."
I think they will fly soon. See how they spread their wings? The army of Ulatos is here, and the city lies undefended.
No! Coxall barked. Loke, the Eagle Chief, started to speak, but closed his mouth in the face of the counselor's glare. Coxall squinted, studying the great water creatures. He could not think of them as boats, and trying to control the fear raging in his breast. Ghoultek turned away from the counselor, his temper flaring. Normally, in such a state, he would have stalked away. But this day, these occurrences seemed so momentous to the Jaguar Knight that such ordinary concerns of pride faded to insignificance. The white wings did indeed fly. See how their beats stir the wave-tops, Loke said, pointing. They all watched the white wakes foaming behind each hull as the strangers rode their water creatures around the reef. They followed the coast toward the west, in the direction of Ulatos. Coxall watched the flight of the strangers in a stupor. This was the first he had seen of their might, and awe filled his body with numbness. Suddenly, he shook his head. "We must race to Ulatos," he declared, oblivious of his two war chieftains, who looked at him in scorn, "to defend the city against the invaders." From the Chronicle of Khotan. Now our destiny has only to be born. The eagles continue to report to Naltekona. He hears the news of their departure with joy. He smiles and relaxes, and beckons to his priests and nobles. See, the strangers leave us. They are no threat, surely not the cause of 10 years of portents. He cheers himself, but no one else with the heartiness of his words. Then more eagles fly to the palace of Nexal, and the revered counselor hears of the stranger's approach to Ulatos. For a time, Naltekona is despondent, and then again, the smile of understanding crosses his features. But now he understands things that no one else can see. It is their folly to go to Ulatos, for that is the heart of the Pait lands, he assures his attendants. Surely the jaguars and eagles of the Pait will rally to destroy them, he explains to the nobles. And indeed, the warriors of the Pait gather, many thousand men of the city and the surrounding towns. More warriors arrive daily from Pait lands deeper in the jungle, mysterious regions unknown even to Nexal. But only Naltekona believes they may solve his dilemma. 14. Ulatos Lagoon. The cleric of Kotal gasped and wheezed, each breath coming shorter than the last as his lungs slowly filled with blood. Erishitil wept softly beside him, holding Kachin's hand in hers. The cleric forcefully stopped her when she tried to tend his wounds, shaking his head to indicate certain knowledge of his fate. This man suddenly meant a great deal to Erish, and the thought of his loss left her frightened and lonely. Halloran stood awkwardly off to the side, while Dagrand looked fruitlessly for some indication of the dark attacker's nature or trail. The shrine, Hal saw now, was a round, dome-shaped building in the rainforest. It was covered with vegetation and stood very near to the shore. He wondered how far they were from the fleet's anchorage. He did not allow himself to consider the possibility that the Legion had moved on. Nothing Halloran could imagine seemed as frightening to him as the thought of being stranded here, never to see men of his own world again. Erich moaned and leaned across Kachin's suddenly still body. Halloran looked away, realizing with surprise that this man's death saddened and angered him. The attack had been cowardly, and the cleric had given his life to save a maiden, a clear statement of the relative merits of attacker and victim. But also this cleric had acted as a decent and reasonable man. Indeed, Kachin had almost seemed civilized, Hal admitted. Too, he was discomfited by this unusual girl who had magically learned his language and who regarded him with those luminous eyes.
"Well, there's no sign of that thing, or person, or whatever it was," reported Dagrand. "Now let's get going back to the fleet."
"Wait." Halloran suddenly felt reluctant to leave. He turned to the girl. "I'm sorry about your friend." Again she disturbed him, this time with the extent of the pain he could see in her face. She studied him with a wounded innocence that finally forced him to turn away. "Will you help me bury him, please?" she asked softly.
"We have to go," Dagrand objected. "Cordell might already have decided to move on."
Halloran sighed and looked at his old friend. "You go ahead. I'll help her and catch up as soon as I can." The dwarf looked at him incredulously for a moment, but made no move to leave.
"I never did think you had much in the way of a brain. But I'd best stay here and help you get the job done. Then," and his voice dropped to an ominous growl, "we're going."
Erishatil selected a spot beside the shrine of Kotal, the god Kachin had served all his adult life. The fringe of forest along the coast was lined with many rocks, for the beach here was more gravelly than it had been below Twin Visages. All three of them helped carry rocks to the burial site, then slowly built a mound over Kachin's body. Erich worked steadily, ignoring the questions that began to grow in her mind. Where should I go? What should I do? Fiercely she forced those questions aside until the grave was completed. Finally the work was done, and all her uncertainties settled to the fore of her mind. A small part of her wanted to return home, to Palul, to finally see Nexal, the great city she had never seen. She knew no one in Ulatos, indeed in all Pait, and she had come here as a purchased slave. Erich understood that. Though Kachin had called her a priestess, she did not have the training or background for such an exalted calling. But if she was not a priestess, neither was she any longer a slave. She feared the forces of Tzaltek, for they had attacked her more than once, yet it seemed that greater things had been set in motion by the arrival of these strangers. And those forces would threaten her everywhere in the true world, perhaps with even greater savagery near their highest temple in Nexal. 2. There was the matter of Chitikas's gift to her. She was probably the only Maztican who could communicate with the strangers. They were indeed a frightening, even horrifying lot. The prospects for peace between Halloran's people and her own looked very grim, especially after the melee at the pyramid. In her heart, she wondered whether war was inevitable. Could her destiny, the destiny Chitikas had spoken of, involve the prevention of this conflict? She doubted whether this was possible, but at the same time, she felt compelled to try to do something. She would return to Ulatos. If the strangers sailed up the coast, this would be the first city they encountered. She would get there first and offer her abilities as a translator. Then she would do everything she could to prevent a war. Now we must go. The man called Captain Halloran looked at her with a certain sadness in his face. Once again she bravely met his gaze. Indeed, he had begun to look less horrid than she had first thought. His pale blue fish eyes still unsettled her, and he, like all of these strangers, seemed surrounded by that unpleasant odor. Obviously bathing would be difficult on the strangers' great flying houses. No doubt they would resume normal human hygiene now that they had landed. She looked up at his genuine smile, his tall, powerful form. He was the most magnificent warrior she had ever seen. True, Erich had never been one to be swathed by the prowess of a fighting man, but never before had a warrior saved her life. And every one of his acts seemed tempered with honor and decency. "I will show you the way back to Twin Visages," she offered. They stepped from the verdure onto the gravelly coastline, and she turned to the right. "There, perhaps 1 or 2 hours from here." "Where will you go?" asked Hal, looking at the long stretch of stone and jungle. "I journey there." She pointed to the left, to the city of Ulatos, heart of the Pait lands. She did not add her fears of war, nor her thoughts of prevention. "I wish you a safe journey," he said, bowing. "Perhaps we will meet again." She looked at him with humor. "I think perhaps we will." He did not understand, and she pointed past him. Dagrand groaned as they looked out to sea, and Halloran's heart sank. All of his fears came back. He was stranded on a distant shore. 15 sets of sails jutted above the horizon. The Legion sailed along the coast, headed in their direction. But the ships were too far from shore for the pair to have any chance of hailing them as they passed. The wind cooperated splendidly, carrying the fleet seaward, beyond any shoals that might have lurked around the headland of Twin Visages. After they had safely passed from the lagoon into the deep sea, the breeze shifted, gently ushering the caravels and carracks along the luxuriant vista of this new shore. Cordell watched the tangled jungle press forward to the sea, and he guessed that they passed a river delta. Indeed, dozens of canoes darted back and forth through the lush greenery, and he knew that the natives of this land observed them as they sailed westward. "These are puzzling people," remarked the Captain General to Darien. The pair stood alone atop the raised afterdeck of the Falcon. The elf-woman's hood was pulled completely over her head in order to protect her skin from the blazing afternoon sun. In many ways savage, yet they show organization and considerable energy. "I suspect our Bisho's notion of their godlessness is mistaken," said Darien. "Whether they're led by gods or sorcerers or both," vowed Cordell, "they will come to regret the impetuous attack on my men." After the delta, a line of hills rose from the river valley. In the shelter of these hills, almost as if the land extended an encircling and protective arm, the Golden Legion found its anchorage. The shore along the bay was smooth and grassy, with numerous villages and small temples scattered among the fields. The canoes of the natives maintained a constant vigil as the caravels dropped anchor. Here longboats probed the shore, and soon the reports reached Falcon. The anchorage was deep, the shore firm and suitable for the debarkation of horses and men. The Bisho climbed to the deck as Cordell gave the order to move the ships closer to shore. The cleric had grieved loudly over the death of his daughter, but now he approached the general with a quiet, grim look. "Helm, in his mercy, has given me a sign," explained the Bisho abruptly. "Indeed," answered Cordell cautiously. "You need a commander for the Lancers, since Halloran has disappeared." The Bisho glowered. "Yes. I have had some thoughts on the matter." Dominicus shook his head. "Helm has shown me directly that he desires Captain Alvaro to take command." Cordell tried to suppress a grimace. The Bisho often used visions from Helm to urge the general to follow some course of action he knew was not entirely agreeable to Cordell. Naturally, the commander needed to consider the opinions and suggestions of his spiritual advisor, and Dominicus often took advantage of the fact. "I was thinking of someone a bit older, more seasoned. Alvaro can be somewhat impetuous," began the Captain General. But the Bisho interrupted. "It must be Alvaro. I have seen this." Cordell did not want to antagonize his old comrade at this stage of his mourning, nor could he risk the demoralizing effect a public argument might have upon his legionnaires. He knew Alvaro to be a brave and dashing horseman, albeit a trifle rash. He had a reputation as the best swordsman in the legion. The general finally overcame his objections. "Very well. Captain Alvaro shall have command of the Lancers." "They gather their flying houses in the lagoon," explained Gultek. He breathed heavily, for he had just returned to Ulatos from a hurried reconnaissance. "Excellent," Coxall declared, beaming. The revered counselor had come more and more to relish the coming clash with the invaders, almost to the point of what Gultek considered rashness. "Now you must take the warriors down the plain and await them above the shore. Allow them to land before you attack." Coxall gave his instructions quickly. "Perhaps, my counselor, we should conceal a portion of our force in the trees along the delta," suggested Gultek. "I remember all too clearly the fighting prowess of these warriors. We would do well to hold some of our troops in reserve for a surprise attack." Coxall fitted Gultek with a darkly suspicious look, the implications of which caused the Jaguar Knight's blood to boil. "Do you fear these warriors, Gultek?" The counselor's voice was smooth, unusually considerate, but the question was a mortal insult to a captain of Gultek's stature. Once again, all his emotions urged him to turn on his heel and leave the presence of the revered counselor. Yet thoughts of destiny, of the historical importance of this moment, held his rage in check. "I will personally lead the warriors across the field," Gultek agreed stiffly. "We will meet the invaders at the shore." The Bisho smoldered in his cabin as the fleet swung easily at anchor. In his rage, he had abandoned his slave on the shore below Twin Visages. He only spared her life after Cordell intervened on her behalf, reminding him that Helm's vengeance should be directed at those responsible for evil, not its innocent victims. Now Cordell and Alvaro stood on the raised deck of the Falcon and observed with anticipation the flat plain beside the river delta. The jungle shore was gone here, replaced by golden fields of the tall, plump grain these natives tended. Maize, the islanders had called it.
"Yes, Captain General, I understand. I will command the horses well."
Alvaro beamed, his widely spaced teeth standing like scattered tombstones in a cemetery. The sun caused his red hair to blaze like firelight.
"And may I say, sir, that you will not regret your choice. That young fellow, Halloran, was simply too green to—"
"Enough," snapped Cordell. "Go back to your ship. Be prepared to debark the horses after nightfall."
"Yes, sir."
Alvaro couldn't conceal his delight as he turned away. His eyes drifted idly over the verdant shore less than a mile away. Was Halloran still alive there? Alvaro belched, not really caring. Darien joined Cordell as Alvaro stepped into the longboat beside the Falcon. "See how that ridge of land encircles us here?" said the commander. "I think we've found ourselves a splendid anchorage." All soundings indicated a good depth below them, even though their ships were anchored within a few 100 feet of shore. "Look there." The general pointed to his elf-woman. "Those are man-made structures rising above the trees." Indeed, the pyramids of Ulatos were in plain view from their anchorage. The tangled swamps blocked the delta below the town, but less than a mile to the west beckoned a broad savanna of grass and maize.
"The Bisho will be pleased,"
said Darien, with a sly, private smile.
"To be sure."
Cordell paid her little attention. "Excellent. We will land the entire legion here. The savages will quickly learn the folly of attacking the Golden Legion."
"Let the war begin,"
whispered Darien, so softly that even her man did not hear. Spirali rested inside the dark shrine of Kotal. He felt no sense of irony at taking shelter within a building devoted to the rival of Zaltek. In truth, Spirali felt little of anything. The fight with the swordsman had exhausted him, but only daylight had forced him to teleport away from the battle. Even so, he was not certain he could have bested the human. Indeed, these invaders were of a breed quite different from the natives of Maztica. Of course, he, like the other ancient ones, had long known of the lands across the sea, the lands referred to by their inhabitants as the Forgotten Realms, or the Sword Coast, or by other exotic names. For many years, it had been the task of the ancient ones to prepare the land for the coming of these strangers, prepare it so that Zaltek would feed well, and the ancient ones would grow strong. Spirali regarded his problems coldly, dispassionately. Yet he nearly cursed when he thought of the girl escaping his arrow. That the missile had claimed the corpulent cleric was little satisfaction. Now the hot sun blistered the world outside this stone building. Even the pale light spilling down the stairs burned his eyes and forced him to avert his gaze. He could only wait until nightfall. The white sails had remained visible against the horizon for several hours, as Halloran and Dagrind, led by Erishitil, pressed westward along the shore. Eventually the fleet overtook them and continued on farther to the west, never coming closer to land. The shoreline was mostly smooth beach, backed by jungle, and they made good time. Along the way, they encountered several small groups of fishermen on the shore. These natives took one look at Halloran, in his steel breastplate and blonde hair, or the grizzled visage of Dagrind scowling from beneath his heavy brows, and quickly fled into the jungle or took to the sea in their long canoes. "I'd like to get my hands on one of those canoes," said Halloran as another trio of fishermen desperately paddled their slim craft through the surf, away from the shore. "Perhaps we can find one when we reach the delta," replied Erish. "I can take you that far before I turn toward Ulatos." Late in the day, they saw the billowing canvas veer landward, and Hal's heart thrilled to the hope that their fleet would deep anchor and allow them to rejoin their companions. He tried, unsuccessfully, to bury the bleak sense of failure that would accompany his return. He felt, again, his guilt over Martine's loss. Somehow his shame seemed even more tarnished when he realized that he had been enjoying Erish's company for some time without a single thought of the Bishop's daughter. "What kind of a man am I?" he wondered. "That is the delta, where the ships go now," explained the woman. She remembered descriptions of Ulatos she had heard from Kachin, complete with details and maps sketched on the ground. "I know there are many canoes, traders and fishermen and flower-gatherers, working among the mangaru groves." The shorelands here were more open, and Dagrind clumped along ahead of the man and the woman. Halloran saw large fields of the plump, rich vegetable they had sampled at every landing in Maztica. "I see you, too, make use of this maize plant," he observed to Erish, as they passed a particularly lush field, separated from the beach by a row of palm trees and a narrow, straight canal. "What place in the world could live without maize?" asked Erish in bewilderment. "It is the food sent to man by the gods, brought by Kotal himself before he fought with his son Tsaltek and was driven from Maztica." Hal smiled. "We have grown to adulthood, never knowing of maize until the last few weeks. It is a wondrous plant, but unique to Maztica," he pronounced tentatively, to her shy laughter. "Maztica. Maztica, meaning the true world. But perhaps the world is a larger place than we have known." She turned and looked at him. "Tell me, where is it you come from? Are there many humans there?" Erish had decided for herself, beyond any sense of doubt, that these visitors were men and not gods. Complex and interesting men, to be sure, but as mortal as herself and her people. "It is a place called the Forgotten Realms, from lands among the Sword Coast. My general is a great man, a man named Cordell, and he has led his legion here in search—" He suddenly let his words trail off. Their mission, the plundering of these people's gold and the conquest of their lands, suddenly seemed less righteous than before, now that he was here, face to face with Erish. It had been a simple matter when the inhabitants of these lands had been faceless savages, rude barbarians. The Legion's mission became even more just when the natives attacked him by surprise and then performed the shocking ritual of Martine's sacrifice. But now, he had seen the courage and kindness of these people as well. No legionnaire had ever died a braver death than had Kachin, stopping the arrow intended for Erich. And that young woman had shown herself to be wise and patient, even in the face of events that could easily have overwhelmed her. Such thoughts, he reminded himself sharply, were disloyal, perhaps even treasonous. Roughly, he forced them from his mind, replacing them with the vivid memory of Martine's brutal sacrifice, the chilling cruelty of the priest. Whether he had been mad or not, many others followed his orders with apparent willingness. So even in madness, he had not been alone. Nevertheless, Hal felt certain that there was more to these people than Bishop Dominicus, or even Cordell, suspected. This was a complex issue, and Halloran disliked complex issues on principle. Unconsciously he scowled, then smiled at Erich's sudden expression of worry when she saw his face. "My mind is wandering," he explained. He saw that they approached a region of densely tangled vegetation extending far into the sea. Stretches of glassy water were visible, winding among the trees, which Erich called Mangaru. "See how the limbs entwine," she said. "The Mangaru creates its own islands as it expands. There is the Ulatos Delta. They say it is always growing, that islands creep farther into the ocean every day." "We've got to find a canoe," declared Hal, suddenly anxious to return to the fleet. She looked at him sharply, surprised by his sudden, rudely abrupt declaration, but then shrugged and led him onward. A small dock marked the border of the Mangaru Delta. It looked like a swamp to Halloran, and here they found several canoes left by the hurriedly fleeing natives. They selected a large dugout, made from a single log that had been hollowed by fire and patient chiseling. "I will leave you here," said Erich quietly, disturbed and slightly frightened by the sudden tension in this tall man. "May you have a good journey to your great canoe, your ship." Dagrind lowered himself into one of the wobbling boats as Hal turned to say farewell. He found his tongue frozen in his mouth. This native girl disturbed and intrigued him in a way that Martine never had. Halloran's conscience troubled him deeply, as he realized that the Legion's mission would almost certainly make them enemies. "Thank you for all your kindness," he finally blurted. "I hope that we meet again, and that fate is kind to you until that day." Bowing awkwardly, he climbed into the stern of the canoe. He and Dagrind each took a paddle, and soon the nimble craft disappeared among the winding Mangaru groves, heading for the open sea. Erich watched them sail away, fighting a powerful sadness growing in her heart. She would remember the pale, tall soldier, with his mighty prowess and his strange, burning sense of drive. Truly, if the other strangers were his equals, the invaders were a powerful and deadly force, perhaps equal to the might of Nexal itself. Suddenly she shuddered. Her thoughts had briefly touched on both the city of Nexal and these strangers. For a stark second, her brain had flashed with a vision of distant Nexol in ruins, black smoke shrouding the sky above her lakes. In her imagination, these strangers were everywhere. "Do not debark the horses until dark," ordered the Captain General. "We have seen no sign of mounted travel here. Perhaps they will provide an unpleasant surprise for the foe come tomorrow." His captains were gathered before him on the deck of the Falcon, receiving their final instructions. Cordell had commanded that the Legion debark before nightfall. The troops would bivouac on the shore, in full view of the native army. The Captain General once again turned his eyes to the plain beside the delta, where thousands of warriors, under many dozens of colorful banners, pennants, and flags, gathered to await them. They remained perhaps a mile back from the beach, within easy striking distance. Beyond the plain rose the high white buildings of the city. Particularly intriguing was the tallest pyramid, with its green gardens draping in elegant terraces down its broad sides. High atop the pyramid, a crystalline fountain shimmered and gleamed in the late afternoon sun. "General, why should we not remain aboard the ship tonight and land the entire Legion in the morning? We leave ourselves terribly exposed to night attack." The speaker was Geraint, the captain commanding a company of sword and buckler men. He raised objections running through the minds of many of the men. "We land tonight precisely to show them we are not afraid," Cordell answered forcefully, but he clearly welcomed the question. His voice softened. "I know, Captain Geraint, that your men will bear the brunt of such an attack should it develop. I am gambling that it will not. I can afford to gamble, because I know your company will protect the Legion if I am wrong." Pleased with the compliment, the captain nodded his understanding, if not his approval, of the plan. "My Lord General?" asked a plaintive voice. Cordell turned, gritting his teeth, to regard the weasel-faced accountant, Cardan. "Yes?" "The treasure, my lord. I beg you to consider the treasures we have already gained. We carry a small fortune in gold nuggets and crude ornaments from the islanders." Cardan bobbed his head as he spoke, with frequent glances toward the shore. "Should we not see that treasure safely out to sea?" he blurted. "Not held here, close to shore, where the savages could swarm out in their canoes and take it?" Cordell looked at the assessor in astonishment. "It's preposterous to think they could claim even one of our ships by force. I'll have no more such talk." The assessor's words may already have caused a distraction, he feared, at a time when he needed the entire concentration of his men directed toward the upcoming conflict. Cordell half turned toward the afterdeck, then changed his mind. Normally, he would ask the Bisho to bestow Helm's blessing upon this undertaking. But Dominicus still muttered and paced, staring intently landward. Cordell feared his address could do more harm than good. "Get hold of yourself, man," he silently willed. "I need you. The Legion needs you." "It's the deserters themselves!" howled Dominicus, suddenly pointing to a small craft approaching the anchored flagship. Cordell and the captains stepped into the gunwale and saw a native canoe emerging from the nearby stands of delta trees. Halorn and Dagrind were plainly visible, alone in the boat. "Bisho Dominicus, we must talk," said Cordell quietly. Even hushed, his voice had the strength of a steel rod. The captains stirred behind him, and the general knew that he needed to tread carefully between the vengeful cleric and the pragmatic needs of his men. The Bisho glared at Cordell suspiciously, but he knew enough not to bluster loudly before the legionnaires. "Surely you don't mean to welcome them back," he hissed in disbelief. "The young man was guilty of criminal cowardice in allowing my daughter to be slain, and both of them deserted our men in the face of enemy attack." The cleric's voice grew shrill with his anger. "I cannot antagonize him now. I need him tomorrow." Cordell sighed, a heavy and obvious gesture. "Your daughter's death is a great tragedy, my friend. And to be sure, she had been entrusted to young Halloran's care at the time. This, then, must mark against him. But he is a skilled lancer, a natural horseman, and a brave soldier. And Dagrand is my best captain. You cannot claim both of these warriors on the eve of battle." "But the guards told us. They disappeared during—" "They were snatched by sorcery. Even through your anger, you should recognize that." The Bisho turned away sullenly as Cordell continued. "I will give you Halloran in chains. After the battle, you can punish him as you deem fit. But Dagrand goes free, with no sanction from you. And you will not refer to either of these men as cowards, in my presence or in the presence of any member of the Legion. Do I make myself clear?" "Obey me." The Captain General focused his will and his command upon the cleric. "We need you, Bisho, but we need Dagrand too." "Very well," Dominicus grunted. "I want Halloran clapped in irons and locked below. I will say nothing to the men. I have no need to punish the dwarf." "Good." Cordell nodded, still annoyed that his lieutenant's vengeance would cost him a good officer. "Now let us see to the landing." The Bisho joined the captains, and Cordell summoned his cabin boy. The lad listened carefully while his commander outlined the preparations to be made in fashioning a cell below decks for Halloran. The golden eagle banner fluttered proudly atop the Falcon's mainmast. Halloran felt a surge of emotion as he approached that flag and the ship below. Tears clouded his eyes, and he saluted the pennant as the canoe drew alongside the Falcon. Shame, too, threatened to overwhelm him. The tragedy of Martine's loss weighed heavily on his mind. He did not know what to expect when he boarded the flagship. The Carrack rode quietly on the placid lagoon, and Dagrand and he had no difficulty ascending the rope ladders dropped to them from the deck above. Halloran stopped in shock as he stepped aboard the Falcon's deck. Without a word, 4 brawny sergeants seized him and clapped metal cuffs about his wrists and ankles. Hal bit his tongue. He saw the glowering figure of Bisho Dominicus beyond his guards, and suspected the explanation. Perhaps he deserved no better treatment, he told himself. "Here now," growled Dagrand, turning to defend his friend. But Captain General Cordell stepped up to him and raised a placating hand. The dwarf glowered suspiciously at his commander. Cordell's words struck Halloran with greater force than any physical blow could possibly deliver. "Captain Halloran, you are charged with desertion in the face of the enemy. You will have a chance to speak in your own defense after the matters of tomorrow are resolved. Until then, you are confined to a brig below decks of the Falcon. Cordell looked Halloran squarely in the eyes as he spoke. The young man sought some hidden message there, some gleam of communication that would tell him that Cordell knew he was not a coward, would not have fled a battle. This man's high regard meant more to Halloran than anything in the world. But instead, he saw inky black depths that showed him only the strength of the commander's murky soul. Your sword, sir. Cordell's voice strained as he barked at Halloran. Numbly, the young captain ungirded helm's tooth. Slowly, looking at the weapon in disbelief, he handed it to his commander. Cordell turned away from him, setting the weapon aside before turning back to the assembled legionnaires. Command of the pennant lancers is conferred to Captain Alvaro, effective immediately. Halloran heard his unit transferred to the oily hands of the unscrupulous horseman, a final outrage as he stepped through the hatchway toward his dark and musty cell. 15. Imprisoned. The desert stretched in all directions, bleak, dry, and hot. Where once Postli had seen a myriad of wondrous colors, hues of gold and red and brown in a million varieties of shadow and light, now he saw only emptiness, wasteland, and death. His waterskin had been empty for days. No stranger to the desert, the Eagle Knight had survived by hacking the plump cactus known as the Sand Mother, wherever he could find it. The sweet moisture within the plant had sustained him until the desert became so dry that even the Sand Mother could not live. Postli's eagle feather mantle spread around him as he slumped to the ground. He squeezed a handful of powdery rock, crushing it into sand, as if he would force water from the stones. He began to wonder, for the first time, if the desert had defeated him. The eagle feathers, black and white, now covered with dust. They could spread into wings and carry him from this place of death and despair. He shook his head weakly. No, he thought determinedly. I have set out on foot, and on foot I will complete this journey. The god, the plumed father himself, had spoken to Postli in a dream, commending him to his quest. Somehow he would find the silver wheel, the artifact that might explain the meaning of the stranger's coming. If they did not herald the return of Kotal, their arrival was still a thing of great significance to the true world. It was Postli's mission to find that truth, to learn the nature of that significance. How he would learn it, and if he would even survive his quest, were just now points of some doubt. Then, the rocks began to talk. The longboat slipped through the darkness to nestle against the seaward side of the Falcon. A dark figure grabbed a line and quickly pulled himself onto the deck. He nodded curtly at the legionnaires, guarding the ship, and went to the door of the forward cabin. Bishop Dominicus opened the door in a wash of candlelight. He admitted the visitor, and then quickly closed the portal, darkening the deck. "So good of you to come, Captain," greeted the Bishop, pouring 2 glasses of brandy. "I got your message. What do you want?" grunted Alvaro. The Bishop frowned, his long face creasing unpleasantly. He narrowed his eyes as he handed Alvaro a glass. "I fear that justice may not be served in a certain case of treason within the Legion." Alvaro's gapped teeth split into a sly grin of understanding. "Go on," he urged. "You are in a position to benefit from swift justice in the case in question, and I desire such justice to be done. Believe me when I tell you that you owe command of the Lancers to my intervention and strong recommendation." Now Alvaro's red beard twisted into a frown. He did not like this turn in the conversation, and the Bishop immediately changed his tactics. If Halloran were to meet his end aboard ship before his trial, while I am safely ashore with Cordell, I can ensure that the investigation into the execution would be minimal. Alvaro turned and paced 2 steps in the small cabin, then turned back. "I want more than revenge. I want gold," he hissed. "I'm certain that we can agree upon a price," replied the Bishop. The feather banners streamed in the air, lifted by Pluma into a weightless, colorful cloud over the army of the Paiute. The whole plain of Ulatos became a sea of shades and hues. Great fans swirled over the most important leaders, the chiefs of 1,000 men. From all the lands of the Paiute, from the depths of the jungles and the breadth of the wide coastal savanna, the warriors gathered on the field beside Ulatos Lagoon. Gultek stood at the heart of the gathering with several other jaguar knights on the flat roof of the large house they had claimed as their meeting place. The whistles and shell trumpets of different bands shrilled and honked in the growing twilight, and new arrivals often marched in under torchlight, advancing like slow, flaming serpents from the surrounding jungles. It made the night uneasy, this gathering of the entire army in the open, a mile from the camp of the strangers. Dense jungle and the Mangaru swamp of the delta surrounded them, and Gultek knew they could conceal 10,000 men or more close to the enemy route of advance. But Coxall, the revered counselor, flushed with his insulted pride, had ordered otherwise. The enemy forces had quickly come ashore in their longboats, deploying into companies and advancing 100 yards from shore. For some moments, it had seemed that they intended to attack at nightfall, a tactic unthinkable to Gultek and the other warriors of Maztica. But now it seemed as if the strangers, like normal men, would wait until sunrise to fight. Fires marked the scope of his army's camp, and Gultek indeed felt a surge of pride as he saw the vast mass of warriors across the plain. 25,000 men, each composed of 10 companies of 100, had answered the alarm of invasion. They were all independent formations, each commanded by a highly ranked jaguar or eagle. Each 100-man included an auxiliary force of perhaps a half-dozen eagles or jaguars, knights who had proven exceptional valor in many campaigns. Some bands were armed with bows and arrows, others with slings. These they would position carefully to bombard the enemy. Then the many thousands with javelins or makas would close to complete the capture. At least, that was the plan. Erich walked quickly among the fields, passing the houses of farmers. She did not want to go to Ulatos, but neither did she want to sleep on the shore of some canal. A plump woman patted maize cakes before one of the residences she passed. It was a small house, adjacent to a narrow canal, but it was freshly whitewashed, and the green fronds of the roof shone with bright freshness. The woman waved cheerily, and Erich waved back and smiled. She hesitated, and the gray-haired matron called her over. "I am Zila," she explained, nodding politely as Erich introduced herself. "Why is a pretty girl like you walking alone at such an hour?" Zila asked. Her tone was teasing, but Erich sensed real concern in her voice. "I am alone here, and I seek a place to sleep." "My house is your house, my daughter," said Zila formally. "Will you share my table?" "I would be honored, mother," Erich replied gladly. In moments, Zila put her to work stirring the beans bubbling in a clay pot among the coals of a fire. The woman sliced peppers and tomatoes, and soon the pair sat comfortably on reed mats and ate a delicious meal. Erich was surprised that they were joined by neither Zila's husband nor anyone else. "Forgive my impertinence, but you have a very large house. Are you here alone?" Zila looked surprised. "My husband and sons gather with their 100 men on the plain before Ulatos." "Have you not heard?" "Of the strangers? To be sure, I have seen them." "But you do not know," said Zila, with a sly look, "that the warriors of Pait have gathered on the plain, very near the strangers. Our army will destroy them tomorrow." Erich's face betrayed her shock even before she stammered a reply. "So soon? There will be a battle tomorrow?" The thought of the battle at Twin Visages, multiplied 100-fold, chilled her. Zila nodded sagely, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "These strangers are great savages. They attacked a group of priests on the shore. They kidnap our women. They fight like demons, but they are men and can be killed." Erich sat stunned at the swift outburst of rumor. "All the men of Ulatos, and those within a day's march in all directions, have gathered here. Never has the Pait nation put together such a force." Zila talked on, detailing the pageantry and colors. But Erishkigal had trouble listening. She remembered the metal armor that shattered spears, the silver weapons that cleaved shield and bone like grass. She saw the savage faces of the legionnaires, their tight discipline. She remembered a bare 24 slaying hundreds of Pait. Suddenly, Zila's description faltered as she described the pluma banner depicting a green parrot, the symbol of a nearby village. I'm sorry, Erich said, noticing the woman looking absently at the dough before her. Zila shook her head, and Erich saw tears in the woman's eyes. I babble like an old woman, but I'm far from an old woman yet. Zila forced herself to laugh, but the sound was hollow, and she quickly gave up. I am so terribly frightened. I am too, Erich said. I was hoping there could be peace. I wanted to make peace. It is too late, sighed Zila. She looked at Erishitil with surprise as the younger woman climbed to her feet. Where are you going? I must go to the army, Erich cried, suddenly infused with an idea. Perhaps it was not too late. Perhaps tomorrow does not have to be a day of war. Don't be a madwoman. Zila seemed truly alarmed. Kaxal is determined to avenge the insult to his priests, and Gultek, who commands the men of Ulatos, is said to be eager for a fight. The armies will be in a frenzy of dancing tonight. The gods themselves couldn't stop that battle. I know of Gultek, admitted Erishitil, suddenly feeling foolish. He is certainly the most fearsome warrior I have ever seen. She trailed off, guilty with the lie, remembering Haloran and his legion. There was no need to terrify this woman with tales of the deadly enemy force who faced her husband and sons. At the same time, she sensed the futility of her mission. Gultek would merely turn her over to the priests of Tzaltek, and the battle would proceed. No matter for tonight, soothed Zila. We can only pray to our gods, and what the gods will shall be. The heavy door slammed. Haloran collapsed glumly against the wooden bulkhead in the bilge of the Falcon. His shoulders slumped to keep his head from knocking against the low ceiling beams. The chains around his wrists and ankles chafed, holding him upright, his arms shackled to the wall. But he took no notice of his physical pain. Far more grievous was the spiritual hurt, the sense of betrayal that had numbed all other sensations and left his soul teetering beside a yawning black chasm of despair. The Legion was his home, his family, even his life. And now it had turned upon him, condemned him for falsehood that Cordell could not help but recognize. My general, how could you do this to me? Then his emotions surged through his body, tearing tears from his eyes and sobs from his throat. Hanging limply from his chains, he wept until he could find no more tears. The soft swaying of the carrack at anchor slowly soothed him. The stink of the bilge water thickened the air around him, and finally he began to take note of his surroundings. It must be dark now, he guessed. Thin beams of light filtered into his cell through cracks in the floorboards above him, but it seemed more like lamplight than daylight. His tiny compartment offered no amenities, not even a wooden bench. The manacles had been screwed directly into the timber behind him. The feeling of hopelessness left him exhausted. What good were his struggles when the capriciousness of fate could place him in circumstances like these? A curse upon Helm, he hissed. The gods, he saw, were nothing more than man's excuses, his reasons for doing things terrible and inhuman. Vain, unpredictable, and ever-changing, the gods were no source of comfort to him. A man needed something more real, Halloran saw. Something tangible, like the strength of his arm, or the keen edge of his steel. Even the arcane power of magic was something real, something that could be counted on, even when things were blackest. A god might as soon turn his back upon a follower as listen to his troubles. Hal thought again of his magic studies under Arquewius, which seemed like a lifetime ago. What were those strange words he had drilled on so hard to learn, the words of the magic missile spell? He shook his head ruefully. Spells and weapons were as useless as the gods to him now. He was left with his wits, and his wits didn't seem to be functioning at the highest level. Hesitantly, he jerked his arm, wincing against the pain in his raw wrist. But the chain moved. Again and again he tugged, ignoring the blood that now spattered across his skin from the chafing. The bolt had been sunk into the wood between two beams, a very insecure arrangement. Now he finally pulled it free. He looked at the metal cuff and saw that it closed with a simple latch. Impossible to open with the cuffed hand, but no obstacle to a man with one hand free. In seconds, he unlocked both of his wrist irons, and his ankles followed shortly thereafter. Dimly he heard the creaking of longboats, the gentle thump of wood against the Falcon's hull. He heard the soft nickering of horses, and he knew that the Legion was debarking its lancers. The ache returned to his heart when he realized they would ride to battle without him on the morrow. He remembered Alvaro's gloating grin as the chains had been locked around Hal's limbs. What would be the fate of his beloved lancers under such brutal command? The light filtering through the overhead beams suddenly disappeared. He heard a cabin door close above, and he noticed that the ship had become perceptibly quieter. Most of the Legion must already be ashore. But what could he do now? He was slightly more comfortable, to be sure, and the exertion of escaping from his irons had distracted him from his despair. Halloran slumped against the bulkhead and thought. Could he betray the orders of his general? Wasn't it enough that he had been sentenced to this cell? If he escaped, then he truly would be a deserter, worthy of every epithet in the Bishop's vocabulary. His reverie jerked to a halt as he heard a soft noise. There it was again, a subtle click of metal, coming from the door to his cell. Someone's turning a key in the lock, and he's doing it secretly. For a moment, his heart lifted with the thought of escape. Then caution took over, and he quickly leaned against the wall, feigning his shackled position. The door swung open, and he caught the unmistakable odor of a horseman. The man stepped into the cell, and then closed and locked the door behind him. Alvaro unshuttered a lamp very slightly, but it was enough to fill the cabin with light. The man's red hair looked black in the shadows, but the dagger in his hand gleamed like true steel. "You'll die an unmourned traitor," he hissed, thrusting the dagger toward Hal's chest, knowing his victim was shackled to the wall. Hal dodged the thrust and punched Alvaro hard on the nose. His left fist knocked a precious tooth from the man's already shrunken gums, and the attacker slumped, unconscious, to the deck. Alvaro's gloved hand fell open, and Hal glimpsed a small key. He grabbed for it, but his aim was errant in the dim light, and the object fell to the floor, slipping between two planks in the bilge before he could catch it. With a hushed groan, Halloran slumped against the bulkhead. The sudden tingle of victory in mortal combat quickly faded in light of the lost key. And even if he had the key, he wondered, could he bring himself to flee the Legion? Where could he go? But if he stayed, he became Dominicus's prisoner, a sop thrown to the cleric by Cordell in compensation for the loss of his daughter. Now he knew the nature of that compensation, and though he had foiled one murderous attempt, how long would his luck last? The answer was obvious. Perhaps if he could escape, he might even find some way of proving his worth to Cordell. To stay here meant certain death. He picked up Alvaro's knife and stuffed it into his belt. He found a pouch full of gold coins at the man's waist, taking it as just punishment. Next he examined the door to his cell, finding it locked securely. He had no skill, and no tools to even attempt to pry open the lock. He bumped his head, and suddenly remembered the cracks in the overhead bulkhead. Perhaps the low ceiling might prove to be an asset. Stepping over Alvaro's unconscious body, he felt along the boards. There! What was that? With a careful examination with his fingertips, he recognized the shape of a latch, and soon he had traced the outline of a trap door beside it. It took but a minute to release the catch. Halloran then pushed upward with all of his strength, but he could not make the wooden platform move. Collapsing against the bulkhead, he stared upward in mute frustration. He sensed freedom if he could but push his way up and out of here. Awkwardly, he braced his feet against the hull and his back against the inside wall. Lifting himself off the floor, he pressed against the trapdoor again, but again it would not move. Angrily he punched the wood, bruising his knuckles. But that time, he felt something move. Pushing again, he felt the trapdoor move heavily upward. It had been stuck, the wood moist and moldy with age, and his blow had broken it free. Grunting from the energy of his exertion, he pulled himself upward and squirmed from beneath the trapdoor. He felt something smothering his face, but quickly realized that he had emerged underneath a rug. Crawling forward a few feet, he at last felt cool air on his face. In an instant, he pulled free of the rug and stood up, looking about the small cabin. He found the porthole and threw open the hatch. Harsh white moonlight instantly spilled through the opening, lighting the inside of the cabin. Halloran knew immediately that this was the cabin of the elf wizard Darian. A crowded desk was covered with sheaves of parchment and scrolls. Many candles stood in holders around the room. A small chest on the floor stood open, and within it he saw the tops of a dozen or more glass vials. The most interesting feature of the room was the porthole. He estimated that he could squirm through the opening with little difficulty, dropping into the warm water 8 or 10 feet below. His plan developed quickly. He would swim to shore and find the Legion, concealing himself until the battle. Then he would await the proper opportunity to enter the fight and redeem himself. Of course, that opportunity might not be instantly forthcoming. He suddenly realized that he might be stranded ashore for some time before he would have a chance to confront Cordell under the right circumstances. He would have to prepare for the event. A bundle of leather caught his eye, and he hefted it, finding a sturdy backpack with a heavy reinforced panel in the bottom. Suppressing a guilty twinge, he took several bottles from the chest of vials, hoping that he could decipher the labels in daylight. He knew enough of magic potions to know that those bottles, if his suspicions were correct, might save his life. He searched for food, but found nothing he could take as rations. He did not want to emerge from the cabin to search the rest of the ship, so he decided to make do with what food he could find ashore. He did find a length of rope and a blanket, both of which he stuffed into the backpack. Finally, he found a large leather bladder, designed to hold water or wine, but it would hold air just as well, and he hung it outside the porthole and inflated it. Holding the backpack and bladder outside the porthole, he pushed himself forward, twisting slightly to get his broad shoulders through the opening. His legs followed easily, and he slid awkwardly down the hole, striking the water with a loud splash. For several minutes, he bobbed in the shadow of the high stern, certain the noise of his fall would attract attention. But no sound disturbed the darkness above. In the distance, he could hear the sounds of the legions settling into camp, the barking of hounds, the shouts of officers, the curses of sergeants, and the crude laughter of the men. Halloran turned away from that sound as he swam across the placid lagoon. Ahead of him beckoned the line of mangaru trees that marked the edge of Ulatos Delta. Erich slept lightly on the pallet Tsila provided, not through any lack of comfort, but because of a nagging restlessness that allowed her no peace. She arose before dawn, washing quietly in the clear canal beside the house. She wrapped her mantle around her shoulders, and was starting past the house when she heard movement. "Here, my daughter," Tsila whispered, stepping out of the doorway to press a heavy bundle in Irishitil's hands. She felt the pliable softness of maize cakes and smelled spicy beans. "Thank you, my mother," she replied, drawing a warm pleasure from the ritual exchange between a young woman and a matron. "Travel well and swiftly, girl. These are troubled days in the land of the Paiit. May your God watch over you." Erich bowed deeply. "Your kindness is blessing enough. I hope your husband and sons return from the battle unwounded and with many prisoners." She started down the trail in the first light of dawn. The mist still filtered among the palms lining the trail, and the clumps of mangaru trees to her right. She skirted the swamp of the delta, then turned westward before she reached Ulatos. She wanted to witness the plain, with its great and irresistible array of military splendor, before she returned again to the great city of the Paiit. Passing between the city and the mangarus, she noticed that the mist had disappeared. Then she saw a haze of color before her, and she knew she had found the armies on the Ulatos plain. She could see little of the troops themselves, for the slowly undulating ground concealed them. But to her left, the air was aflutter with brilliant feather streamers, the whirling fans of Pluma, and the great banners of the war chiefs. To her right, she saw the pennants and flags of the strangers, smaller in number and less colorful to be sure, but just as martial. Then the sounds of trumpets and conch shell horns, whistles and shouts, the clashing of spears against shields as the Paites thundered the challenge, all echoed across the clearing. Erish settled down to wait, noticing that the field was fringed with many other people, old folks, some women, and a few youths not quite old enough to serve as apprentice warriors. All had come in curiosity or fascination to see the strangers and watch the Paite army destroy them. And then the pennants and flags began to move. From the Chronicles of Khotan. In the hope of the plumed father's return, may he know the depths of our need. Now does Naltekona fast again. He makes many sacrifices at dusk, and plans many more for the dawn. All of his sages hold their tongues, and none dares offer counsel. The revered counselor awaits the decision before Ulatos, with a sense of calm that has previously eluded him. But he has convinced himself of his own truth with single-minded determination, and he will allow the battle to determine his mind. His decision is based on 2 points. Each is simple, and each is so deeply ingrained in Naltekona's mind that none can offer the slightest voice of dissent, save upon penalty of his life. If the strangers are destroyed, they cannot be gods. If the strangers destroy the Paite, Naltekona will know their godhood. Then will he prepare to welcome Kotal back to his ancestral throne. 16. Feathers and Steel. Emotion tightened Gultek's throat as he absorbed the spectacle. Never in memorable history had so many warriors of the Paite gathered in one place for one campaign. The whistles and shouts, the crashing of weapons against shields, the pounding of feet against the ground, all created an aura so overpowering that the Jaguar Knight could do nothing but allow the sensations to wash over him. The colors dazzled his eyes. The pennants and plumes and symbols and banners all floated magically. Many of the warriors danced as they passed him, and their tall feather headdresses swayed like graceful birds. Jaguar Knights prowled among the companies, their spotted armor appearing clearly for a moment, and then vanishing again in the whirl of color. Eagle Knights preened and strutted, proudly aloof from the activity around them. The grandeur of the army overcame all of the chieftains standing on the housetop, and for several minutes none of them spoke. There was little they could do, for the moment in any event. Gultek finally began to see the army, more than 20,000 strong, in a more practical eye. He alone among the dozen or so chiefs here had fought the invaders already. Gultek felt that he alone possessed a satisfactory respect for their prowess. But even he had trouble imagining the strangers, numbering perhaps 1,000, standing against the array of force around him. 40 Paite would attack for every one of the strangers. Surely they would overwhelm and destroy the foe. True, the attack would be made across the open plain by Kaxal's order. Still, Gultek had managed to interject one measure of caution into the plan. if the men of Ulatos had the discipline to obey. The leading division of the army, marked clearly by banners of golden feathers, advanced 3 long columns, each 1,000 men of the city's own guard, men Gultek and Lok had trained for years. Now those men had been given a strange and difficult task. Their jaguar and eagle chiefs had ordered these troops to advance toward the strangers, to make great noise and show, and then to swiftly withdraw when the strangers attacked. The command was exceptionally difficult, because the warriors considered such a withdrawal insulting and unwarlike. Gultek had done his best to insist upon the tactic, for he had placed thousands of slingers and bowmen behind this first rank. He had assuaged the insulted warriors' pride with the promise that, when the missiles had done their work, the men of Ulatos would be the first to meet the enemy in melee. Now he could only wonder if they would have the discipline to obey.
"They come on quickly in the center, my general," announced the lookout.
Cordell saw the advance plainly, but did not admonish the man. Better to receive too much information during a battle than too little. The Captain General had just joined the lookout atop the observation tower his men had constructed during the night. The sturdy square structure, 30 feet high, had been raised so that the general and his officers would have a good view of the flat battlefield. Darien and the Bisho remained below, together with Cordell's signal officers and their clusters of flags. Now, as the haze lifted, he saw the surge of color opposite his center, like a wave of silk ribbons flickering across the ground. Arrayed to meet them stood the sword and buckler men of Captain Geraint, protecting both flanks. Behind and between the swordsmen, Dagran's crossbows stood in compact ranks. Other companies of swordsmen and longbows stood farther to each flank. But the 500 men looked considerably overmatched by the mass of natives across the plain. Hidden to the rear of the legion, near the base of the square tower, were Cordell's strongest weapons, or so he hoped. Gathered in 4 wings of 10 or 12 riders each, the lancers remained hidden from the enemy in several ravines back from the shore. Each wing could charge into the fray within moments of receiving its order. But the horses would stay hidden for now. Instead, Cordell would let the native warriors taste the cold death of the Legion infantry. The advance in the center became a charge. Great blocks of spearmen and swordsmen, each clearly marked by the colorful swath of its headdresses. The native army swept across the plain, thousands of men rushing Geraint's and Dagran's companies amid a tremendous cacophony of sound. "Signal the charge. For Geraint and Dagran only." "Now!" Cordell barked. In the next instant, 2 flagmen raised the pennants of these companies, selecting for each the banner with the bright yellow fringe. "We'll see what these savages are made of," Cordell said, to no one in particular. "It's the yellow flag, Captain." "Company, advance! On the double!" Dagran bellowed the command without bothering to check the corporal's observation behind them. He had served with Cordell long enough to have expected the order. He saw the swordsmen advancing to the right and left. He ordered a dozen men of his company to fall back to each side, providing missile protection for the outside flanks of Captain Geraint's company. "Tighten up there," he called as his ranks started to waver. Sergeants growled their way along the line, keeping the crossbowmen advancing in tightly packed straight lines, even at a steady jog. The dwarves, especially, huffed and panted to maintain the pace, but Dagrans knew they would not falter. The swordsmen on their flanks also remained tightly packed as the natives howled closer and closer. Geraint's men suddenly broke into a run, hoarsely invoking the name of Helm as they charged. And then, before the two groups could clash, the natives paused.
"We're breaking them already."
Dagrind glimpsed a brief prospect of victory, but immediately discarded it in alarm. The colorful horde slowed its rush, then stopped altogether, still 100 paces or more away from the charging swordsmen. They continued to taunt and whistle and clash their weapons against their shields, even as they started to fall back. Then they quickly sprinted away from the armored swordsmen, but Dagrind sensed that these were not troops in terrified retreat. Indeed, so did Captain Geraint.
"Halt!"
Geraint bellowed to his companies as the spearmen drifted away. Most of the swordsmen finally ceased their charge, though a few still lumbered on.
"Stop, you idiots!"
The captain finally collected his companies, forming again into tight ranks and falling slowly back around the crossbows. Suddenly, the plain around them swarmed with new troops, warriors who had been lying concealed in the tall grass while the legionnaires charged. These attackers quickly sent a shower of stone-tipped arrows soaring toward the companies. Other natives raced forward, swirling slings and sending heavy stones flying toward the invaders.
"Fire! Reload! Fire at will!"
Dagrind bellowed his command and cracked off a bolt into the mass of archers before his troops. He bent to crank another shaft into the weapon as the enemy missiles began to fall.
"I'm hit! Helm's curses, I'm down!"
Men cried out all around Dagrind. Arrows slashed into the legionnaires, but their armor stopped most of the stone heads from penetrating deeply. The stones from the slings were more painful, occasionally crushing a cheekbone or smashing an eye with a blow to the face. Dagrind's men reloaded their weapons, ignoring the steady barrage of missiles showering around them, and fired another volley into the natives. While the arrows of the Paiute inflicted painful wounds, the crossbows of the legionnaires cut a broad swath of death through the ranks of the archers. The heavy steel bolts lanced through the quilted cotton armor as if it were not there. Sometimes a bolt passed clear through a victim to inflict further damage beyond. Still, the natives stood firm, firing again and again. The wounds became more severe, and Dagrind saw several of his men fall and lie still, or writhe in excruciating agony. Their own volleys of steel death slashed into the native archers, and hundreds of bodies soon bled their lives onto the field. But always more archers raced forward. More slingers advanced to step across their fallen comrades and shoot.
"Company, advance! Charge!"
Dagrind heard Geraint's command and immediately echoed it with his own. Only by driving these archers back could his own formation retire safely. The swordsmen rushed forward. The crossbowmen raised their weapons and fired, laboriously reloading as they, too, broke into a run. The name of Helm resounded from every throat. The archers stood bravely, launching missiles at point-blank range before they died from the swift strikes of Geraint's swordsmen. In scarce moments, the legionnaires had hacked their way through the bowmen and slingers. With still greater shouts to the glory of their god, the two companies of legionnaires rushed toward the bulk of the native army. Gultek stood amazed at the carnage inflicted upon the archers, at first by the metal darts of the invaders, and then by their long silver knives. But now these men had rushed far ahead of their companions. The men of Ulatos stood ready to meet them, javelins and makas poised for combat. The warriors who had performed Gultek's opening feint now closed to crash into the strangers' ranks. The enemy warriors extended their line to meet the natives. The men with the metal darts dropped their casters and took up metal daggers, long weapons, but not as great as those carried by the men with the metal shields. But all of those keen weapons cut easily through the armor and skin covering the men of Ulatos. Even jaguar knights, protected by Hishna, talon magic armored hides of the great cats, fell easily before the deadly silver blades. Still, Gultek knew they had to exploit this opportunity, even as the men of Ulatos died to prove it. "Now!" he urged Lok beside him. The Eagle Knight hesitated for just a moment before nodding. "Now!" he cried, raising his fist. Behind him, his standard-bearer twirled his great feathered symbol. "Send in the eagles!" More than 200 warriors, resplendent in their black and white feathered costumes, capped with the colorful beaked helmets, waited behind the house where the chiefs stood. Now these warriors suddenly wavered and crouched. Their costumes blossomed into true wings, and the forceful beat of their power sent miniature whirlwinds through the grass. The eagles rose into the air, shrieking, their voices harsh and powerful enough to penetrate the din of the battlefield below. Black and white feathers shone gloriously on each of the magnificent birds. Their claws extended. They slowly climbed into the sky. Soaring forward, they passed over the melee raging on the ground. Legionnaire and Paiute alike fell back, gasping for breath and watching the graceful formation. Then the eagles tucked their wings and plummeted earthward, diving toward the bare ground behind Dagran's and Garant's companies. "Time for you to go, my dear," Cordell said quietly. He and Darian stood at the front of the observation tower, watching the approach of the eagles for a moment, seeing them settle toward the earth behind the two companies. The rest of the Legion's infantry advanced steadily on each flank, but Dagran's and Garant's companies were still far ahead. The elf-woman was completely swathed in her hood and robe to protect her albino skin from the hot sun. Nevertheless, she heard Cordell and nodded. In the next second, she disappeared from sight, vanishing with a sorcerous suddenness that unnerved the signal officers with Cordell on his battle tower. Her teleportation spell took her instantly to the ground below the descending eagles. She swiftly looked skyward, squinting against the bright haze that nearly blinded her. Holding up a finger, she pointed at the lowest eagle and barked a harsh command. A sizzling missile of light bolted from her finger to explode in the breast of the bird. It screeched and tried to arrest its descent, but another blast and another sizzled into its bare flesh. With a pathetic flutter, the bird's wings collapsed and it crashed to the earth, a shapeless pile of feathers. Darian turned her attention immediately to another bird, shearing off its wing with several more magic missiles. At the same time, she sensed more of the birds circling behind her. Wheeling like a swordsman, Darian snatched Ice Tongue from its sling at her belt. Raising the wand, she uttered the command word once, twice, and again, moving the wand slightly each time. At each command, the wand winked its soft, silent attack. A wash of bright, cool light surged outward in a cone from the end of the wand. The frosty blast enshrouded the eagles and killed them with cold, shocking the knights with its supernatural, deadly power. A half-dozen birds fell from the first blast, frozen stiff in the air, with their wings spread and beaks gaping, and then smashed to pieces when they crashed to earth. More died with the second blast. The rest of the eagles shrilled in rage and closed in. More and more of them fell to Ice Tongue, but now they soared into an enclosing circle, talons extended. They would destroy this alien sorcerer with their God-given bodies, then become humans to strike the enemy soldiers from behind. Darian abruptly dropped Ice Tongue, letting the wand swing freely from its thong. She stood straight and still as the ring of eagles soared inward, shrieking. Then she raised her hands to the sky, and as her hands came up, an orange ring of fire erupted from the ground around her, sheltering Darian inside a circle of deadly heat. Many of the eagles were too close to avoid the fiery wall. Eager fingers of fire tore feathers from their wings, ripped down from their proud feathered breasts. The eagles fell by the score, scarred and singed and blistered. Many of these were not killed by their wounds, but Darian ignored them, knowing they would be no further threat. The surviving eagles, less than half the original force, settled somberly to the ground, well away from Darian. She watched them as they blurred and expanded into their human forms, quickly moving to surround her. Darian took the opportunity to cast a fireball spell, incinerating several more of the warriors. Then, knowing that she had done her job, she teleported back to Cordell's side, leaving the Eagle Knights to close their empty ring.
"Every man must attack! We can hold nothing back!"
Gultek was the first to recover his voice after the chiefs had seen the devastation of their proud eagles. Now he leaped from the rooftop to the yard below, brandishing his maca above his head and howling the deep and resonant challenge of the Jaguar Knight. The other chieftains instantly followed. Standards hastily passed from the rooftops to eager hands. All across the field, the great army of Paiit surged forward, following their feathered banners to war. Gultek raced forward toward the enemy. A red haze fell across his eyes as he pictured the slaughtering done, the slaughtering still to do. His war cries came as inarticulate howls, but they touched a deep and warlike nerve among the warriors. Fresh thousands surged toward the forward companies of the invaders. Many more Paiits advanced to engage the white warriors on each flank. Gultek surged into battle with a sense of euphoric joy. The moment of decision had come, and it was his decision. All around him, the noise and color of his countrymen gave him strength and delight. The Paiits surged around the forward companies now, surrounding them. Gultek felt a warm rush of admiration for the fighting of these soldiers, their tight formations, their weapons of unbelievable might. He would go to them now as a warrior. His destiny propelled him, told him that this fight would be the climax of his life. Halloran reached the shelter of the Mangaru swamp just as dawn's light filtered through the overhanging verdure. Still resting on the inflated bladder, he drifted easily along the winding stretches of water, searching. Soon he found that which he sought, a lone canoe. The vessel floated motionless and empty, tied to a rickety wooden landing, with no one in sight. Hal slipped over the gunwale of the craft and unlashed the twine rope before paddling quickly away. He saw enough of the sunlight to gauge his directions, working his way to the western fringe of the delta. There, his ears confirmed his sense of direction. The chaos of battle noise in the distance was an unnatural din, beautiful and frightening at the same time. Familiar sounds like the blare of trumpets mingled with the shrill noises of the natives. The Mangaru passage grew too narrow for the canoe, and Halloran climbed out, worming his way toward the battle. Soon the entwining trees parted to reveal the grassy plain. Halloran stayed well back among the trees, for he saw several natives before him, apparently gathered to watch the battle. He found an unusually stout Mangaru. It was not tall, but he was able to climb to perhaps twice his height. It was enough to give him a clear view of the carnage. Dagran stabbed and slashed, carefully coordinating his movements with the legionnaires on either side. The company fought bravely, but was forced to slowly give ground, forced backward by the tremendous press of bodies. Even should each man slay 10 of the enemy, it seemed 20 more would step into the gap. Now the veteran captain sensed the threat to the flanks of his company, as the tremendous numbers of the attackers swept around him to the right and left. He tried to hasten the withdrawal, but dared not move too quickly. He knew, as did all the officers, that it was only their disciplined formation that gave them hope of survival against the mass of enemy warriors. The prospects of that survival grew more bleak with each passing minute. Brave legionnaires fell to the ground, their bodies dragged down among the ranks of the natives. The withdrawal came to an abrupt halt, as the natives swept around the rear to surround Dagran's and Geraint's companies. Dagran thought of his commander in his distant tower. He knew Cordell could see the situation. "Now, my general," thought the dwarf, "now, or it will be too late." "Now, by helm!" Cordell's shout anticipated the dipping banners, the pennants of his lancers, by a split second. The signal flashed as the flags swirled up and down. Trumpets blasted from each of his 4 wings of horsemen. The hooves of the chargers pounded the turf as they quickly darted from the ravines, each wing spread in a line abreast of each other. The general saw Captain Alvaro leading the first wing. Black streamers tied to his helmet clearly marked his position for the rest of the riders. Several lanky greyhounds ran at the heels of the horses, barking excitedly. Cordell unconsciously held his breath. The extent of the native attack, the organized tactics and huge formations, stunned and awed him. He had grievously underestimated them. Now he had 1 attack left. If the lancers failed, the Golden Legion faced imminent destruction. Gultek found Lok standing quietly in the midst of the melee. The Eagle Knight's feathered armor was singed and bedraggled looking. He did not seem to be wounded, but he swayed quietly, ignoring the chaos that swirled all around him. "Are you hurt, my brother?" Gultek asked quietly. The euphoria of his battle joy still wrapped him warmly. He felt it as a tiny bubble of peace around Lok and Gultek. The comradeship warmed Gultek's heart, causing him to confer the respectful title upon Lok. "I ache for Maztica, brother," whispered the eagle warrior softly. "Even as we live, sheathed eyes.
"How can you say this?" chided Gultek. "The battle is undecided. Can you not feel the surge of our strength around us?"
The bubble of peace threatened to burst, but Gultek willed it to remain. He tried to focus on the eagle warrior, and saw that Lok regarded him with something akin to pity.
"Can you not feel the end approaching, my brother?" asked Lok. "Can you not see it coming?"
Lok's eyes wandered slowly away.
The eagle warrior slowly slumped to the ground. And then Gultek saw the substance of Lok's vision. The monsters came rushing through the dust of the battlefield. They were huge beasts, big and brown, with snorting nostrils. Their feet crushed the ground to dust below them, and the sound of their approach was like thunder. The monsters advanced in a line, as if the creatures had the minds of soldiers. Indeed, as they closed, Gultek saw that the beasts had the upper torsos of men, complete with arms and heads and weapons. But their lower bodies were grotesque, bearing a resemblance to deer, only much more massive, 1,000 times more terrifying. Deer were passive and timid creatures, but these beasts bellowed and snorted and chomped. Flecks of foam covered their mouths, and lather spattered from their flanks. Behind these giant things came smaller monsters, with wide, drooling jaws and long pointed teeth. Their tongues dangled, spattering foam. Heavy collars, bristling with spikes, protected their necks. They looked like huge coyotes, impossibly savage and fierce. The monsters crashed into the Paiute, into those warriors who had not turned and fled at their first appearance. Gultek saw the head sail from a spearman. He saw one of the monsters drive a long spear through the body of another Paiute. Still a third went down screaming and kicking beneath the plunging feet of one of the creatures. Gultek stood and watched, his euphoria a distant memory. The sight of the beasts was so horrid, so shocking, that he could not raise a weapon to defend himself, nor turn away to run. He could only watch as his destiny, the triumph of his life, fell to shambles around him. Somehow, the monsters did not destroy him, passing instead around him and killing most of the warriors in their path. The Jaguar Knight watched the monsters wheel, even at considerable speed, maneuvering like disciplined warriors. He saw one who seemed to be their leader, lumbering forward with black streamers trailing from his helmet. The face of this monster, a human-like face, was contorted into a grimace of truly hellish cruelty. The beasts rode forward and cut down a fresh band of warriors, plowing into a full 1,000 with crushing force. The warriors swarmed around, some of them even attacking bravely, but the monsters kicked and leaped and whirled, soon breaking free to continue their rampage. Gultek saw other bands of the monsters. The beasts roamed the battlefield at will, the thunder of their feet beating the death knell of the Paiute. Back and forth they charged, and none could stand before them. The entire army began to melt away,
warriors fleeing toward their homes, or kneeling to tend wounded comrades, their weapons forgotten. But the monstrous attackers did not forget. Gultek saw them riding to the far fringes of the field, still slaying, even though there was no semblance of resistance anymore. The members of the Paiute army simply wanted to escape. Gultek did not think that any of them would succeed. Erich stood with the old people near the fringe of the delta. All morning the battle had been a scene of immense confusion, noise, and color in various patterns of chaos. The bystanders had been unable to tell how matters progressed. Erich sensed the approach of disaster before most of the others. She felt a vague premonition, like a primeval warning, and then moved back several hundred feet until she was close to the Mangaru tangle of the delta. Then, the monsters had come. Erich moaned with horror and fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear, as were many of the other observers. This paralysis meant death in most cases, as the beasts with their human-like cunning and cruelty, their supernatural speed and power, raced among the Paiute and butchered the warriors and the helpless watchers alike. The sight of the massacre sickened and numbed her. She saw a small child torn from its mother's arms, killed on lance point, before the woman was trampled under the flashing hooves of the monster. She watched an old man standing valiantly before his gray-headed wife, and saw the creatures thunder past, clubbing the husband to earth and laughing as the old woman knelt to hold her dying mate. She watched spellbound from her knees as the monsters swept closer. Their leader, a great, red-bearded man-like form with wild, flaming eyes and black streamers trailing from his helmet, saw her crouching. The light flared in his eyes, and his lance tip lowered. The monster lumbered toward her, and she saw her death approaching. At its heels raced a smaller, shaggier creature, slavering and yowling. Erishitil faced the charging rider, wishing she could slay him with her eyes. She could not, so instead, she calmly climbed to her feet before his charge. Around her lay the battered and bleeding wreckage of Maztica. She sensed her world ending, saw it writhing in torment everywhere. It seemed a good day to die. From the Chronicle of Khotan. Tales of the Plumed One in Maztica. There came a time of war, and the brothers Tzaltek and Khotal each made ready with sacrifice. The masses of men gathered eagerly, relinquishing their hearts and bodies and minds to the will of their gods. And Tzaltek claimed 10,000 warriors as his sacrifice. Eagerly, in song and verse, they ascended the pyramids in the time when pyramids reached the sky. Laughing and singing on the top, they offered their hearts to Tzaltek, and the god was pleased. But Khotal made his sacrifice of 13 butterflies, each a different color, each brighter and bolder than the last. And his sacrifice was not the death of the butterflies, but their freedom. Each, in turn, he raised to the heavens and released. Then came the war. Ptolemy strived to gain dominance over the gods, but Kotal would not yield. In the end, Ptolemy tumbled from the pyramid and crawled away. He left behind him the supreme form of the elder god Kotal, reigning at the height of his glory. But ever after, in the dark of the night, and the privacy of his treacherous thoughts, did Ptolemy know Kotal as the butterfly god. (17) Enemies and Friends. Alvaro soared with the momentum of the charge. The invincible feeling of power that surged through him as he led the lancers through the tattered ranks of the enemy. He had killed many of these natives already, more than he could count. The horses rumbled on, unstoppable, the sleek, fierce greyhounds running beside them. Alvaro delighted in the effect of the war dogs, for the natives seemed to fear the hounds nearly as much as the lancers. But still targets abounded for his lance. Victims awaited the cut of his sword. The killing became a ritual for him, a process he could continue indefinitely. He took no note of the fact that they had ridden beyond the enemy warriors. Still, he hacked and slayed. The 12 horses of his wing thundering among the old people, the women and children who had come to watch the battle. Now the horsemen rode them down, far faster than they could flee. Alvaro sensed, dimly, that he should turn. But the momentum of his attack had taken on a life of its own. Instead, he flew forward in his orgy with death, and still he killed. Something caught the captain's eye, and he wheeled his mare sharply as his wing thundered on. He saw an extraordinary young woman standing on the field, staring at him. She was slender and very beautiful, but her arresting feature was her eyes. They found Alvaro and accused him, bearing his soul to himself in all its ugliness. The sight enraged him, and he lowered his lance, spurring his steed on toward the lone woman as bloodlust contorted his soul. Halloran watched the battle with keen interest, balanced in his tree, concealed by its leafy branches. He feared for Dagran's company as those ranks charged forward. He cheered the valiant stand of Geraint's men, and finally breathed again when they were relieved by the charging cavalry. He watched the lancers with a twinge of envy, knowing that he should be riding at their head. He felt a grudging admiration for Alvaro's audacity, as the riders circled among the mass of Paiute warriors. The colorful banners trailing from the lances, the smooth precision of the horses and riders, all characterized the riders of the legion he had helped to train. But his admiration turned to puzzlement as he saw the lancers ride beyond the native army and keep riding. And his puzzlement turned to shock, and then to horror, as he saw the butchery perpetrated by no, not his. He knew for certain they followed Alvaro now, horsemen. The savage riders cut along the fringe of delta, and several thundered past 100 feet from Halloran's lookout. He slid quickly to the ground as they passed. Hal forgot all thought of heroic intervention on the part of his comrades, for he felt no kinship to these brutal assassins. The Lancers killed without regard to the nature of their victims, whether warrior or bystander. The horses trampled those Paiute who did not get out of the way, and the dogs growled and snarled and snapped, causing more consternation by their savage appearance than from any actual damage they inflicted. Halloran saw the black charger wheel away from the others, recognizing Storm. He saw the black streamers trailing from the rider's helmet, knowing this was Alvaro's banner. His enemy had even claimed Hal's mount. A greyhound followed Alvaro and Storm as the Lancer looked to his next victim. Halloran watched Alvaro's lance drop. I should have killed him when I had the chance, he thought ruefully. Murderous hatred burned in Hal's heart. Then, for the first time, he saw Erich on the battlefield and recognized her as the horseman's intended victim. Not Erishithil. You bastard, he croaked, scrambling forward. By hell, no! The thought of her death on this field seemed like a final nightmare to his life, a nightmare he could not allow. Alvaro rumbled forward, taking no note of Hal as the young legionnaire stepped out from the trees. Halloran desperately felt the inadequacy of his only weapon, the slender dagger. Even had the blade been weighted for throwing, it stood no chance of stopping or even distracting the racing Lancer. Magic! Now was the time when arcane powers could aid the swordsman's arm. But Halloran knew no magic, had known none for 10 years. Krisha. What was that phrase? Damn! The words tickled his brain with a long-buried memory. Alvaro's foaming charger galloped past as Hal desperately tried to think. Krisha, Barul, Hataisk, that was it. Krisha, Barul, Halloran pronounced very loudly. He pointed his finger at Alvaro and his black charger as the Lancer rushed towards Erich. Hotaisk! A tiny flash of light sparkled from his finger, hissing like an arrow through the air and trailing sparks behind it as it flew. The magic missile surprised Halloran with its vigor. It struck Alvaro squarely in the back as the horseman loomed over the strangely motionless girl. Alvaro shouted in pain and surprise as his horse bucked sharply. His cavalry lance fell to the ground as he forcibly brought the charger under control, cursing the burning wound in his back. Run! Head for the trees! Halloran rushed towards Erich, puzzled by the girl's apathy. She regarded him with a passive expression, vaguely sad. Her eyes instantly wrapped him in their luminous web. A deserter and a traitor! Alvaro's hoarse voice came as a cruel taunt. Hal reached Erich as the rider turned and drew his razor-edged longsword. But not a butcher! Halloran's voice carried to Alvaro's ears. The man's red beard split into a grin as he kicked the horse forward. The greyhound, too, raced forward, but now Halloran recognized Corporal. Surely, he hoped, that dog would remember him. Hal seized the heavy lance, ponderously lifting the tip to face the rushing rider. The weapon was lethal when backed by the momentum of a charging horse and well-seated rider. It was little more than a heavy pole in the hands of a footman. The horse thundered closer, and Hal suddenly knelt, resting the hilt of the lance on the ground beside him. Steadying the weapon carefully, he sighted upon Alvaro's armored chest. The captain hacked with his long sword as he closed, attempting to knock the lance out of the way, but Halloran held firm against the stroke. And in the same second, the wooden tip crashed into Alvaro's chest, splintering the lance even as it drove the rider from his saddle. The greyhound snarled toward him, and Hal stared into the dog's eyes. "Corporal, no!" he shouted. The dog halted in astonishment, looking at the two men in confusion. The red-haired lancer lay on his back, moaning. Halloran sprang forward and snatched the man's longsword off the ground. For a moment, he considered thrusting it into Alvaro's body, fair payment for the man's orgy of slaughter. But he could not bring himself to do it, especially with Alvaro's taunt of traitor still ringing in his ears. Instead, he tore Alvaro's belt and scabbard away, girding the man's long sword on his own belt. Then Hal looked around. The black charger, Storm, stood placidly some 100 paces away. The other horsemen of the captain's wing had separated, each pursuing his own victims. They ranged about the field around them, and it would only be seconds before one of them noticed their leader had fallen. Erishitil slowly realized that she was not about to die, though the nature of her deliverance escaped her. Something had angered the monster just before it killed her, and the beast had leaped and snorted and bellowed its rage from both its mouths. Then she had recognized the stranger, Halloran, and it slowly occurred to her that he was saving her. But why? Wasn't he the servant of these monsters, like all of his companions? She looked at him wistfully, numbed by the brutality of his kind. She had felt a thrill of admiration for him as he lifted the spear, desperately fighting the monster. It seemed sad that he would die here, now with her. Surely no man could stand before the rush of the hellish two-headed monster. But he broke the monster's body. Erich gasped in astonishment as Hal's blow tore the top half of the creature away, smashing it to earth. The beast's torso twitched on the ground, but her blood chilled at the sight of its great body lumbering on. The beast looked even more like a deer now that its human part had been ripped away. Too, it seemed to lose some of its terrible nature. She saw it pause to nibble on the trampled grass among the bloody bodies it had, moments earlier, slain. Her astonishment was compounded when Halloran barked a command at the small monster and the creature obeyed. It, too, did not look nearly so fierce when it responded to the man's command. Halloran still dashed around in agitation, followed by the small monster. Now she saw him seize the long knife and start toward the lower half of the greater monster. She understood now. Each half must be killed separately. But the man did not strike the beast. Instead, he seemed to speak to it. Nor did the monster attack or flee the man, instead standing docilely while Halloran stroked it. Then, Halloran joined the beast. She watched him replace the torso he had torn away. The recreated monster wheeled toward Erich and lumbered in her direction again. But the sensations came too quickly now, and her lively mind was overwhelmed. By the time Halloran reached her, she had collapsed, unconscious, to the ground.
I see a coyote speaking to me very slowly. I cannot understand him, but he stands over the body of a man. A buzzard, dark with dried blood, lands before me and greets me very politely. He calls me most excellent and enlightened Lord Poshtli, and I am pleased. The body between coyote and vulture stirs, struggling to speak. The man is dead, has been long dead, yet he sits up and talks to me. I see that it is my uncle, the revered counselor Naltekona. The coyote, hungry, plucks at an arm of the corpse. It is always hungry. The buzzard pecks at a cheek. My uncle helps them. He pulls pieces of his body away and feeds the scavengers, an arm to the coyote, an ear and an eye to the buzzard. Then the body of my uncle changes. Poshtli blinked at the short, bald figure that squatted before him. Slowly the Eagle Knight looked around from the stone bed where he lay, seeing that he was in a cave of some kind. Yellow sandstone walls reflected in golden hues the light of a small fire. "You speak with the gods, feathered man," said the fellow sitting beside him. "Will you speak with me now?" Poshtli studied the strange speaker, for he had never seen anyone like him. Short and powerful, with bowed legs and broad shoulders, he was a misshapen man. His head was bald, but his face was covered with a whiskered profusion of hair that descended across his belly. The fellow's skin was sun-bronzed, dried like old leather, but not as dark as Poshtli's. The stranger stood, and the Eagle Knight saw that he was perhaps 4 feet tall. "Who are you?" asked Poshtli, discovering that his tongue felt like an old sandal. "Eh? I'm Luskag, chief of Sunholm. Funny you should ask that. I've been wondering the same thing about you." Poshtli's mind cleared. He remembered tales, dismissed as fantastic legend, of the hairy men of the desert, dwarf-like people who lived far away from any human settlement, past a supposedly uncrossable waste of desert. "I am Poshtli of Naxal," he explained, sitting up with difficulty. "I owe you my life." Luskag nodded. "You came farther than any man I've seen, but no one can live for long in the house of Teska. Though that's not why I saved you." The dwarf handed Poshtli a flask of water, and the warrior sipped a few drops as Luskag continued. "Sometimes humans come into the desert and die there. Other times, we desert dwarfs save those humans and bring them here, to Sunholm. When we save someone, we must have a reason. I saved you because of my dream. I dreamed of a great buzzard, and he circled you, alone in the house of Teska. And I came to you, gave you water and life, and the buzzard was pleased. I don't know why I should want to please a buzzard, but this was somehow important to me." The dwarf looked at Poshtli, as if he hoped the Lord would have an explanation. "I dreamed of a buzzard too, just now, before I woke up," explained the Eagle Knight, "but I don't know what it means." "Why did you come into the desert?" asked Luskag. "I seek a vision of the future, some way to bring meaning to the events of the true world. Strangers, powerful men have flown to our shores. Naltekona, the revered counselor of Naxal, has been beset by omens and visions. One night I had a dream. The plumed one, Kotal himself, spoke to me, telling me that I might find the truth my uncle seeks. But I could never find it in Naxal. The vision showed me an image of heat, sand, and sun, that I took to be the house of Tezca, and within that desert I must find a great silver wheel. This is why I came here, seeking this knowledge. Luskag sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It is as I feared. What did you fear? Please explain. There is a place near here. One may go there for knowledge or truth, but often at terrible cost. Perhaps even a man's life or his sanity. But this is why men venture into the house of Tezca, and why, sometimes, we bring them here. Luskag fixed Poshtli with a cold stare. And that is where your answer lies. I must take you to the Sunstone. Erish recovered her senses slowly. First, realizing that her nostrils ached from a gagging, putrid odor. Next, she felt an ache in her abdomen, and finally she sensed motion, but not the gentle rocking motion of the canoe. Abruptly, she understood, and the knowledge filled her with profound fear. She lay across the back of the monster. The pain came from a protruding shell on the beast's back, for she lay straddled across it, behind the monstrous head, but in front of the human torso. She did not look, but felt certain the man was Halloran. Looking down, she saw that they moved quickly over sand. The nearby sound of waves told her they raced along the beach. Abruptly, she twisted around and sprang away from the creature. She heard Halloran shout as she landed on the sand and sprawled full length. The pounding of the creature's heavy feet ceased instantly, and before she could scramble to her feet, the huge stranger had broken free of the beast and stood on his own feet before her. "Why did you do that?" he asked. "I won't hurt you." What are you?" she cried. "What kind of beings are you that kill with such abandon, such joy? And what are these monsters that—" She gestured angrily at the beast that now stood placidly on the shore. As if sensing her interest, the monster raised its head and made a soft, nickering sound. Suddenly, the nature of the horses became clear to her. They were animals, great creatures to be sure, but mere animals that carried these men about and were subject to their will. She saw with her penetrating eyes that her words caused Halloran pain, and she remembered that he had fought against those of his people who would have killed her. The memory brought her anger back afresh. "Why did you not let me die?" she demanded. Now anger flashed in Hal's eyes. Why? Because it was wrong, what they were doing. It was wrong for you to die there. "You are strange, even for a stranger, Halloran. You come here on a great journey with these people, and then when they fight, you turn against them." Once again she caused him pain, she saw, and this time she regretted the hurt. "My people have turned against me," he explained. "They would have killed me, and so I fled." "And they blamed me for the death of Martine," he added silently. He suddenly wanted to accuse her with this fact, but he held his tongue. "When I saw you on the battlefield, there was but one thing I could do. I did it. We rode away from the field, and ever since we have been following the coast to the west.
Am I your captive? She asked boldly. What? No, of course not. I wanted to right a wrong done before my eyes, to help you, that's all. And I thought you would be safer here with me than on the field with the Legion. Then I am free to go? Suddenly Halloran felt a terrible fear. An unreasoning sense of loneliness that threatened to dwarf his earlier feelings of despair. He did not want this girl to leave him. She offered his only hope of communication, his only knowledge of this land. But he could not, would not, hold her against her will. Yes, you can leave. You can go anywhere you want. But I hope you'll stay with me and help me. I'm alone here. I can't go back to my people. The sight and sound and smell of him filled Erishatil with amazement. But she was already growing accustomed to his bizarre appearance. He had proved himself a man of bravery and honor. She knew his companionship would be interesting. As for the smell... Very well. But first, she said to him pointedly, you must take a bath. He looked at her in puzzlement, and saw that she was serious. Then, she added, we'll have to find shelter. It will be night soon. The treasure must be counted and assembled quickly, Cardan urged Cordell. The Captain General noted wryly that the assessor had disappeared before the battle, presumably by returning to the fleet. Now that victory had been secured, however, he showed up with quill and parchment in hand. Nevertheless, he proposed a course of action exactly in line with Cordell's own wishes. We will march into this city, I understand it is called Ulatos, tonight, Cordell said. Darian has informed the chiefs, and they will be prepared to meet us. Once again, the elf's language spell had speeded understanding. Afterward, she had returned to the ship to study the spell, so that she would have it ready for the evening, in case more than one tongue was needed in subjugating Ulatos. And the gold? Cardan asked anxiously. We will be rich men by dawn, I assure you, Cordell said, as Cardan turned toward the battlefield. What about the bodies? Asked the assessor of Am. Have they been checked for ornaments, bracelets, that sort of thing? Of course, snapped Cordell. The necessity of the task did not make it any more palatable to him. There was considerable gold. It's been gathered at the tower. He pointed to the observation tower on the battlefield, and Cardan hurried away. Cordell felt a vague sense of relief, amplified when he saw Darian coming toward him. Greetings, my dear. Cordell was surprised. He had assumed she would be gone for hours, studying her spell. Now, in the orange light of the bonfires, her pale white skin reflected the red haze of her anger. What's the matter? Asked the Captain General. Your plan for Halloran backfired, she said, too softly for anyone to hear. She took great pains to speak when the Bishop's attention, in particular, was directed elsewhere. You mean he didn't escape? Cordell pursed his lips. I'm disappointed in him. I thought I made it easy enough. Oh, you did that, Darian agreed, her tone biting. He escaped. And more. Cordell raised his eyebrows, and she continued. He stole my spell book. Perhaps not intentionally, but it was concealed in my backpack, and he took it along with him. Cordell winced and looked away from the elf's pale and angry eyes. They both knew the seriousness of the theft, for a wizard needed to consult her book after each spell in order to relearn the enchantment. Without her book, Darian could use each of her spells but once, then would be unable to relearn them until either the book was recovered or an alternate form of the spell was found and copied. "There is a rumor among some of the men," Darian continued unmercifully, "that he attacked the unhorsed Alvaro, stealing his charger and fleeing the field." "Helm, curse him!" Cordell hissed his anger. "I give him a chance to redeem himself, and he betrays me. I cannot allow this." "Obviously," agreed the wizard dryly. "But what do you propose to do about it?" "Did he get all of your spells?" "He got a copy of each. But I have some sheaves of notes and scrolls about that will help me relearn most of them. It will take time to copy the scrolls into a new book, though. He also stole some potions from the crate." Cordell blinked his black eyes, his expression cold. "Very well. We can spare no effort. Halloran must be found and killed. Quickly." "That might be accomplished more easily than you think," noted the wizard, with a slow, cruel smile. "How is that?" "One of the potions he stole is the decoy, the poison. If he touches it to his lips, he'll be dead before he can lower the bottle." Spirali walked among the bloody bodies on the field in amazement. As an old member of a very old race, his training had prepared him for many things. But the evidence on this battlefield left him cold and frightened, for the first time wondering if there were forces that even the Ancient Ones could not control. Nightfall made the battlefield a hellish place. The grass had disappeared, everywhere trampled to mud. Great fans of feathers, once brilliant banners, and countless plumed headdresses lay in the mud, a fit epitaph to the fortunes of the Paiute army. Silently, women and children moved through the dark, seeking a familiar face among the multitude of dead and wounded. Slaves carried bodies to a great trench and laid them carefully, but anonymously within. Several thousand Paiute had been slain, and the normally important ritual of individual burial was of necessity forsaken. Priests of Kotal and Azul passed among the wounded, tending those they could, but their limited healing magic was overwhelmed by the extent of the disaster. For the most part, the warriors bore their wounds stoically, though an occasional cry, usually from a man in delirium, echoed across the field. But these trivial human concerns meant less than nothing to Spirali. The Ancient One looked toward the city, where great fires commemorated the victory of the foreigners. By all rights, by a plan laid through centuries, the foreigners should have met complete disaster on this day. But now they danced about the plaza, with its mound of gold, in a way that added to Spirali's sense of foreboding. Indeed, it seemed that these humans were as dedicated to the pursuit of their goals as the Ancient Ones were to theirs. And they were so much more passionate. His alarm left him but one alternative. Thus Spirali disappeared from the field at Ulatos, flashing himself with the power of teleportation to the high cave. He arrived beside the bubbling cauldron of dark fire as it was being nourished by the harvesters. The latter, black-robed like Spirali, but smaller of form, bowed respectfully. The harvesters stood around the cauldron of the dark fire as they did every night, tending the immortal blaze, feeding it with the fruit of their harvests, garnered from across the lands of Maztica. And thriving on its food, the dark fire twisted and flared. Indeed, Zaltek was happy, for once again, he ate well. The harvesters labored diligently, and soon the feeding was done. Silently each slipped away into darkness. The task of the harvesters was finished until the following night. Spirali rustled his cape, the sound harsh and jarring through the vast, echoing chambers of the cave. In moments, the Ancient Ones gathered around the dark fire. Spirali remained silent, as did all of them, until the frail, shrouded form of the ancestor emerged to claim his seat above the cauldron.
The strangers have vanquished the Paiit in battle. In one day, they have conquered Ulatos and destroyed the army.
Capes rustled in mute statements of surprise, even astonishment.
Impossible,
hissed one voice, the harshness of her tone offending the sensibilities of the other Ancient Ones. Her cape swished softly, a careful apology for the outburst.
It is indeed disappointing that the Paiit performed so poorly. Nevertheless, the roots of our power have always lain in Nexal. We can be sure that the strangers will not fare so well when they face the warriors of Naltekona.
The ancestor looked about the chamber before continuing.
The connection of these strangers with the lands of the old realms makes it imperative that we do our work quickly and secretly. Were these strangers to learn of our nature, our plans for Maztica might suffer disastrously. They will doubtless learn of Nexal,
he mused, his voice like dry reeds rustling in a breeze.
What of the girl?
Spirali's head fell.
The cleric failed. He is dead. I attempted to slay her, but also failed.
It would, of course, be appropriate to explain the circumstances, such as the arrival of dawn, that contributed to his defeat. He awaited the verdict of the ancestor, fully expecting death for his own failure. No slightest whisper of silk disturbed the chamber for countless minutes.
You must return and seek the girl. Her death is more important now than ever. If she is allowed to fulfill the terms of the prophecy, the effect could be catastrophic. But it is essential that your identity remain a secret. Do you understand? Very well.
Spirali bowed, the clasp of his black-skinned hands before his body, conveying his gratitude for the second chance.
I respectfully report that I shall need help on this task. What sort of help do you require?
Asked the ancestor. Spirali answered, and a soft rustle of astonishment circled the chamber. Such a step had not been taken for centuries. But the ancestor considered the request very seriously. and finally the venerable leader nodded.
Very well. You may call out the hellhounds.
Spitali nodded, pleased with the aid and relieved that no punishment had been declared. He knew that he would not get another chance. After warming his hands and his body beside the dark fire, Spitali worked his way deep into the vast cavern. He followed a winding, narrow tunnel until he reached an opening, where this passage joined the wide vertical shaft in the heart of the volcano. Heat pressed against his face from deep, liquid fires flickering far below. The Ancient One bent over the plummeting shaft and raised his voice in a long, ululating wail. Twice more he repeated the sound, and then he waited. Far below, a bubble of hot gas burst from the burbling lava. Fiery red, seething with contained energy, it rolled and rumbled up the shaft, straining against its contained pressure. Higher and higher it climbed, growing in speed and force. It twisted and bubbled with contained energy, finally slowing as it approached the level where Spitali waited. When the gas bubble reached the Ancient One's level, it paused for a second. Inside, Spitali saw a seething mass of long, pointed teeth, of blazing red eyes and smooth, shadowy shapes. A dark creature sprang from the bubble into the corridor beside Spitali. More and more of the great wolf-like animals joined him, until the entire pack had collected around him. Each of the animals was dark in color, ranging from a dirty brown to rust like dried blood. Great black tongues flopped from their mouths, and their fangs were long, sharply pointed, and as black as midnight. Only their eyes gave the creatures color, for these wicked orbs gleamed and flickered with a light undistinguishable from the bubbling fire below. As soon as the great dogs had all sprung free, the bubble resumed its ascent. Quickly it burst from the mouth of the volcano, spreading into a great fireball in the sky. Far below, the citizens of Nexal watched in awe as the orange globe blossomed against the star-speckled void, and then disappeared.
"Welcome,"
hissed Spitali, stroking and scratching the slavering beasts.
"Are you ready to hunt, my hellhounds?"
Darian sought a shady clearing in the garden before Coxall's palace. Here she could work without exposing her pale skin and sensitive eyes to the murderous sunlight. Sitting upon the grass, she laid her components around her with extra care, for without her spell book, she had but one chance to perform this spell. She placed a small bowl upright on the ground, crushing several dry leaves into it. Next to this, she placed a silver longsword, Helmstooth, Haloran's sword, taken from him when he was arrested, and a small box of glowing embers. She found a dry twig, and placed its tip in the tinderbox, blowing on it until it flickered with flame. Then she touched the twig to the crushed leaves. The powdery stuff immediately puffed into flame, filling the bower with a sweet aroma. Darian now pulled a small piece of horn from a pouch on her robe. Stroking it with her long, slender fingers, she concentrated on her casting, whispering words of deep and arcane power, searching across surrounding plains for the one she sought. Her mind drifted across the plain of fire, where heat of all types blazed eternally. Rocks flowed in liquid eruption, and the air itself crackled and hissed. Only the arcane power of her enchantment preserved her, and even the unemotional elf felt a sense of relief as she left the fiery realms behind. Next came water, not so threatening, but also not her objective. She quickly moved into the plane of air, and here she would find the aid she needed. Resting now in an intangible space of cloud and wind, she let the magic do her work. The spell of summoning thrummed louder than ever, and soon she felt it meet resistance. "Come to me. I demand you to obey." Slowly at first, but inevitably, the creature answered her call. Instantly, Darian returned her full attention to her body, which had never left the garden. For a long minute, she sat alone among the encircling leaves. Then she felt another presence. With a final sense of release, she exhaled, for the spell had been successful. Darian suppressed an almost giddy sense of relief as leaves parted and the grass beside her flattened from an unseen weight. The invisible stalker had arrived. "You are to find a man named Halloran," Darian said softly, her eyes once again shut. The invisible form made no reply, for it could not speak. "Here is a sword he once carried. It will give you his spoor. We do not know which way he has gone. When you find him, you are to kill him instantly. Do not delay his death, for he is a resourceful man." The invisible stalker remained beside her. She could sense the creature's resentment of her commands, but it would do her bidding, for it was bound by the power of her spell. "Now go," she said, opening her eyes and watching the leaves rustle as the creature departed. From the Chronicle of Khotan. Painted in the certain knowledge that the waning of Maztica is upon us. A lone eagle arrives in Nexala. He brings a tale of tragedy and disaster too extraordinary to be believed. The strangers, he tells us, are the servants of great monsters. These beasts ride upon clouds of smoke and make thunder with the crashing of their feet. They are powerful and swift, stronger than many men. But they are also cunning, for they have the minds of men. They fight with weapons, and also with their invincible flesh. The Eagle Knight tells us all he has seen as tears flow from his eyes. His heart breaks from the weight of his tale, and he dies upon the floor before Naltecona as he completes the story. Naltecona's eyes widen. His skin grows pale until he resembles the description of the foreigner's white, bloodless complexion. His mouth hangs open, working at words that will not come forth. "More sacrifices!" he finally cries. "We must consult the gods." And the priests and their captives form a procession. Naltecona wields the knife himself. He seeks the wisdom to decide, asking the gods to provide him with the knowledge and will he himself lacks. Of course, they do not answer. Conquest. At sunset, the surviving people of Ulatos gathered in somber ranks along the avenues of their lush city to witness the entrance of the conquerors. Though the battle had never reached the city itself, every resident of Ulatos knew the tale of this day's fighting. Nearly every family had lost a father or brother, or even a younger sister or grandparent caught up in the massacre. First came the measured columns, 6 abreast, of Garant's swordsmen and Dagran's crossbows. Banners flew above the men. The trumpets and drums paced their step. They advanced in a steady, even cadence, faster than a normal walk. The legionnaires marched precisely, stealing glances to the right and left at the many splendors around them. They saw gardens and flowers such as they had never imagined, and clean white houses. Water flowed in many places, always clean and clear. Next came 21 horsemen, 3 abreast. The blue and yellow pennants flew from their upraised lances, and the riders took great pleasure in wheeling and bucking and prancing with their mounts, to the great awe of the onlookers. Alvaro rode at their head, on a black gelding he had commandeered from one of his men. Often he pulled savagely against the bit, causing the horse to rear and kick, while the red-headed captain brandished his sword. Cordell rode into Ulatos in the center of the Golden Legion, mounted and followed by horses bearing Darian and the Bisho. The other 20 horses, and then the last companies of foot soldiers, completed the grand procession. The Legion moved along the wide avenues quickly, soon reaching the large plaza at the heart of the city. Trees and flowers grew in profusion around the square. Several narrow canals reached the fringes of the plaza, crossed by the avenues on wide wooden bridges. Dominating the plaza was the great green bulk of a verdant pyramid, higher than the one near Twin Visages, and also distinguished by the profusion of vines and flowers growing from each of its terraces. Atop the temple splashed a high fountain of clear water, and the liquid leaped down the stepped sides of the edifice in a merry trickle, as if to mock the solemnity of the humans gathered below. The soldiers broadened their ranks to cover the square as Cordell and Darian dismounted. The two walked slowly toward the figures, awaiting them at the base of the green pyramid. One man, distinguished by his resplendent mantle and his collar of green feathers, stepped forward and bowed low. He began to speak, but Cordell cut him off. "Are you the chief of this city?" the captain general demanded as Darian quickly translated. The man, shocked and frightened by Cordell's rudeness, stammered and then responded. "He is Coxal, the revered counselor of Ulatos," Darian interpreted. "Tell him to bring me all of the gold in the city now. We shall also require food and quarters. But first the gold. They are to bring it here." Cordell gestured to a raised square in the center of the plaza, a foot above the ground. Darian translated. Then Coxal turned and spoke urgently to the lords and chiefs behind him. "Tell him that if they attempt to conceal any of their gold, their city will be destroyed." Coxal's expression was desperate as he spoke to Darian. "We will bring you all of our gold. Please know that we are not rich. This is not Naxal. We are but the Pait, and our gold is yours." Showing interest, Cordell nodded to Darian. "We will learn more about this place next all. But for now, let us count the gold before us." He turned back to the counselor of Ulatos. "Coxall, you are to lead your lords to every house in your city. You will claim all of the gold in my name and bring it to me here. When you have finished, my men will search. If we find that you have deceived us, your city will be destroyed." The counselor hastily turned and collected his nobles, sending them scurrying off in all directions. "My general, the pennant," Bisho Dominicus urged, joining the pair at the base of the pyramid. Several men-at-arms and the sergeant bearing the legion's standard also came up. "To the top!" exclaimed Cordell, with a flourish. The little party climbed the pyramid. At the top was a lush garden, complete with clear bathing pools, grassy walkways, and beds of brilliant blossoms. At the center of the square area stood a raised dais, with a statue upon it. "A demon!" cried Dominicus, spitting upon the image of the feathered serpent Kotal. "Tear it down!" Instantly the men-at-arms toppled the squat carving, knocking the leering dragon-like head off its encircling mane of feathers in the process. In moments, they had rolled both pieces of the statue over the edge, where they had tumbled down the side and smashed to rubble in the plaza below. Already, Cordell could see, natives hurried to pile objects in the center of the plaza. He could see the metallic gleam of gold on many statuettes, chains, and bracelets. Other objects, swathed in cloth for the moment, he imagined were ingots and large chunks of the precious yellow metal. "The pennant! For the glory of Helm!" Bisho Dominicus tossed back his head and shouted. He snatched the standard from the sergeant and leaped onto the now vacant dais. His gauntlets, each emblazoned with the blazing eye of his god, gripped the flagpole as he raised it high. With a powerful blow, he planted it in a crack between two rocks. The pennant unfurled, its golden eagle emblem snapping taut, the great staring eye of Helm in the eagle's breast glaring imperiously about the city. Behind the pennant, the crystal plume of the fountain slowly sank back into its pool. Then it died altogether. The smokeless fire cast a warm glow against the shiny walls of the grotto. Halloran emerged from the clear pool, his skin raw from scrubbing. Corporal still swam joyfully in the shallow stream, while Storm grazed on a profusion of tall grass. Hal discarded the root Erich had provided him, an herb that had frothed with the water to form something she called soap. It had proven so effective that Hal now felt uncomfortably clean. He slipped into his leather jerkin and woolen leggings with some relief, ignoring Erich's wrinkled nose. They both relaxed now, comfortable and reasonably safe for the moment in any event. Hal had located this steep-sided rocky niche, only a few hundred paces from shore, but masked by verdant growth on all sides. "We will find you a mantle," she said, "clean and cool. You will like it." Hal grunted non-committally. In fact, he immediately noticed the itching of his present rough fabric against his skin. Pools of sticky sweat formed quickly where the heavy leather padding clung tightly to his body. But the bath had been grueling enough. Helm's curses if he would allow anything else. "Here, I have food." Erich handed him a flat object, which he recognized as a maize cake. The islanders had introduced the legion to this nourishing staple, the mainstay of the Maztican diet. Thanks. Hal bit into the cake, and suddenly tears sprang from his eyes and his mouth blazed with fire. Desperately he swallowed the food and gulped many mouthfuls of water. "What's in this?" he gasped. "This? Just beans. Oh, and a little pepper. Do you like it?" She smiled curiously. "It's splendid," he whispered, quickly cooling his gullet with more water. Even the water only seemed to spread the fire around, like oil thrown upon a blaze. Still, rations were rations, and these were the only rations available. He tried smaller bites, and slowly came to appreciate the sharp, distinctive flavor. His eyes watered freely and sweat burst from the pores on his skin, but he noted with surprise that, in this tropical heat, the spicy food actually made his body feel cooler. On the outside, at any rate. "Tell me about your land," he prodded, as they finished eating. "That city Ulatos. Is that your home?" "No. I come from far away, near the heart of the true world." "The true world." "Maztica. The whole known world. Maztica's greatest nation is Nexal, for the Nexalans have conquered many of the other tribes. Kultaka is another strong land, enemy of Nexal. Here we are in Pait, the land farthest removed from Nexal. Pait is the only land that is not an enemy of Nexal, but it is not a conquest either. The Pait are too far away for the Nexalans to worry much about them. But what of the bloody priests, such as the one that killed Martine?" Erich sighed. "The followers of Tzaltek, such as that priest, are far more numerous among the Nexala and Kultaka than among the Pait. But always we can find worshippers of Kotal, such as good Kachin. He was the patriarch, the highest of high priests, of the temple in Ulatos." She turned to him, suddenly curious. "You said that your own people attacked you. Why?" Hal told the tale of his arrest and escape, and as he spoke, the events seemed like distant history, a story that had happened to someone else. The whole fabric of his life had been shattered, and yet he felt like the same person now as when he had served Cordell's legion. Yet as he sensed the impact of what had happened, he began to realize that Cordell, Alvaro, Bisho Dominicus, none of them would be content to let him escape. They would come after him with all the powers at their disposal, and Hal knew these to be considerable. In that same instant, he made another decision. "When I spoke to you of staying with me, I forgot. That is, you can't," he began awkwardly. He forced the words out. "You can't come with me. I can't be around you." "Why?" Erich demanded. "It's not safe. The Legion is sure to chase me, and they'll probably find me. You would, well, you'd get in the way if I had to fight," he lied. Erich leaped to her feet. "And just what will you do? Do you think, with your hairy monsters and your metal shirt, you can go where you please in Maztica? Do what you will? No, Captain Halloran, you will be killed, and your heart will be fed to Tzaltek or Tezca. Only with me do you have a chance to stay alive. And don't worry, if something attacks you, I won't get in the way." Halloran blinked in surprise at her outburst. He hadn't intended to offend her. Couldn't she see that he only wanted her safety? That no place in Maztica was likely to be as unsafe as by his side? "You don't understand," he blurted. He wanted to explain to her his terrible guilt over Martine's death. She had to see that he could not be responsible for another such violent fate. But even as the reasons, the explanations, whirled through his mind, he began to feel that perhaps he didn't understand things fully either. "I'm not a slave," Erich declared forcefully, "and I will not be dismissed like some bothersome child." She took several steps away from him, and then looked back, her eyes softening. Some of the tension left her body. "You are a brave man, Captain, especially so that you would send me to safety even though it would leave you helpless in my country. But you need me," she finished, sitting again beside their small fire. "You have saved my life when I would have given it up. That is a debt I will not easily ignore." He looked at her in gratitude, realizing how very fearful he had been about her departure. "You're right. I need your help to survive, and I'm grateful that you're offering it." He shook his head, angry at himself. "I'm sorry about what I said. I don't believe for a minute that you'd get in the way, but you must listen to me. There could be great danger, terrifying attacks that you cannot imagine. If something strange happens, I want you to get away from me quickly. Do you understand?" She nodded at him, still glaring. He was certain that she understood, but quite uncertain that she would obey. With a sigh of resignation, Hal adjusted his backpack, currently employed as a pillow. "What's this?" he wondered aloud. He examined the leather satchel, particularly the bottom, where he thought it had been reinforced. He realized instead that something flat and solid had been inserted into a secret compartment there. After a moment, he found a concealed flap and pulled it upward, revealing a leather-bound tome wrapped in a black ribbon. Pulling the heavy book out, he gasped in astonishment. "What is that? Is it good?" asked Erich, puzzled by the look of mingled wonder and fear on Hal's face. "No, not good. I don't know how bad." He looked directly into Erich's eyes. "It appears that I have inadvertently stolen the spellbook of the wizard Darian." He explained the significance of the find, knowing that this tome held a copy of each magical spell in Darian's arsenal. Of course, they aren't useful to anyone except a trained magic user. You can go mad trying to read a spell that is beyond your abilities. More than likely, it just won't make any sense. Yet as he spoke, the smooth leather cover seemed to beckon invitingly from his lap. His eyes wandered downward, intrigued and tantalized. He held the book, shut, for a long time, eventually noticing that Erich had dropped off to sleep. "How much do I remember?" he mused, over and over. Finally he flipped the book open to its first page. A searing flash burned his eyes, and he slammed the cover shut, blinking. Yet within the brief instant of that flash, he had recognized symbols, words of arcane power. Carefully, he opened the book again. This time the flash was not so bright. He forced his eyes to remain fixed on the page, and was elated as he identified the enchantment. A sleep spell. This was one he had once known. Could he learn it again? Carefully, he scrutinized the symbols. Some of them became clear to him, but others seemed to waver on the page, just beyond the reach of his understanding. His head began to throb, but still he studied. Finally, it was sheer fatigue, and not magic, that caused his head to drop back and his eyes to close. Halloran dreamed of Arquewius. The old wizard counseled him on his magic missile spell, cuffing his ears when he mispronounced a syllable or let his attention wander. In the dream, he studied the spell and attempted it dozens of times, always failing in one crucial aspect or another. Then, suddenly, he got it right, firing the enchantment off in a sparkling trail. He leaped up, thrilled with the success, but his tutor passed it off with a gruff, "That is acceptable." Immediately Arquewius gave him another task, the learning of the light spell. He labored over the new incantation, trying to cast it again and again, but he could not capture the rhythms of the enchantment. Arquewius left him and went to sleep. Still, the youthful Halloran practiced, and still he failed. Tears of frustration rolled down his cheeks, but no one offered sympathy. Again he studied, his eyes straining under weak candlelight to read figures that seemed to slip elusively across the page. Over and over and over he tried the spell, and each time his task grew more difficult. But always he went back to it, and now, finally, he felt he was getting close. He was almost there. He shouted a word, something from his distant past, and suddenly sat upright in fright. Instantly, the inside of the grotto blossomed with cool, white light, harshly gleaming against the dark night above. "Did I do that?" was Hal's first thought. Then he heard the howling. "If the white men want the gold of this house, let them come and take it themselves. Now leave me," Gultek growled at the plump nobleman, a nephew of Coxall's. The little fellow squealed in terror and fled down the street as the Jaguar Knight angrily slammed the gate. For some time, Gultek brooded in the garden before the House of Jaguars. Several of the younger warriors crouched listlessly in their chambers, while others wandered aimlessly among the flowers and ponds. Most of the rooms were empty now, their former occupants lying on the field beyond the city. "Why was I spared? Why, when so many young knights, so many fathers and brothers, so many with so much to live for, perished? Why was I, who have nothing, spared?" Gultek pulled his flint dagger from his belt and cut long slashes in his forearms. He watched the blood drip to the ground, but his act of penance brought no healing to his spirit. He stood and stretched, cat-like, looking at the House of Jaguars wistfully. This elegant mansion, home for members of his order who had no wives, no families, had sheltered him for more years than he cared to remember. Always it had been a symbol of the invincible might, the unassailable pride of his order. Now that might had been broken on the field of battle. The pride lay in shambles across the treasure-littered plaza of Ulatos, where the nobles of the city hastened to do the bidding of their new masters. Once again came the banging at the gate, and this time Gultek recognized the voice of the revered counselor. "Open up, Gultek," groaned Coxall. "I've got to talk to you." Angrily, the warrior threw open the portal. He looked with scorn at his chieftain, as Coxall stumbled inside. The man's expression was tearful, his position cowed. "Gultek, you must give up the gold in the house. The foreigners demand it. You have much gold. You will make them very happy. They feed on the yellow metal and need it to live." "Let them come and take it, then. Let me die a warrior's death facing them." Coxall looked at the Jaguar Knight with compassion. "This I would tell them, but they will not come after you only. They will raze the city if we do not yield our gold." Gultek wanted to shout at him, even to attack him. Some part of the Jaguar's pride desperately needed to blame the counselor. If only Gultek could have deployed the army in the forest, as he had desired. But in his heart, Gultek knew that his own tactic, while it might have saved more warriors, would not have held the strangers out of Ulatos. Ulatos had been doomed, and it was Coxall's destiny to preside over the first city of Maztica to fall to the invaders. For the first time, he felt a measure of pity for his pathetic chief. "They will come tomorrow to search the houses," urged Coxall. "Think of the children, Gultek." The Jaguar Knight tried to think of the children. He tried to think about anything, but all he saw was a black void. His life was behind him. He had failed at his destiny. Now, there was nothing. "My house is your house," he said softly. He walked away from Coxall, seeking the darkest corner of the garden. Here he squatted and faced the wall as the gold from the House of Jaguars was taken to the plaza. Gultek watched the young jaguars meander dejectedly from the house. One by one, they carried golden ornaments up the street to the house of the Captain General, as Coxall's place was now called. They went to answer their new lord's command. None of them spoke. Never had Gultek imagined a scene of such tragedy, such utter humiliation. Every jaguar stood ready to accept death upon the battlefield, or honorable capture and sacrifice upon an enemy's altar. But the warriors now entered the palace, and did not emerge. They remained there, prisoners of the invader, Cordell. The Captain General had loudly proclaimed that sacrifice was now forbidden, and none knew why he gathered the warriors to himself. Gultek could not make himself rise. He sat in the garden until night fell, and then waited throughout the long hours of darkness for the soldiers to come and take him. When he resisted, they would kill him. Inside the warrior, a great, caged feline paced angrily back and forth, growling and snarling at the confining bars. But outwardly, Gultek showed no expression, moved no muscle for the many hours of night. The pacing became a restless obsession, though still with no outward display. And with the passing hours, he knew that even his enemies had forgotten him. His destiny had been destroyed on the battlefield, crushed by the might of his enemy. Now that enemy would not even grant him the dignity of a warrior's death. His life finished, Gultek rose and left the garden under the rosy glow of dawn. He did not turn toward the palace. Instead, he went south, out of the city and through the cleared fringe of fields. At full daylight, he reached the jungle's edge. Now, a great spotted cat sprang into the middle branches of the trees, above the choking growth along the ground. Supple muscles rippled under the smooth pelt, and bright yellow eyes probed the greenery for the sight of game. The great cat was hungry, and Ghoultek was free. Footprints marched steadily down the beach, appearing one after another to mark the track of the invisible stalker. Helmstooth, Halloran's silver longsword, swung about 3 feet above the ground, just as if a human warrior held the weapon at the ready. Like the needle of a compass, it swung tentatively for a bit, then quickly steadied in the direction of its quarry. The stalker possessed inhuman patience and tenacity. It could only be drawn to a physical world such as this one by the command of a powerful wizard. The stalker was compelled by the summoning spell to perform the task assigned, and so it searched for the man named Halloran. Not until it found him and completed the command would it be free of the wizard's will. It had searched the battlefield of Ulatos for hours before finally locating the spoor. The man had mounted a horse, and the steed had thwarted the stalker's previous efforts at detection. But now it followed that horse along the beach, and the footprints and sword made steady progress. Suddenly they stopped as the stalker sought a spoor invisible and undetectable to mortal senses. Then the footprints turned from the beach and entered the jungle. Leaves rustled, as if to mark the passage of a short burst of wind, and soon the sword danced toward the entrance of a rocky grotto. Within, it sensed the dying coals of a fire, and its quarry. Cordell pried the gold nugget from the belly of the delicately carved turquoise statue. He freed the metal and let the statue drop and smash on the hard stone of the plaza. Placing the heavy nugget between 2 of his molars, he grinned as the pliable metal conformed slightly to the pressure of his bite. Though the time was past midnight, great bonfires lit the plaza, and the men of the Legion showed no weariness as they watched more and more gold brought before them. Like Cordell, they tore the golden elements from artwork, compressed wiry statues into compact lumps of metal, and pulled the feathers and shells from delicate pictures embroidered with gold. Long into the night, the Captain General toiled at his enjoyable task, until finally fatigue claimed him. He would meet with the assessor in the morning, and for once he looked forward to the meeting. Halloran sat up in alarm, his magical dream forgotten, even though the soft light still washed through the grotto. Corporal stood nearby, growling softly. The Legionnaire listened to the distant howling, carried by the night breeze, and the sound sent an uncontrolled shiver down his spine. "Erish," he called softly, "wake up." She sat up quickly, and he sensed that she had already been awake for a little while. "Do you recognize that sound?" he asked. "No." She looked at him, and he had never seen her so frightened. "Is that more of your monsters?" He shook his head and cast a glance at Corporal. "Greyhounds don't bay when they follow a trail. When they do bark, it doesn't sound anything like that." The musical, mournful cry ululated through the night, still distant, but intensely menacing. "But you made this light, did you not?" "Yes, that's one of the magic spells I told you about. I don't know if I could do it again. I was having a dream, and when I woke I cast it." Erish looked around, her expression a mixture of fear and wonder. The cool white light filled the narrow niche, reflecting softly off the rocky walls. They had slept comfortably in the sheltered grotto. Hal wrapped in the blanket, and Erich in her plain cotton mantle. But now, neither of them wanted to rest. The howling came again, noticeably nearer. Hal recalled the various powers and enchantments available to the Bisho or Darien, wondering if this might be the work of one of the spellcasters. "I think we'd better move on," he suggested. Erich was already up, rolling her mantle into a tight bundle. Halloran lashed his backpack, blanket, and other supplies to Storm, while Erich quickly splashed some water on herself. She joined him beside the horse as he was examining something from his pack. "What is that? Water?" Erich asked, seeing a large vial in Hal's hand. He held 2 smaller bottles in his other hand. "No, they're magic potions of some kind. I took them when I escaped from the ship. I don't know why I did. Magic gives me the willies." Erich's brows knitted. "What do they do?" The howling echoed again, still distant. Corporal paced nervously while Hal thought about his answer. "I don't know for sure. You drink them, and something magic happens. The labels explain it all, I'm sure, but I've never seen writing like this." "Perhaps you should throw them away," urged the woman quietly. "We don't need them, and what if they're dangerous?" "Oh, I don't know," Halloran said airily. "They might come in handy." He set the 2 small bottles back in the pack and unstoppered the large one. Squinting into the bottle first, he raised it and took a short sip. "Halloran!" When Erich screamed, Hal quickly dropped the bottle and spat. He fumbled to push the cork back in, wondering why he couldn't see the bottle. Come to think of it, he couldn't see his hands either. He was invisible. "Halloran! Where are you?" Erich whirled around, panicking. It's all right. I'm right here." Already his form began to grow visible, and in moments he looked normal again. "This is a potion of invisibility. I didn't take enough to do more than fade for a second, but if we need to, we can drink a dose and disappear." "Forever?" Erich was clearly dubious. "No, for an hour or 2, I suppose. I know they're only temporary, but I haven't had much experience with potions." He reached for one of the small bottles. "Wait," urged Erich. "It does seem that they may be useful, but let's leave the others for a later time. We should be moving on now." The howling abruptly faded, changing in pitch and volume. They could still hear it, but it did not seem so imminent. Corporal suddenly growled and sprang to his feet. A gust of wind swirled through the grotto, rippling the stream water and rustling the grass along the bank. Hal looked up, but saw nothing, even though light still washed their camp. Once more the howling echoed in the distance. Then Corporal barked loudly. The sound saved Halloran's life. He whirled to look behind him just in time to see a silver sword driving toward his throat. Twisting away, he leaped to his feet. A sudden wind blazed the dull coals of the fire back to light, and Hal gaped in astonishment at his attacker. Or rather, his lack of an attacker. The silver sword danced in the air, apparently animated by itself. His astonishment grew as he saw the weapon clearly. "That's Helmstooth! My own sword!" he cried. The blade, given to him by Cordell himself, had been taken away when he was arrested. Now, as if under its own power, it was attacking him. As the weapon darted forward again, he saw splashes in the shallow water below it, marking the passage of invisible feet. He snatched the sword he had claimed from Alvaro from the nearby saddle and parried the attacker's next blow. But the enchanted sword flickered back and forth too quickly for Hal's eye, and the legionnaire stumbled backward to avoid another deadly thrust. His shock turned to fear as he realized that this inanimate attacker could kill him. He tumbled backward through shallow water, and something splashed after him. Corporal leaped at the attacker, snarling and biting at the air. The greyhound twisted in the water as a sudden gust of wind whipped up froth. A column of swirling air suddenly lifted the dog and hurled him to the shore. Halloran darted at the invisible shape, hacking back and forth trying to knock Helmstooth to the ground. The whirlwind turned back, and spray flew in a howling column, blinding Hal. The force of the air buffeted him backward, and he sprawled on the shore. The once placid grotto became a cage to him now, the limestone walls barring him from maneuver or flight. The rocky barriers formed a deadly arena, where life would be the winner's prize. Halloran scrambled desperately to his feet as Helmstooth came at him again. Diving away, he once again tumbled headlong in his desperate attempt to evade death. The sword chopped at the ground behind him, and he rolled away, bumping his shoulder on a sharp object. The sword lifted above him, ready for the kill, when something thumped into the invisible figure and knocked it aside. Hal saw Erich holding a sizable log, originally intended for their fire. But the whirlwind shape came swirling back, and Halloran knew they could not best it with physical attacks. The sharp object jabbed at him again as he struggled to his feet, and he realized that he had fallen onto his backpack. The top of one of the small potion bottles was barely visible, jutting from the side pocket. It had been that bottleneck that had poked him. Erich swung again, knocking the invisible sword thing backward, but then the wind swirled around her, smashing her to the ground. Hal's throat tightened with a cold terror that dwarfed his earlier fear. Then the sword turned back toward him. It was not interested in killing Erishitil of Maztica. Desperately, Hal pulled the little bottle from the pack. I hope this does more than make me invisible. Popping the cork, he threw back the bottle and gulped its entire contents in one swallow. In the next instant, he raised his sword and parried another slashing blow. Once again, the swirling wind raced through the camp. Spray blinded Hal, and he braced himself for the crushing force that had twice knocked him over. Closing his eyes against the stinging needles of water and dirt, he leaned into the wind and struggled to keep his balance. But the wind did not swirl so forcefully this time, at least not against his whole body. He felt it pounding his belly and his legs, then just his legs. He opened his eyes as the spray fell into mist and the wind jerked, annoyingly, but not dangerously, at his calves. He looked down at the fire, down at Erich, saw the starlit horizon stretching for miles around the grotto. Around the grotto? Even the 20-foot-high walls that had concealed their camp now looked like a trench around him. I'm a giant, he suddenly realized. For a moment, he reeled with vertigo, so dizzying was the sensation. But his feet had grown proportionately, and his balance remained steady. He crouched lightly, dropping into the trench-like grotto, every bit as nimble as he had ever been. Halloran saw the silver sword slash in for another attack, and he kicked the irritating thing away. Slowly he grasped the significance of the potion. it had increased him to a height of perhaps 30 feet. His weapons and clothing had grown right along with him. Erich sat, awestruck, gaping up at him. The invisible stalker whirled in again, and Hal raised one huge foot, stepping down hard on the struggling form. His massive weight pressed the thing into the water. A froth of bubbles exploded around his giant foot, but he could feel the substance of the monster still wriggling beneath the pressing weight. For several minutes he stood still, and slowly the struggles faded. Finally bubbles burst from the water all around his foot, as if a great air sac had burst. Feeling nothing resisting him now, he reached down and plucked Helmstooth from the bottom of the stream. Holding the sword like a toothpick, he looked around for any sign of the attacker, but once again the knight was silent. Erich stammered something unintelligible, and once again he looked at her horror-struck face. "Don't worry," he soothed, his voice like the rumbling of thunder. "It won't last long." At least, that's what he hoped. "Up here, inside the mountain," explained Luskag, barely breaking a sweat. "That's where we'll find the sunstone." Poshtli gasped an inarticulate reply. The combination of the steep climb and the high altitude made it virtually impossible for him to move, much less speak. Nevertheless, he followed the desert dwarf in their slow, steady ascent. Clad only in sandals and loincloths, they made the grueling climb under the blazing light of the morning sun. The climb was not treacherous, just a steady, long uphill grind in an atmosphere that offered precious little air to breathe. The mountains spread across a vast area of desert, rising from a tumult of lesser peaks to dominate the skyline in all directions. Dirty white snowfields, streaked with mud from melting, adorned the heights of the cone-shaped peak. And finally, the climbers neared this region. "The mountain was born at the time of the rock fire," explained Luskag, when they both paused to catch their breath. "You've talked about that before," noted Poshtli, between gasps. "What's the rock fire?" Luskag looked at him in surprise. "I thought surely the tale was known to all. The rock fire marks the birth of the desert dwarfs, but the death of all our kindred dwarfs." Poshtli looked at him in puzzlement, and Luskag continued. "The time was many generations ago. By dwarven reckoning, that means even more, measured in human generations, though no one knows exactly. The dwarves were locked in conflict with their arch-enemies, the Drow elves, the Dark Elves. It was a conflict that racked the far corners of the world, for the underneath at that time was linked by tunnels and caverns, such that the dwarf could cross under the great ocean, past the vast snow realms of the north and south, anywhere he wanted, without poking his head above the earth. And this region was the domain for many peoples, dwarves and dark elves, of course, but also the deep gnomes, the mind flayers, and many others. But none were more evil, as calculating, as the Drow. The Drow maintained a magical focus, deep under the earth, that they called the Dark Fire. Into this, they fed the bodies of their slain enemies, and the dark fire grew in power. Finally, it overwhelmed those who fed it, and grew of its own will into a great force of cataclysmic destruction, the rock fire. It consumed the world of the underground, destroying most of it. Mountains such as this were born in the fire,
while whole cities and nations of the Underdark were demolished.
Luskag paused, and Postli sensed the pain of the tale, a pain that appeared as fresh as if the disaster had occurred only yesterday.
The dwarven race was annihilated, except for a few small tribes, such as my ancestors. And even they found that life underground was no longer possible. For the hallowed caverns of antiquity, those that survived the fire, became cauldrons of poison gas or pools of hot, molten rock. So the dwarfs came to the surface, and now we live our lives in shallow caves, very near the baking of the hot sun. Now we dwarfs, here in the house of Teyska, are the last survivors of a proud and noble race. But one good thing, too, came from the rock fire. That was the complete destruction of the drow. At least now we live in peace, unthreatened by their evil machinations.
Postli lowered his eyes in respect for his companion's pain. He wondered at the power that could destroy a whole people, a whole nation. The dry wind swirled around him, and he felt a sudden chill. Luskag's pride was evident as he raised his bald head and looked across the house of Teyska. The barren, hot desert became muted with distance when viewed from this lofty vantage. The reds and browns and yellows flowed together in soft shades. The harsh and jagged skyline became a thing of beauty, distant, aloof, and unassailable.
And the sunstone, that too was born of the rock fire? Asked Postli, with a glance toward the summit.
Luskag nodded and climbed to his feet.
And we'd best get moving if you would like to consult the stone today. The sun will be high in the sky shortly, and we must reach the top before then.
Postli grunted acquiescence and stood stiffly. They had climbed most of the way up the mountain, but the last bit was the steepest, strewn with loose rock and dirty patches of snow. His mind became a haze of fatigue. Sweat dripped into his eyes, blurring his vision. They had brought no water. Luskag had informed him that the body and soul must be bared by the climb. One who sought the inside of the sunstone must be pure, and show his devotion by such abstinence. Finally they crested the summit, and Postli saw that they stood upon the rim of a vast volcanic caldera. Through his fatigue, he looked down into the yawning crater and gasped with amazement at the sight of the sunstone. His body tingled. His mind came sharply alert. This is a place of the gods, he realized in awe. A great disk of silver lay flat in the crater, like a lake of molten metal. The inside of the caldera was dry and lifeless, a baked surface of black rock. But the disk, nearly the size of the great plaza of Nexal, seemed to gleam with a life of its own. Postli could not have torn his eyes away even if he had wanted to. He squatted on his haunches, spellbound. He sensed Luskag sitting behind him, also facing the inside of the mountain. Slowly, majestically, the sun crested the opposite side of the crater. Higher it climbed, warming them with its heat, but never did their eyes waver from the silver disk. Postli saw the metal begin to move, starting to swirl slowly in a great circle. Faster and faster the metal whirled, and more magnificent, more enthralling grew the spell. The eagle warrior and the desert dwarf did not move, did not twitch a muscle, or blink. Finally, the sun reached high across the mountain. Its light struck the disk in a scorching reflection, pouring brilliance in its concentrated beams. Poshtli felt the force wash over him, almost knocking him backward. Grimly, he fixed his gaze against the glare, feeling his body grow warm, then hot. His vision had suddenly become a white nothingness. But then, a hole opened in the vast blank. In the very center of his vision, the hole grew, until he could see through it, into a region of clear blue sky. He looked through the hole in his vision, and saw buzzards circling, wheeling downward, away from him. Poshtli forgot his pain, forgot the heat. He dove with the buzzards, which had now become eagles. Soaring, he remembered sensations of flight, but never had they created such joy. With sudden, sickening abruptness, he flew with the eagles over a vast black wasteland. Through the ashes, he could see the outlines of canals, a tumbled mound that might have been a pyramid, the swamps that outlined what once had been lakes. Nexal! He cried for the city, with his voice a harsh wail. This was truly Nexal that stood below him, but a Nexal of death and disaster. There were no people here, but strange, frightening things wandered among the muck and ruin. Creatures of grotesque appearance, malformed shapes, and bestial, hateful eyes. Poshtli still looked through the hole in his vision, though now he tried to look away, but he could not. He thought the sight would drive him mad. Despair threatened to burst his heart. Then he saw, before him, a woman of indescribable beauty. She stood among the blackened ruins, and the darkness fell back from her. Where it recoiled, the city did not reappear, but at least the land emerged, green and whole again. Poshtli's avian form reeled under the brutal assault of the vision. He twisted and squirmed in the air, as if he would escape the horror below it. But it seemed that everywhere he turned, he faced new scenes of devastation. Then he saw the jungle below him, broken by patches of savanna. The sun appeared in his vision, rising directly above an overgrown pyramid. Poshtli's vision fell toward the pyramid, and here he saw a strange sight. A beautiful woman, fighting desperately for her life. He saw a pack of coyotes snapping at her legs. Beside her stood one he recognized as a white man from across the sea. He, too, fought the coyotes. Poshtli saw that the attackers were small, shaggy creatures of several colors, pale yellow, brown, and black. The next thing he knew was Luskag's hand on his shoulder, shaking him. He sat up and blinked, unable to remove the glaring yellow spot from his vision, the spot where the hole had been. Dimly he realized that it was night. "Come," said Luskag. Poshtli saw that the dwarf, too, blinked often. "Were the gods kind to you?" "They were," Poshtli said softly. "I know now what to do." Cardan, the assessor, reported to Cordell at noon. The Captain General kept the bookkeeper waiting outside the grand house while he dressed. Cardan fidgeted nervously on a stone bench in the courtyard, taking little note of his surroundings in the spacious palace that had once been Coxall's. The house was huge, with an enclosed garden and bathing pool. Beyond this open area, whitewashed walls enclosed the high, airy rooms of the huge, flat-roofed building. While most of the buildings in Ulatos seemed to be of wood or thatch, this one was made of stone. Cordell soon emerged from his apartments to meet the Council of Six's representative. "Of course, I worked under execrable conditions," began Cardan. "It's not like weighing nice minted coins. My estimate includes an error factor of plus or minus 10%. His apology out of the way, Cardan beamed. "My preliminary assessment, however, yields the pleasant sum of 1,100,000 pieces of gold, once forging and minting have been accomplished. The gold seems to be of genuinely high purity, though my assumptions have been cautious there as well." Cordell whistled softly. "That is splendid news, sir. Simply splendid." Cardan lowered his head modestly and then cleared his throat, looking hesitantly back at the Captain General. "May I ask, Your Excellency, whether you now plan to embark for home?" Cordell looked at the man in astonishment. "Of course not. We have barely scratched the surface of this land." "Begging the General's pardon," wheezed Cardan, "but some of the men have been talking about the distances and our small numbers. Surely it would be wise to return to for additional provisions and reinforcements." "And perhaps another assessor, you filthy coward?" Cordell looked at the man with barely concealed scorn. "You had best set aside any thoughts of returning to my good bookkeeper." His voice took on its customary edge of firmness, the tone of a captain's captain. "Double-check your figures. And strive for a little more accuracy this time, if you please." With a dark look backward, Cardan slipped away, stiffening and nodding as Cordell called after him. "Send in Captain Dagrand." The dwarf clumped in and raised his hand in salute. "Town's quiet, General." "And that chief, Coxall?" asked the commander. "He's waiting outside." "Very well. When my Lady Darien emerges, we shall summon him. Remain until then, Captain." In moments, the elf maiden came from the private apartments across the wide courtyard to join them in the large, open room that served well as a central meeting hall. As always during daylight, the albino's body was swathed completely in her robe. 2 guards ushered Coxall through the door, and Cordell immediately began to speak, with Darien translating. "You have done well with the gathering of gold. I am sure we will now have peace between our peoples. But there is one more thing you must do." Coxall scowled, but then quickly wiped his face clear of expression. Cordell continued. All of those warriors who are chiefs, the jaguars and the eagles, must be brought to me. We have many here, detained when they brought the gold, but you must find the rest and send them to us. When they are all safely locked up, then your city will return to life as usual. For a moment, Coxall stood taller. My city will never return to life as usual, he growled. But then his shoulders sagged. I do not know why you would lock up a man, unless he fears to escape the altar. Are you making sacrifices of them? Of course not, by helm. Cordell's face flushed. That barbaric practice is forevermore outlawed. Here, in Ulatos, and wherever else I take my legion. The warriors will be placed in a room and kept there until we ascertain that Ulatos will give us no further trouble. They must report to me by sunset today. But they will surely die, protested Coxall. They are not the kind of men who can live caged in a room. You will surely kill them. That's a risk I'm willing to take, barked Cordell. This interview is concluded. Coxall bowed, shaking with emotion. He held his eyes downcast as he backed toward the door. Wait. Cordell stopped him. There is another thing. I wish to learn more of this place you talked of, this Nexal. Bring me some of your people who have visited there or lived there. I'm sure you know of such people. As you wish. Coxall nodded again and hurriedly slipped out the door. Do the men have comfortable quarters? Cordell asked, turning to Dagrind. Indeed, General. Splendid. Food is plentiful. The Paith have no ales nor spirits, admitted the dwarf wistfully. This octal they drink has a most pungent aroma and curious taste. But the men have made the most of it. We will remain here for 2 days. We'll let the men enjoy themselves a bit, find some women, that sort of thing. Go easy on them if they get a little out of control. One other thing, though, Captain. Any legionnaire caught hoarding gold is to be thrown in irons and displayed in the plaza as a lesson to his fellows. See that the word is passed. Then, Captain, I have a task that will require your special abilities. Dagrind looked at his general quizzically, and Cordell smiled slightly as he explained. I wish to build a fort beside the anchorage where the fleet stands. You will be in charge of the construction, rotating half of the legion on work detail while the others stand to arms. Dagrind nodded in quick comprehension. Good choice, sir. That rocky hill just back from the shore? Exactly. But we'll need a jetty, too. Later, perhaps, a breakwater, but for now, we'll start with a breastwork and a place to dock a carrack. Now, enjoy some time before I put you to work. The dwarf nodded and clumped away. Captain Alvaro stepped in as his comrade departed. Ah, Captain, began the commander. I will tell you why I have summoned you. You've been accepted rather prettily here, but I believe one more gesture is necessary to ensure the lasting obedience of the Paith. Yes, General. What do you suggest? I want you to observe these warriors we have in captivity. Find 4 or 5 of them that show some spirit, that seem like leaders. Bring them to me, in the plaza before this house, this evening hence. The Captain General smiled grimly at his lieutenant, his eyes glittering like black sapphires. "We will make sure that the warriors of Ulatos remember that they have been conquered by the Golden Legion." From the Chronicle of Khotan. As darkness gathers around the shores of Naxal, Tsaltek holds all of Maztica in thrall. Koltal tantalizes us with the promise of his return, with the sign of the Coatl, with the visions to the Eagle Knight. But he gives no sign of arrival. And now, an ancient one is abroad in the land. He follows his pack of hounds, black, fiery beasts from the netherworld, the world of Tsaltek in the dark fire, and he seeks to kill the future before it can begin. For thus can Tsaltek's triumph be assured. But now the Ancient One moves with fear as well, for the pieces of the future are falling into place. He must slay her, and he must keep his nature a secret. Even the Ancient Ones, it seems, fear the might of the strangers. The girl is still a child of Pluma, and, too, she is the beneficiary of unpredicted aid. The white man accompanies her not as conqueror, but as companion. Together, they challenge the darkness, but that darkness is vast, and they are very small indeed. 19. Helmsport.
"What happened to you?" gasped Erich, leaning back to stare at the towering figure of Halloran.
"The potion. One of the small bottles. It must have been a potion of growth."
Erich clapped her hands over her ears, and Hal looked around self-consciously, imagining the echoes of his deep voice rumbling through the narrow stone-walled gorge. He squatted into the grotto, noting that the light spell had vanished somewhat during the fight.
"And that thing that attacked you, I couldn't see it. What was that?"
Erich stepped closer to Halloran, hesitantly reaching upward and touching his knee as if to ascertain that he really stood before her. Even squatting, he still loomed over her, but at least their faces were closer. He made an effort to speak quietly.
"I don't know. I've heard about such things, invisible stalkers and servants that wizards can summon. I think it was one of those. That it somehow tracked us here."
Erich frowned in concentration.
"Listen, the howling. It's gone."
They both remained still for a few moments, listening. Hal noticed that the sky was growing light from the approaching dawn.
"I don't think this invisible fellow had anything to do with the howling," he ventured. "It's quiet now, sure, but that doesn't mean whatever it is has given up the trail."
"Do you think others know where we are? If the stalker can find us, maybe its master can too."
"Or mistress," said Hal, thinking of the wizard Darian. He knew she would never forgive him for the theft of her spellbook, and he suspected she would be relentless in her pursuit of vengeance. By the same token, that loss might limit her powers enough to make pursuit difficult.
"You've got a good point," he said. "I think we'd better get out of here right away."
Rosy light now colored half the sky, but the jungle remained still. The low rumble of surf on the beach beyond the grotto was the only sound. Suddenly Halloran doubled over,
his giant form toppling like a felled tree. He dropped to his hands and knees, retching uncontrollably. For a second, he suffered a terrifying sensation of falling as the world spun madly around him. His body twisted, racked by convulsions, and he sensed the grass slipping from his hands as he moved involuntarily. Finally, a sense of normalcy returned. He remained kneeling, supported by his hands, and slowly caught his breath. He no longer felt nauseous. Most importantly, his size was once again that of a human, not a giant. Erich helped him to his feet. "Are you hurt?" she asked. "You looked like you were in terrible pain." He nodded, suppressing a groan. "I was for a minute there. I'm glad that's over." Erich shook her head slowly. "I don't like it, this magic that changes you so. I think we should pour the other potions out." "That one surely proved useful. Who knows how helpful the invisibility potion might be, or that other one? I should find out what it is." He reached into the saddlebag and pulled out the other small bottle. Like the invisibility and growth potions, it was marked by an indistinguishable label. He popped the cork out and raised it. "Wait," said Erich, her voice quiet but urgent. "It's so soon since the effects of the other. At least wait a while before trying it." He was about to ignore her caution, but something in the strain of her voice told him she was really concerned. "All right," he said, and put the bottle away. "These are the warriors who have been causing the difficulties?" demanded Cordell. 4 men had been dragged to him in chains. Now they waited on their knees before the Captain General in the plaza of Ulatos. They were filthy, wearing only torn breechclouts. It was hard to believe that they had once been eagle and jaguar knights. "These are the ones," grunted Alvaro, cuffing one man who dared to raise his head at Cordell's voice. The horseman knew what his commander had in mind, and the whole charade was a game he found quite entertaining. The men were not troublemakers. Their only offense had been to glare at him instead of casting their eyes down like the other prisoners. The Paiute warriors generally became morose and apathetic under captivity. It was as much spirit as any of the captives had shown, but that was all the excuse Alvaro needed. "Velez, are you ready?" Cordell asked. "Yes, my general." Velez, the Legion's master smith, nodded. He knelt before a hot pile of coals and quickly pulled forth a long iron. Its tip was the image of the staring eye of Helm, and now it glowed cherry red. The group stood on the raised platform in the plaza, with Darien and a strong contingent of guards. Many natives had gathered in the great square around them to witness the sorcery of the white men. Darien stood with Cordell, ready to translate when the time was right. The first prisoner did not know what was happening. 2 legionnaires threw him roughly to the ground and knelt on him, pressing his head sideways against the stones. Velez moved quickly, pressing the red-hot iron to the man's cheek. The knight's flesh sizzled sickeningly, and a cloud of smoke hissed into the air. He screamed, but the legionnaires held firm. In a second, Velez pulled the iron away, and the knight rolled across the hard clay surface of the plaza. He sobbed uncontrollably, and though the legionnaires did not know it, his tears were tears of shame, not pain. In short order, The other 3 knights were similarly overpowered and branded, though each struggled frantically against the debasement. But in the end, each of the 4 wore the glaring eye, branded forever, onto their faces. "The hand of Helm is everywhere," pronounced Bishop Dominicus solemnly. Dominicus glared at the branded men, as if their very presence was an affront to his god. "Indeed," Cordell nodded. He was worried about the cleric. Since the death of his daughter, the Bishop had become obsessed with the notion of Helm's vengeance against transgressors. And his mind, clouded by hatred, saw all Mazticans as transgressors. However, such vehemence had in fact proved useful in the subjugation of Ulatos. So vigorously had the Bishop preached his tale of Helm's might, so vivid was the proof of his superiority in the form of the recent battle, that the Piete seemed to have no difficulty accepting Helm as a superior god. Dominicus told them that Helm had personally vanquished the pagan gods. Now the Mazticans turned out daily to hear the Bishop harangue them in a language they could not understand. They recognized the glaring eye in Helm's banner, however, and began to treat it with the respect due a mighty god by prostrating themselves when the flag was raised or lowered. "Let this be a final reminder of our mastery and the punishments meted to our enemies," proclaimed Cordell for Darian to translate. The elf woman, robed and masked as always when she ventured into the light of the sun, looked with satisfaction at the prisoners. She was impressed once again with the general's wisdom. The legion could not afford to keep a large garrison in Ulatos, yet the city must know, and always remember, that it had been conquered. Even when no legionnaires were in sight, the citizens of the city would look at these 4 warriors, and they would remember. "Now, to the palace," spoke the Captain General, turning and marching quickly back to his residence. Darian and the Bishop accompanied him through the courtyard, where he found Dagrind and Cardan awaiting him. "The headman, Caxal, is here, General," explained the dwarf. "Did he bring anyone with him?" "Yes, sir. He's brought several of his fellows to tell you about that city Nexal." The dwarf gestured toward the inner courtyard of the building that had once been Caxal's house. Cordell quickly strode through the vine-fringed archway. He found Caxal seated on a stone bench, with 6 men resting on the ground beside him. The Captain General paused long enough to allow Darian to catch up and take position behind him. Meanwhile, the Paites all flung themselves on the earth and pressed their foreheads to the ground. The rest of Cordell's captains, Geraint and the commanders of the longbows and spearmen, joined him here. Cardan, too, hurried to catch up, wheezing for breath but quickly readying his quill and scroll as Cordell spoke. "I want you to tell me anything you know about the land of Nexal, both the people and the city itself. I will not harm you. I will reward those who share their knowledge with me. Now speak." Cordell paced back and forth beside a flower-studded lily pond, dictating his words for Darian to translate. The men remained kneeling on the grass before the Captain General. "You." He addressed a tall man who wore a humble white mantle. "Have you been there?" "Indeed, most commanding lord. The city of Nexal is the greatest city in all the true world. Beside it, Ulatos is nothing more than a squalid collection of hovels." "And gold?" prodded Cordell. "Do the Nexalans have gold?" "Oh, yes, most magnificent conqueror. The most humble of lords, wear plates upon his chest, ear and lip plugs of solid gold. They collect gold in tribute from all the tribes they have conquered. The marketplace of Nexal is like no other place in the world, Supreme One. The markets alone cover a plaza the size of this entire city. There will your magnificence find more gold, feathers and turquoise, pearls and jade, all manners of treasures, sorcerous things, objects of feather magic and talon magic. There, too, are the great treasuries. Naltecona's alone, concealed somewhere in his palace, holds more valuables than our entire humble city. And each of his counselors has built a palace, and each has such a storeroom, never opened in the long history of Nexal. How do you know all of this, man? The Captain General grew suspicious at the extent of the man's enthusiasm. But the native hastily and abjectly explained. I have traded with the Nexalan merchants, the Potek, who travel all Maztica. They sometimes come to Pait, especially for cocoa and plumage that cannot be found in less verdant lands. They talk freely of their city, and they tell how they must pay taxes to Naltecona for his treasure room, just as their fathers were taxed by Naltecona's father. Once I journeyed to Nexal with a band of Potek, and lived a year in that grand city. I spent long days in the marketplace, bartering and learning their ways. What of their army? The warriors of Nexala are more numerous than the grains of sand on the shore, answered the trader. They have prevailed over all other foes, conquering all of their neighboring nations save one. That one, Kultaka, has fighters who are as fierce, if not as numerous, as the Nexalans. This city, Nexal, is it walled? It is protected by lakes on all sides, O hallowed warrior. You must cross long causeways to reach the city, and each of these has many wooden sections that can be removed. It is a city of canals and plazas and avenues. There are no walls surrounding it. Gradually, the others confirmed or embellished upon the trader's story. Most of the details referred to colorful murals, grand temples, and bloody gods. None could accurately estimate the size of the Nexalan army, but by all accounts, it made the Pait force look like an understrength regiment by comparison. Cordell also gained an approximate understanding of the city's location, thanks to a map of many colors, which surprisingly detailed terrain features drawn by the trader. After the natives had been rewarded with glass beads and ushered out, the Captain General turned to his followers. Dagrand, how does the loading progress? The gold was finally loaded this morning, General. A share to each ship. Splendid. We will remain here for one more day to allow the men some more opportunity to enjoy the fruits of our victory. May I ask, Cardan began hesitantly, has the Captain General considered the suggestion that we return to Am for reinforcements? With the treasure we have already gained, the Council would be sure to fund a much larger fleet. Several captains nodded and muttered assent to the suggestion. The Legion moves west, barked Cordell. We have barely scratched the surface of the opportunities here. Don't you know that once we return home, every small-time wizard and copperplate pirate on the Sword Coast will head for Maztica? Surely the base you speak of will serve as ample protection of our claims. You can leave a force to hold the fortress until the fleet returns with more men. I fear your understanding of tactics is not as great as your counting of numbers, my good assessor. The commander spoke gently, hoping to humiliate the accountant rather than browbeat him. Captain Dagrand grinned at the jibe, but Cordell was mildly alarmed to note that several other captains seemed to be taking Cardan, all too seriously. "Were we to abandon this shore now," he pressed, "we would stand to lose all that we have gained so far. These people will only understand our mastery if we hold it before them, not just for a day or a week, but for months, perhaps years." Cardan started to sputter, but Cordell silenced him with a look. "By the time that happens, I intend to have the entire land under the banner of the Golden Legion." He paused to make sure they understood the depth of his commitment. "Make the most of your day here," he suggested breezily. "We toil again very soon, this time upon the building of Helmsport." Ghoultek's stomach growled again, and the lanky jaguar rose and stretched in feline bliss. He rested upon a massive bough, high above the jungle floor. Sitting up, he cleaned himself thoroughly. His hunger was present, but not yet urgent. Eventually, the spotted cat sauntered down the branch, springing easily to a lower limb, and down again into the crotch of a neighboring tree. His nostrils twitched, alert for the spoor of game. Ghoultek made his way along the middle level of jungle branches, avoiding the tangle upon the ground, but remaining well camouflaged among thick foliage. For perhaps an hour he hunted, catching the scent of nothing edible. Lengthening shadows stretched through the small open patches in the deep jungles of Far Pait. The jaguar's spotted form moved among the shadows, his orange and black pelt blending perfectly with the gathering darkness. His stomach started to growl uncomfortably. By now, the great cat skulked through forests far removed from Ulatos. He had worked his way southward, hunting and prowling and sleeping as occasion demanded. Now he was farther south than he had ever been before, in a region of Pait little known to the city dwellers of Ulatos. Ghoultek began to move with unaccustomed urgency, for the hunting had been lean for several days now. Hunger prodded him along, sometimes through the trees and occasionally along the twisting trails below. He pounced on a small rodent and devoured it in one gulp, but the tiny meal did little to sate his appetite. Perhaps it was the urgency of his hunger that made him careless. It had been many days since he had encountered any sign of humans, and thus his vigilance was relaxed. The great cat need worry about no other enemies, for even the powerful Hakuna generally took no note of another feline predator. In any event, Ghoultek slipped silently along a trail as nightfall settled around him. His padded paws fell silently on the soft grass of the ground. Every few steps, the great cat paused to sniff the air and look around. Impatient, he picked up his pace to a trot. Once an irritated growl even rumbled from his throat before he recalled the need for stealth. As he paced along the trail, he heard something rustling ahead. A current of breeze carried to him the delightful scent of a plump turkey, food enough to fill the great cat's belly. Ghoultek crouched and crept forward, slinking soundlessly on his belly. There. He saw the turkey, standing oddly still at the base of a great tree. The bird fluttered and twisted, but it did not move from its location. Even Ghoultek's eyes did not see the narrow tether holding the bird in place. With one lightning bound, Ghoultek sprang toward the bird. His attack was planned perfectly. He would land once, 10 feet from the bird, and instantly spring again for the kill. His paws settled to earth, already preparing to push him forward. but the earth proved yielding, crashing away beneath his weight. With a screech of feline rage and panic, Gultek fell through the network of branches concealing the deep pit and plummeted to the bottom with a heavy thud. Instantly, the jaguar sprang at the sides of the pit, his powerful muscles carrying him upward a prodigious distance before the steep, smooth walls sent him tumbling back down. Again and again, the cat hurled himself toward the top of the pit, and again, he fell back. Finally, exhausted and ravenous, he settled into a crouch. His unblinking eyes stared upward at the night sky, beginning to sprout stars above his pit. For all his rage and all his strength, Gultek could not deny that he was trapped. Several dozen men remained in Ulatos, while the rest of the legion moved to the sheltered anchorage barely 3 miles away. There, construction of Fort Helmsport began as 200 legionnaires, armed with pick and shovel, assaulted the rocky crest a short distance from the sandy shore. Darian used a powerful earth-moving spell to begin a jetty out into the lagoon, and now men labored with wheelbarrows and shovels, extending the pier into deeper water. The wizard and the captain general, meanwhile, moved from the palace to their quarters aboard the Falcon. Late at night, in this luxurious cabin, 2 figures lay in the great bed. Cordell snored deeply, while Darian lay wide awake, her pale eyes staring across the cabin, her elven senses seeing everything despite the pitch darkness. A sense of danger gripped the elf woman, and she sat up in bed. Something unseen warned her of attack, and she placed her feet on the floor. Her robe, with its many packets of spell components, hung beside her. Suddenly a gust of wind rushed through the crack under the cabin door. Darian's keen vision, unnaturally sensitive to such conjured creatures as the invisible stalker, recognized the thing instantly. In the next moment, she perceived its intent. The stalker reached out for her, a sudden gust of wind whirling in the cabin, extending invisible but powerful tendrils of air toward Darian. She sensed immediately that it wanted to kill her. But Darian's spell was ready. She spat, her saliva flying toward the invisible attacker. "'Tis Simi," she cried, raising both hands before her face. With a horrible sucking sound, the wind twisted into a vortex and whirled in an ever smaller cyclone in the center of the room. It writhed as it shrank, and then puffed into nothingness. Her spell of dismissal, she knew, had sent it back to the plane of air. Cordell had awakened at the sound of her spell, and now he stretched an arm around the elf woman, amazed and impressed by her calm demeanor. "What was that?" he asked. He sat up in bed, blinking. He had seen nothing of the attacker, though he had heard the wind. "My stalker. It has failed to kill Halloran. Thus it sought me out instead. It is a risk of the spell." Darian shrugged, the attack already forgotten except for its implications. "And this means Halloran still lives. If he had perished from the poison, the stalker would not have come after me. It would simply have gone away." Cordell flopped backward with a sigh. "Hell's damnation. That lad makes things very difficult." Darian squinted in anger, an expression Cordell could not see.
difficult, perhaps, but he will not escape."
"What makes you so certain?"
"Where can he go? We have control of Ulatos, and through the city we can keep tabs on the entire nation. Sooner or later, someone is bound to report him. He'll probably leave a whole wealth of stories behind everywhere he goes."
Darian leaned over Cordell, gently pressing him back on the bed. He grinned. "Come closer. I'd like to hear you scheme some more." And he pulled her down to him.
"There is no way I can repay the kindness you have shown me. It has meant my life, and much more to me."
Poshtli bowed deeply to Luskag, blinking and finally looking to the side. The golden dot still burned before his eyes. But the vision had been worth the price. If he could but complete the tasks before him, a city, a whole people, might be saved.
"You have been a worthy companion, Poshtli of Nexal,"
said Luskag sincerely. The dwarf mopped the sweat from the top of his bald head, then reached into a quiver slung at his belt.
"I would like you to take these on your journey," he said,
offering Poshtli 6 slender arrows. The Eagle Knight took the gifts reverently, bowing deeply. The arrows bore no marks to distinguish them, but each was perfectly straight, made from an exceptional reed. The heads were of shiny obsidian, deftly chipped from flawless rock. Tiny fluffs of feather marked the tail of each arrow, and though the feathers were small, it was here that Poshtli sensed the true strength of the gift. The desert dwarf chieftain and a score of his dusty, sun-tanned warriors had gathered in the center of Sunhome to bid farewell to the stranger, one of only a handful of humans ever to have found Sunhome, according to Luskag. Many of them had come seeking Sunstone, but only a few had departed alive. The village itself was simply a circle of ground-level cave homes around the inside of a box canyon. A clearing in the center of the canyon floor had long ago been smoothed, and here Poshtli nodded to the others, then turned back to Luskag. The Eagle Knight wore his full regalia, black and white feathered cape and beaked helmet, with his bow and arrows, his spear, and his maca, all suspended from his belt or harness. Suddenly, Poshtli whirled around in a circle. The desert dwarves scurried backward as he raised his arms, causing the feathered cape to swing in a wide circle. Then he squatted and beat his wings, falling several feet and then swooping above the ground. The Eagle Knight enjoyed the stunned expressions on the faces of the dwarves. His wings beat steadily as his sleek form circled, climbing into the canyon above Sunhome. He cried a challenge and a farewell that echoed through the canyon long after he soared from sight. A cold mountain updraft lifted him and carried him eastward. Poshtli flew steadily toward the sunrise, as his vision had shown him. Vast reaches of land passed below him, and desert slowly turned to savanna, then mountains, and finally jungle. The eagle subsisted upon the power of Pluma, for Poshtli did not stop to eat nor to sleep, though the sun rose and set during his flight. He flew on through the damp, heavy air above the jungles of Pait, and now his muscles thrummed with renewed energy. He sensed the goal of his flight in the distance. Somewhere ahead, he would find the green pyramid. Halloran and Erich pressed through the forest for a full day, gasping through hot, moist air and ignoring a surrounding swarm of biting insects. Occasionally they found a narrow trail and mounted Storm, while Corporal trotted ahead or behind. The dog panted constantly in the heat, and Hal began to wonder if the greyhound could keep up for long. They tried to work their way inland as much as possible, avoiding human settlements. Hal felt that any pursuit by the Legion would come along the shore, the only terrain suitable for horsemen over any stretch of distance. Indeed, sometimes he considered abandoning the loyal mare. But he always discarded the idea, hacking extra hard at the ubiquitous vines to open a passage large enough for Storm. Finally, the long day came to an end, and they collapsed in exhaustion. They camped in a place indistinguishable from all the surrounding jungle, a space between two tree trunks, with the overhanging vines and drooping ferns hacked away. It was all Halloran could do to pull the saddle off Storm before collapsing on the ground. Corporal already snoozed, albeit with an occasional whimper or twitch. They had not found fresh water all day, but Erich found several thick-stemmed plants. When cut, these yielded a precious trickle of water. After a minimal meal of beans and maize cakes, Erich fell asleep. Halloran once again pulled open Darian's spellbook and tried to force himself to concentrate on the pages. The words still seemed distant and indistinct. Though he had cast the magic missile spell against Alvaro, he found himself struggling and failing in his attempt to relearn it. The light spell was a little, but not much, more familiar. Finally he drifted off to sleep, with the spellbook resting across his body. Near midnight, Corporal's whine awakened them both. The source of the dog's agitation was quickly audible. A sharp, ululating howling rose into the night and resounded through the forest like the voice of doom. "It's closer," whispered Erich, awestruck. In the back of his mind, Halloran had sheltered the notion that perhaps this nocturnal pack was not connected to him. After all, he knew of no spells usable by the Bisho or Darian that could conjure up anything like this. But their appearance on this second night in a row confirmed his worst suspicions. "They're a lot closer," he said grimly, looking straight into Erich's eyes. He wanted to dive into the warm pool he saw there, seeking comfort and shelter. But he knew this was not to be. "What are they?" Erich questioned him earnestly. She tried to conceal her fright, but was not completely successful. "I'm not sure. Sorceress, some kind of black magic things, I'm sure. Very powerful, very deadly. They sound, in a way, like a pack of hounds on the hunt. But the noise is too unearthly for that." He took a deep breath and continued. "Remember when I told you that we'd have to split up if it ever got too dangerous? The time has come. You can't stick with me any longer. I can't outrun those creatures, and when they catch me, it won't be pleasant. I might be able to hold them off, but you'll be far safer elsewhere." She laughed at him then, and Halloran just stared back, not amused. "I mean it. We'll have to split up. It's the only chance you have." "Did you ever stop to think that this pack might be chasing me?" she asked, standing up and then helping him to his feet. "Maybe we should just stick together and try to help each other out," Erich suggested. Halloran looked at her in surprise, ashamed he had not considered that possibility. He had known since the death of Katrin that Erich had powerful and murderous enemies. Indeed, that attacker had broken off the fight at dawn, exactly when these hounds had ceased their howling the previous night. Wearily aching in every joint, they prepared to move out once more. The howling was more distinct than the previous night, yet somehow indefinably distant. They plodded along through the rest of the night, and gradually the sounds drifted away behind them. But humans and animals both were near the point of total exhaustion when sunrise finally ended the cries of the beastly pursuers. Finally, just as dawn turned to daylight, the jungle opened slightly into a flat savanna of grass, reeds, and, wondrous miracle, a clear pond. They both splashed into the water as the sun came up, drinking and washing and cooling off. Only as the first rays lit the ground around them did Halloran look up to see 3 buzzards wheeling through a lazy circle above them.
"Higher! It needs 5 more feet!"
Dagrind barked at a group of legionnaires who leaned on their spades in exhaustion. With dark looks at the dwarf, they chopped into the earth and shoveled more dirt onto the rampart that now ringed 3/4 of Fort Helmsport. Despite his shouts and curses, the dwarf could not restrain his pride in the work of the legionnaires. In a few short days, they had moved a prodigious amount of earth. Soon they would have a commanding and easily defensible base overlooking a fine natural harbor and a long stretch of the coast of this nation called Pait. Below them, the little fishing village would never be the same. The wide, once grassy field surrounding it had been churned to mud. A small smithy had been established near the stream, which now flowed brown and silt-laden into the bay, while black smoke from the forge filtered across the plain. A road, already reduced to a strip of mud, led from the fort to Ulatos. Steady supplies of food, cocoa, maize, turkeys, venison, all the choicest delicacies of the Pait arrived daily, and the legion ate well. As the fort's construction progressed, rocks and earth had also been dumped into the bay, and now a solid jetty extended perhaps 100 feet from shore. An additional pier, crossing the T of the jetty, took form, and carracks and caravels pulled up to the solid barrier. No longer did all loading and unloading depend upon the ship's small boats. Dagrind continued his inspection of the rampart. The hilltop would soon be circled by a 10-foot-high dirt wall, with a 5-foot-deep ditch on the outside. A small opening had been left, free of ditch and wall, but Darian claimed to know a spell that would fill this gap in a moment. Dagrind did not doubt her. The dwarf moved around to the far side of the redoubt, facing inland. This entire length had been the first completed, and no one was working here now. Dagrind climbed to the top of the wall and looked south. The belt of the coastal plain surrounding Ulatos quickly met a deep jungle. The legionnaires had heard tales of a land called Far Pait in the distant reaches to the south, but little was known of that heavily forested reach. The natives of Ulatos had proven most cooperative, arriving at Helmsport laden with food, oaktal, and featherwork, but no more gold. These days Cordell studied his map, consulting again and again with the men who had seen Nexal. Images of that city, gold-lined images, Dagrind felt certain, had begun to dominate the commander's thoughts. The dwarf himself didn't like the prospect of a long campaign on this foreign shore, so far from a supply and reinforcement base. At least here, beside Ulatos, they were close to their ships. The fleet represented ultimate safety against a people whose largest craft was the canoe. Nexhall was an inland city, many days' march from the sea. Surely even Cordell would not be so rash as to lead his small group, a bare 500 men, into the heart of a nation whose army must number many tens of thousands. But beneath all his reflections, Dagrind was a legionnaire, sworn to obey his captain general. And such he would always do, or die. Dagrind's musings were interrupted by the sound of hushed voices. Scowling, he looked along the length of the wall, then into the redoubt behind him, and he saw nobody near him. Leaning slightly forward, he looked down the outer slope of the wall and saw several captains, including the usually dependable Geraint. Leaning farther, but crouching so as to remain hidden, the dwarf recognized the hat of the assessor of Aum, Cardan. It was the latter who spoke.
"He means to see us die here for his own aggrandizement."
Cardan's urgency carried even through the whisper of his voice.
"Any sensible man would send for reinforcements and build up an army here before marching inland to seize more land."
"Aye," grunted Captain Leone, a brave but unimaginative captain of longbowmen. "I've heard the army we fought here is nothing next to the men they can muster inland."
"We must send to Aum for more forces," persisted the assessor. "It would not mean abandonment of this base. We only need to send a few ships, enough to get the treasure safely back."
"It's a sensible thing to do," grunted another captain. Dagrind didn't recognize him beneath the brim of his helm. "Perhaps we should talk to the general," suggested Geraint.
"No," hissed Cardan. "He fears too much for his own power. We would only scare him into doing something rash. Instead, I have another plan."
A sudden wind whirled off the bay, and Dagrind ducked backward, startled. The whispers of the warm breeze drowned out the whispers of the treachery from below, but Dagrind had heard enough. It was time to find the Captain General. By day they stumbled until fatigue had claimed them, collapsing into whatever minimal shelter the land might offer. They would steal a few hours of sleep in the afternoon, but then night fell, and soon the howling commenced again. Each night it drew closer, until it resounded through the forest, as if the pack were about to burst through the nearest line of trees. Still, after 4 nights of desperate flight, keeping always to unpopulated lands, barren wilderness of jungle and swamp, they had yet to catch sight of their pursuers. Halloran thought many times about stopping and finding the faceless pack, challenging them with helm's tooth. But something in the sinister noises from the bestial throats convinced him that such a challenge would be folly. And, too, the thought of this woman facing a death as bloody and violent as Martine's was too terrifying for contemplation. The bitter image of the sacrifice still. He felt certain that Erishitil's death would drive him mad. They progressed slowly through the rough terrain, still encountering no sign of human habitation, at least current human habitation. Many brush-covered mounds dotted the land, especially among the clearings. A close examination of several proved them to be overgrown pyramids from a time long past. The land grew more open, still covered with jungle in patches, but also offering areas of open meadow or grassland. Corporal proved his fine greyhound's instincts over and over as he departed into the brush or across a short stretch of prairie, often returning with a turkey, rabbit, and once even a monkey. With this limited supply of meat, and the many fruits offered by the jungle, they did not suffer from hunger. But still the driving, terrifying howling greeted them at night, driving them onward, always growing closer. They spoke little, sharing a pervasive sense of fear. Only in the mornings, after the howling had ceased for the day, would they sometimes pause for rest and quiet conversation.
"Who was she?" asked Erich one morning.
Halloran knew whom she meant, but he wasn't sure how to explain how he felt about Martine. He and Erich had just collapsed in a relatively open jungle clearing several hours after dawn. Since the pursuit grew closer every night, in any event, they had decided that it didn't make sense to exhaust themselves during the day. She was a headstrong girl. I was charged with her safety.
"Was she your wife? Your woman?"
Erich asked tensely. Halloran looked at her in surprise. No. Suddenly the memory of his infatuation with Martine seemed foolish and embarrassing. Her death would remain a shocking barbarity in his memory, but it was the death of an innocent victim, not the loss of a true love. He shook his head emphatically. No. She was the daughter of our priest. He brought her along with the expedition. He remembered all the other ways he had once hoped to describe Martine, as his lady, his lover, even his wife. But all of those images now seemed ridiculous and absurd. The woman he desired was nothing like Martine. His woman was coolly intelligent, courageous, forgiving. She was Erishatil. Halloran looked at her, and this time he allowed himself to fall into those deep, dark eyes. He felt their warmth around him, and then he was holding her, and nothing else seemed to matter.
"You frighten me, Captain Halloran,"
she whispered to him as they lay together on the soft grass.
"But I am not afraid."
Dagrind did not find Cordell until evening, when he saw the Captain General on the shore beside the jetty, admiring the project with Dominicus and Darian. Torches lined the pier, reflecting in the clear water of the lagoon, and illuminating the work that would proceed far into the night. The dwarf scowled in concentration as he remembered the treachery he had overheard upon the wall. "Splendid work on the harbor, Captain, simply splendid." Cordell gestured at the T-shaped pier. "The earthworks are proceeding well, too. We were up there earlier." "Thank you, General." Dagrind, stoic figure that he was, nevertheless invariably thrilled to praise from his commander. He nodded politely. "Excuse me, sir. There's a matter I need to discuss with you." "Go on," urged Cordell. It's a matter of some confidentiality, General." Dagrind wasn't about to assume that any of the Captain General's lieutenants were definitely loyal. "These two have my utter confidence," said Cordell. "Speak." "Aye, General." Dagrind cleared his throat. "I was on the wall today, inspecting the work. I overheard some scuttlebutt from the far side." "Indeed. Our good assessor, perhaps?" The dwarf nodded in surprise. "He talks treason, General. He seeks to recruit officers and men to steal away some of the ships and take them back to Alm, with the treasure." Cordell showed no reaction, except that his coal-black eyes narrowed with tension. For a moment, he remained immobile. "Well done, Captain." "I didn't trust the little weasel, but neither did I suspect him to be this bold." The Captain General's voice was tight, clipped, but with this warning. "He can be stopped in his tracks." "Indeed, that is the only solution." Slowly, his face creased into an oily smile. The attack came at dusk, silently and swiftly from the darkening jungle. No howling preceded it. Only Corporal saw the hellhounds, as Hal and Erich still slept peacefully in the grass. The greyhound barked, the sound shrill and frantic with tension. Halloran sprang to his feet in time to see Corporal lunge toward the trees around their clearing. A great shape loomed there, half again as big as the greyhound. Hal saw red, glowing eyes and a tooth-studded maw spread wide. Corporal lunged toward the attacker, unmindful of the other hellhounds coming into sight behind it. Halloran saw the greyhound spring, while the wolf-like predator before him simply crouched. The beast spread its jaws, revealing huge black teeth. As Corporal leaped for its throat, the monster belched a great cloud of flame. The greyhound twisted and yelped once, before fire wrapped the dog in a torturous, fatal shroud. Hot, billowing flames crackled from the hellhound's widespread maw, tearing the life from the loyal dog with its infernal heat. The greyhound toppled to the ground, while Halloran sprang forward, shocked and enraged by the attack. Helm's tooth cut through the air in a silver flash, and the hellhound's head flopped onto the ground. But then he looked up, and saw more dark shapes charging through the darkness. They seemed to be all around him. From the Chronicle of Khotan. Silently, obedient to the last, I yearn for a sign of hope or promise. Nalte Kona has decided to send the strangers presents as a token of his welcome and his fear. The decision he left to the gods has been made by men, and now he greets those men as gods. He has learnt from his scouts and spies that the white men desire gold, so the revered counselor will send them gold to sate their appetites. He will also tell them of the great and grueling road to Nexal, and inform them that they should not undertake such an arduous journey. His lords and priests have counseled against this course, universal in claiming that gifts of gold will not cure the strangers of their appetite for the yellow metal. But Nalte Kona is obstinate, and so the presents depart the city, a colorful caravan of slaves, litters of treasure, and ambassadors and spies of the revered counselor's court. They will bear the gifts to the strangers. Once these men have seen our gold, I fear we shall never keep them away. 20. Meeting and Departure. Gultek finally gave up trying to leap over the high walls of the pit. After some hours, he heard men approaching. Several minutes later, they reached the mouth of the pit. Soon he glared upward, growling, into the faces of perhaps 24 brown-skinned, loin-clothed tribesmen. Before he could move, a tangle of heavy nets fell into the pit, blanketing him. He snarled and slashed and bit as several men dropped into the pit to complete the binding. The nets wrapped him tightly, and he was quickly hauled to the surface. He had the minor satisfaction of drawing blood from several of his captors, but now they dragged him unceremoniously along the ground, out of reach of any more victims. For perhaps an hour, he slid across the ground, bruised and battered from the rough surface. He couldn't see much through the many layers of net, but suddenly he realized he was no longer surrounded by looming jungle. He growled and stumbled to his feet as several layers of nets were torn away. Blinking his yellow eyes, he looked at the most massive pyramid he had ever seen. Deep in the jungle, here in the heart of Far Pait, where only crude savages were supposed to live, someone had built this huge edifice. All around the Great Pyramid spread flat green fields of grass or clear blue ponds. He saw other buildings, also great, though not as huge as the pyramid, spread among patches of thick jungle growth. A wide field, surrounded by 3 high walls, lay next to the structure. In the field, Gultek saw several men dashing back and forth in pursuit of a round ball. His captors dragged the jaguar toward the pyramid. Instead of ascending it, as Gultek had expected, they threw the net into a black opening set into the base of the structure like an open doorway. Instantly Gultek twisted and thrashed, but it took him several minutes to tear free from the nets. By that time, a door had been closed behind him. Deep, rumbling growls reverberated through the jaguar's heavy chest. Gultek saw a passage leading toward the center of the pyramid, and he began to slink along this black corridor. He silenced his growls and crept forward noiselessly. The corridor continued ahead for some distance, though not to the center of the pyramid, Gultek guessed. Then, it opened into a large room. He smelled jaguar spoor, and the fur on his back bristled. A second later, he saw the great cats sprawled about the room, some grooming themselves, some sleeping, some watching him with interest. And then, he noticed the other inhabitant of the room. An old man sat on a stone step, directly across the chamber from him. He wore only a loincloth, and his hair was long and white. Lines creased his face, making it look like the wrinkled map of some mountainous land. The fellows stared at Gultek, ignoring the other jaguars. Those felines apparently were equally indifferent to his presence. Gultek tensed. He crouched lower, his belly touching the floor. Slowly, he began to slink forward. The old man raised his hand and passed it once before his face. At that instant, Gultek's body contorted. He pitched onto the floor, in seconds changing violently from feline to human form. Stunned, he lay on the floor, slowly realizing that this man had effected the change. Shocked and awed, Gultek sat up and regarded the man, who rose and slowly moved toward him. "Come, Gultek," he said softly. "You have so very much to learn." Poshtli tucked his wings and dove toward the pyramid, certain at once that this was the place shown to him by the vision. The sun disappeared behind the tree-lined horizon as he landed upon the summit of the brush-covered structure. Soon it would be time. For the first time in days, the eagle warrior stretched into his human body, reclining atop the mossy shell of the pyramid while he carefully massaged his muscles back to flexibility. He enjoyed the sight of a round moon, nearly full, climbing into the sky. When he felt more comfortable, he arose and looked at the pyramid, going to the east side of the platform at the summit. The sides were steep and fully overgrown with brush and mosses, so that a human could scramble his way up or down, but with some difficulty. The Eagle Knight cleared a small shelf just below the top, on the east face of the pyramid. There he carefully laid out the 6 arrows given to him by Luskag. The crude materials gleamed silvery bright in the moonlight. Then he laid his own quiver, with its 24 arrows, beside the others. He found a comfortable sitting position and waited. His maca rested across his lap, and his bow was in his hands. A huge, rust-red hellhound, the color of dried blood, thought Halloran, lunged past the charred body of the greyhound corporal. The monster's jaws opened wide as the legionnaire dove to the side, and he barely avoided the gout of flame that singed the brush behind him. He sprang to his feet and drove the hellhound back with a stab to its chest, his blow more painful than injurious to the beast. A horrifying sense of impotent rage possessed him as he saw 3 of the creatures charge toward Erich. The woman stood with her back to a tree, a stout stick in her hands, but the crude weapon could not even reach the hounds as they crouched before her, jaws gaping for their deadly blast. "No!" cried Hal, savagely chopping into another hound and springing over the dying beast in an effort to reach Erishatil. He knew he would never get there in time. The trio of hellhounds spat their scorching breath directly into the young woman's face. Hal screamed as he saw the yellow flames blossom, surrounding her with an incinerating wave of evil magic. The flames faded away, and he saw Erich again, standing in shock. The jade and feather token she wore at her neck now glowed and sparkled with a magical force of its own. Then Halloran reached the fray, dropping one hound with a stab to its heart. The other 2 turned on him, but Erich clubbed one with her stick, knocking it to the side. The other blasted Hal with a gout of flame just as his sword pierced the creature's chest and heart. Gasping, Halloran fell backward, his left arm blistered and charred. The hellhound fell dead, but more appeared from the darkness. He heard a panicked cry from Storm, and then the mare pulled free of her stake and galloped off into the night. "This way," he panted, pulling Erishatil away from the tree. Another hellhound, and another, charged in close. This is the end, Hal thought grimly. Erich put her hand on his arm as the hellhounds breathed, and the fire crackled around them like a living thing, seeking their skins and their lives. But the power of Pluma protected them. The aura of Erishatil's feather magic token cloaking them like a soft shield. The dead branches of a fallen forest giant crackled into flame behind them, and Hal counted close to a dozen hellhounds closing in around them. The flames leaped higher, and Halloran saw a black figure behind the pack, a hooded but lightly dressed form with a bow and a long sword.
"The Ancient One," gasped Erich, as Halloran drove back the nearest hounds with a barrage of thrusts and slashes.
"Come on," he gasped, leading her away from the pack of dogs. One of the creatures, already wounded in the leg, sprang directly into his path. The hound tumbled to the ground as it landed, and Hal killed it with a straight thrust to the heart. Erich jumped after him, and they sprinted through a narrow belt of forest, dense brush and trees that separated the large clearings that dotted the area. The dogs crashed behind them through the jungle as they both fought for breath. Hal's arm burned, sending great sheets of pain shooting through his body, especially as the thorns and bark of the forest tore at him. In the moonlight, Halloran saw Storm across the next clearing. The horse galloped along the perimeter of jungle, seeking a path of flight. He also saw a small cone-shaped hill in the center of the open area. A hellhound burst from the edge of the jungle behind him, and Halloran split its skull open, even as Erich's hand on his shoulder protected them both from the monster's flaming breath. "Get the high ground! Hold the high ground!" The basic maxim of Legion tactics came back to Halloran as hopelessness threatened to drag him down. Already he and Erich stumbled toward the center of the clearing, toward the low hill that loomed higher and higher as they ran. The nearly full moon, still low in the eastern sky, shed its impartial light across the scene. More dogs broke from the forest, streaking across the open ground toward the humans. "Get the high ground!" Halloran recognized the hill as an overgrown pyramid, like other ruins they had seen on their flight. At the same time, he realized they would never reach the structure before the hellhounds dragged them down. He turned to face the dogs, Erishitsil beside him. The first of the slavering beasts leaped toward them, then suddenly crashed to the ground with a yelp of pain. It kicked once and lay still. Something flashed past them, a blur in the moonlight, and then another hellhound collapsed. This time, Halloran saw the arrow, sparkling like a crystal shaft, protruding from the beast's neck. Still, a third dog dropped, and renewed hope arose in Hal's heart. He wasted no time wondering about the nature of their miraculous deliverance. "Run!" he shouted, propelling Erich toward the pyramid and stumbling after her. They threw themselves against the first tier of the structure and clawed madly upward through the brush. Ignoring the pain in his blistered arm, Halloran pulled himself upward by his feet and his right hand. Finally they stopped, grasping the undergrowth to keep from slipping down the steep side. Halloran looked over his shoulder and counted 6 hellhounds dead in the clearing. A few more probed tentatively around the base of the pyramid, but he doubted whether the creatures could reach them now. "Come on," urged Halloran. "Let's get up to the top." "Look," whispered Erich in horror. He turned and followed her gaze, instantly spotting the black-clothed figure stepping into the moonlit area of the clearing below. The figure crossed toward the pyramid below. As it did, they saw several arrows dart from above them toward the advancing form, but each sizzled to ashes before it could strike the Ancient One. Here, finally, they sensed the ultimate challenge of their flight. The dark figure had tried to kill Erich before, with implacable drive and consummate skill. Only the timely arrival of sunrise had driven it away. Now, it came on again, employing the aid of this hideous pack. And this time, the night was young. The masked face looked upward, and Halloran imagined triumph and mockery on the unseen expression. Yet that sense of mockery only increased Hal's own determination. "I'd rather face him than the dogs," he grunted, leading Erich steadily upward. Cordell set Dagrind to his task immediately. The plan to counteract Cardan's treason would be swift and irrevocable. The dwarf took a picked unit of 50 loyal men, embarking in the longboats to the 15 vessels bobbing in the deep natural harbor. They labored for some time, making many trips back and forth from shore. Finally, the Captain General sent for the assessor, asking Cardan to meet him in the nearly completed redoubt. Just past sunset, the moon rose in the east, shedding its bright, full light across the lagoon and the Legion's camp, all visible from the mouth of the fort. The commander waited, alone, as Cardan struggled up the steep hill. Work progressed on the other side of the compound, now nearing completion of the fourth and final wall. When the assessor reached him, Cordell politely waited for the man to catch his breath. "A grand spectacle, is it not?" he asked rhetorically, while Cardan panted and gasped. The carracks and caravels swung placidly in the moonlight lagoon. Campfires speckled the shore, and torches lined the jetty. Cardan did not notice the extra activity along the waterfront. Cordell would have been surprised if he had. "Come, my friend, we must talk," he urged when Cardan was more comfortable. He led the assessor into the redoubt, where now they were surrounded by high earthen walls. "There are some," Cordell began gently, "who would have me believe that you seek to turn my men against me. They claim you wish to mount an expedition homeward, while our work here is still far from finished." "My feelings are well known to the Captain General," replied Cardan stiffly. "Surely, as you witness the treasures brought from Ulatos, as you see how easily that city falls under our sway, you have reconsidered?" The assessor's jaw trembled as he struggled to keep his voice under control. "I tell you, it's madness to think you can survive here. With your small group, brave and skilled as they are, you can only meet with disaster. Let me take word to of the riches here. I can return with 5, 10 times this number. Then we can proceed safely about our business." Cordell sighed in apparently genuine sadness. "Haven't you seen that a few can do much when they work together? I wonder how Dagrind fares." Idly, he noted that the moon had climbed higher, exceptionally bright. The clear skies promised perfect illumination for the night's activity. "My dear Captain General," Cardan wheezed, struggling to appear reasonable and firm at the same time, "I have been entrusted with safeguarding the interests of the good council of It is my responsibility to see that the profits are handled in a reasonable fashion. Sir, I must demand that you provide me with ships and the bulk of the treasure for return to the coffers of its rightful owners." "You demand." Cordell seemed depressed. "Dare I resist such a pronouncement of authority?" "You mustn't lose heart," soothed Cardan, elated by Cordell's attitude. You and some of your men can stay if you wish. Indeed, you can stay and garrison this fort." Cardan was delighted. He had just had a tactical idea. Dagran should be done by now, Cordell decided. "Your ships, then," Cordell said, beckoning Cardan out of the enclosing walls of the fort and back to the mouth of the redoubt, with its view over the placid lagoon. "Choose your ships, Cardan," announced the general as they came into view. "Choose the vessels to take you back to Om." His voice was as hard as ice. Cardan stared at the lagoon, gasping again. He struggled to speak, tried to force words from his throat, but an overwhelming sense of panic, of utter helplessness, threatened to break him entirely. The ships still floated in the lagoon, easier to spot than ever, for each was marked by a crackling orange blaze. The moonlight illuminated a climbing plume of black smoke over each vessel. Dagran had done his work well. Decks, masts, hulls, cabins, everything combustible caught fire and burned. The carracks and caravels swiftly gave way to the oil-spread conflagration that ravaged each one of the vessels. The flames spread quickly to every timber of seasoned wood, burning each until the hulls fractured and water sizzled over the flames, extinguishing them as the ships slipped, one by one, to the bottom of the lagoon. "Come, Cardan," urged Cordell, as the assessor turned to regard him with horror-filled eyes. "Choose your ships." Halloran saw the proud warrior as soon as he crested the top of the pyramid. The man regarded him curiously for several moments. Halloran returned his attention, looking at the broad cape of eagle feathers, the high, beaked helmet, and the long wooden bow that had saved their lives. He helped Erish onto the summit, then pointed at the figure of the Ancient One that had started to climb below them. The man nodded and spoke. Erish replied, then turned to Halloran. "He says he is Postli, an eagle knight from Nexal. He is here because of a vision, and we are part of this vision." Halloran looked again at the warrior, his curiosity turning to amazement. "Let's thank him after the fight's over," he said curtly, still watching the climbing figure. "The strangers can be very rude," apologized Erish, speaking to Postli, "but he is a great warrior. We thank you for saving us. But do you know whom we fight against?" The eagle warrior shrugged. "I know that I fight for the preservation of Nexal, and that is all I need to know. Still, those beasts are horrible, like monstrous coyotes with the power of Tezca in their bellies." "They serve Tzaltek," corrected Erish. "This black thing, below us here, this is an Ancient One walking the true world." "Soon he will walk the world of death," grunted Postli. Impassive, he raised his maca and went to stand beside Halloran. The two awaited the Ancient One at the very edge of the top, not wanting to grant him any advantage. The masked figure paused below them, well out of sword range. They heard a sound, a muffled word, and suddenly the Ancient One floated straight up into the air. Postli growled something and Halloran suppressed a shudder. The figure floated free of the pyramid, slowly drifting upward. When it reached a height equal to Hal's, it stopped and hung motionless in the air. The body looked human, though it was wrapped in black, silken garments and leather boots. The moonlight reflected brightly, but this shape before them seemed a void of darkness in the night. Suddenly they heard another command, a soft magical word, and then they were shrouded in complete darkness. Helm's curses! Hal stumbled backward, away from the edge of the pyramid, knowing that the Ancient One had cast a spell. He heard Postli shout a challenge, followed by a splintering crack. Halloran imagined the wooden maca meeting that black steel longsword, with only one possible result. He heard a thud and a grunt. The Legionnaire finally broke from the area of darkness, a blob-like bubble of magical fog that prevented all light from entering or leaving. A dark form exploded from the darkness, and Halloran barely had time to raise Helmstooth. The deflection saved his life, as the black steel of the Ancient One's sword slashed through the sleeve of his shirt, but missed his skin by a hairbreadth. Hal backed away, keeping himself between the attacker and Erich. The bubble of darkness slowly dissipated, but he still could not see Postli. The warrior had been swept off the pyramid by the Ancient One's attack. They clanged blades several times, and the dark figure moved with shocking quickness. Again Hal was forced to retreat just to maintain his guard, Erich moving nimbly ahead of him, making sure they didn't get cornered. Hal's blistered arms stung with each abrupt move that he made. Sweat ran into his eyes, and he frantically blinked it away, cursing the momentary blur in his vision. Still his foe assaulted him with that blinding, whirlwind speed. Lunging desperately, Halloran began an attack that slowed the dark, swathed swordsman, even forced him to stumble back for several steps. But instantly the black figure recovered, and again Hal struggled to protect himself against a series of lightning blows. The Ancient One made a dart to Hal's left, and the Legionnaire lunged to block, cursing as his foot caught among the tangled brush on the pyramid. Instantly as Hal fell, the attacker cut back to the right. The black steel did not come seeking the man, but instead darted after Erich. Hal twisted to his feet, fear energizing his reactions as the murderous figure closed in on the woman. Once again, his mind groped for a spell, any magic he could use to prevent a disaster from striking Erishitil. He tried to think of the magic missile again, but the words would not come. Instead, he remembered the dream, falling asleep and then waking up to light. The command words to the light spell drifted through his mind impudently, useless and mocking. But it was all he had. In desperation, he shouted the spell, not certain if his pronunciation was proper or if his hands were correctly positioned for the casting to work. If only he could delay the Dark One for 2 seconds. The cool wash of light surprised all of them. It emanated from Erishitil's feather token, a medium glow that clearly illuminated the top of the pyramid. Hal again leaped forward, but started in surprise as the Ancient One reeled away, clutching his hands to his mask and screaming an inhuman, high-pitched shriek as the light seemed to sear his eyes with pain. The figure turned away from Erich, hissing its rage, just as Helmstooth darted toward its chest. The blow was strong and true. but Hal's blade jarred against a shirt of black chainmail, almost unnoticeable under the black silk shirt. The Ancient One quickly recovered his balance, and forced Hal backward again with savage, lightning strokes. The figure held its arm raised, blocking the bright light. He felt himself approaching the edge of the pyramid, struggling to turn away. But now the masked attacker sensed cold, cruel victory, and the attacks came with unrelenting force. Halloran parried to the left and took a gash in his right arm. He slashed back to the right and cried out as the black steel bit into his blistered left flank. Then his foot felt only air behind him, and he knew he could retreat no farther. Helm's Tooth wavered before him as he maintained a careful guard, but the Ancient One took his time about this attack. He raised his sword arm high, its tip pointed low, toward Halloran, as Hal desperately struggled for room to maneuver. The attacker's black gauntleted hand moved slowly back and forth. Then the swordsman's arm moved suddenly, but not to attack. Hal saw a great shadow momentarily block out the moonlight, and then powerful talons seized his sword arm and twisted. The harsh cry of an eagle rang in the Ancient One's ears. Poshtli's beak slashed downward in a savage bite, as his powerful wings pummeled the black head. The flying eagle tore at the Ancient One, his talons scratching at the scalp as the swordsman desperately tried to deflect the blows. Halloran darted to the side, getting his feet on solid ground, and attacked. The bird suddenly pulled upward, flapping toward the night sky as the black steel blade swept toward it. A few feathers floated down, while one of the eagle's powerful talons remained clenched at the figure's hooded mask. With another beat of those powerful wings, the bird lifted away, and with him went the silken mask. Halloran almost held his stroke, so shocked was he by the visage of the Ancient One. His face was twisted by hatred, but Hal saw the tall shock of white hair and the pale, almost luminous eyes, both contrasted by the ink-black skin. The slender physique and pointed ears left no doubt in his mind as to the nature of the creature. His hand almost hesitated in his amazement and fear at this element of old-world evil, here, flourishing in a new land. He almost delayed, but he did not. Helm's Tooth darted like a hungry fang underneath the Ancient One's arms, as the dark attacker struck upward at the eagle. The tip of the blade penetrated deep, avoiding the impervious steel of the chainmail, and striking straight to the creature's heart. The black-skinned face contorted into a leer of disbelieving horror. The wide, pale eyes bulged outward from the slender face, and the Ancient One's mouth worked soundlessly. Halloran swiftly withdrew his blade, holding it poised for another thrust. But the enemy began to sag. A sound, like the dolorous sighing of 1,000 condemned souls, groaned forth from his mouth, followed by a spray of dark blood. The luminous eyes fixed Halloran with a gaze of implacable hatred that, as the body slumped, faded to the vacant stare of the dead. Poised on the edge of the pyramid, the body slipped over the lip and tumbled through the brush, toward the green earth below. "The drow is dead," said Halloran curtly, watching the dark elf fall. Captain General Cordell gathered his Golden Legion in precise ranks. All the footmen were present, and most of the horse. A few patrolled the lands around Ulatos, claiming tribute from the surrounding villages. The companies gathered beside the redoubt they now called Fort Helmsport. 10,000 natives, mostly warriors, but also many dignitaries and even some women and children, had gathered to witness this ceremony of their new rulers. "Men of the Legion!" Cordell's voice rang across the field and the lagoon. The blackened hulks of several ships were visible jutting from the water. The rest had sunk in deeper areas, and while they were all visible from the hilltop, most of them did not protrude above the surface. "Our course is now determined. There will be no turning back, for one or for many. The Legion will fight. It will succeed or fail as a whole. And I tell you this, my brave men, my magnificent soldiers, the Legion will succeed. Helm has provided us with righteousness. Our arms and steel provide us the strength, and our hearts give us the courage to prevail. We know many things about this great land of Maztica. We have an important, wealthy colony here, with a fine capital city. When our work is done, each and every one of you will receive rewards in lands and treasures. But first, our grandest task lies before us. We have seen some of the peoples of this land. We have heard of another land, another people, a place whose richness pales the treasures we have already gained. That land is the true center of Maztica, the source of riches and gold beyond imagining. It is the land and the city Nexal. There, we know, are coffers of gold claimed from all the nations of Maztica. There are treasures worthy of our mightiest efforts, riches to make all the Sword Coast thirst for our good fortune. And I tell you this, my brave and loyal soldiers, our task shall not be finished until the flag of the Golden Legion flies over Nexal, until that treasure, that city, is ours. Thunderous roars of approval rose from the men, frightening the natives, who did not understand what had happened. Then, by columns and by companies, the Golden Legion prepared to march. The eagle settled to the top of the pyramid, moonlight shimmering across the bird's smooth feathers. The creature's form changed quickly, and Postli joined Halloran and Erish at the edge of the overgrown platform. Far below, at the base of the structure, the body of the Ancient One, the Drow elf, lay twisted and broken. Following the death of their master, the remaining hellhounds slinked toward the shelter of the jungle. Nevertheless, the three humans remained atop the pyramid for a little while, resting but alert. "Your wounds must be tended," noted Erish. Halloran's arm was a mass of pain, and Postli had suffered a deep gash in his leg, his eagle's leg, when the drow struck upward at him. The cut had closed when the knight returned to his human form, but the leg remained very weak.
"Let's get to the bottom. I'll find something to wash and wrap them with."
Halloran wondered about Storm, whether or not the hounds had reached the loyal mare. He desperately hoped not, but he could see no sign of the horse across the moonlit clearing. Working his way carefully down the steep side of the pyramid, Hal climbed alone. His arm was usable, so Erich helped Postli, whose leg wound made walking difficult. They descended slowly, without mishap. At the bottom, Hal whistled once, and Storm galloped across the clearing. The mare had sought refuge in the shadowed edge of the clearing. Erich found some of the barrel-trunked plants that had provided them with water and used this liquid to cleanse their wounds. Halloran forgot about the pain, as his mind whirled with implications and implausibilities. The Drow, the Ancient Ones, Zoltek. He explained to Erich, and she translated for Postli what he knew about the Drow. They were subterranean elves of utmost evil, crafty in ways both arcane and mundane. Potent and numerous, they were known throughout the Forgotten Realms, but in most places they had been driven deep underground. And now they are working with a priesthood, one of unparalleled savagery, with an unquenchable thirst for blood. Why do they want all those hearts? Postli then told of the visions he had been shown. "The Sandstone showed me a woman of Maztica and a man from another world. If I could find them, find you, and bring you to Nexal, then perhaps might the doom of the city be averted. This knowledge of yours, the proof of this drow, may be the reason for my quest. Will you come with me to the city at the heart of the true world?" Halloran felt a sudden sense of weightlessness, realizing a kind of freedom he had never imagined. The Golden Legion was behind him forever, a part of his former life. The Legion had turned on him, so he felt no trailing bonds of guilt. He lived in a new world, a world with untold wonders and unimagined secrets. And he, better than anyone else in that world, was in a position to see those wonders, learn those secrets. Erishatil took his hands in hers and looked closely into his face. The moonlight filled her liquid eyes and overflowed in a warm cascade, wrapping Halloran in a feeling of rare joy.
"I'm going with you," she said, "wherever you decide to go. But I've always wanted to see Nexal."
Halloran's mind was already made up, but her confirmation made the decision complete. He felt proud and invincible, flushed with their victory and escape. He had a good sword, a steady horse, and a spell book. He had 2 bottles of magic potions, and he also had 2 loyal companions, a woman who had proven herself a true friend, or more, and a man of courage and skill who had risked and almost lost his life to help them. Together, they would go to the City of Gold. From the Chronicle of Khotan. Alone in exile, I await the coming of the fates. The gods arise in Maztica, taking note of the change that begins to rack the land. Zaltek seethes, while young Tezca and Azul observe and tremble. The god of the strangers, called Helm the Vigilant, is a new force in the true world, a powerful and forbidding presence that intimidates the younger gods and threatens the very foundations of life. Zaltek does not fear Helm, but his anger grows at the impudence of Helm's followers. They seek to ban the offering of hearts to the god of war, and this he cannot allow. So the ancient ones gather in their high cave, and the high priests of Zaltek work their magics. The power of the viper hand, borne by Hoxitl, will be called upon to unite the cities and nations of Maztica to war against the strangers. The return of the Coatl causes hope to fire in my breast. For always, the feathered snake has been the harbinger of the plumed one. But the temples of Khotal remain empty, and his silent priests consult auguries and visions, with no promise of imminent hope or joy. Still, the true God does not return.